have NNPC Limited. That is a is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will now be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work, NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel. Then I think it's even Ikoyi Hotel also. I think it's not Southern Sun. There are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money. It's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out. Don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you employ. Yeah. So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money.
Well, let me welcome you to the conversation segment of the Signature Show this Sunday. Incidentally, we are reaching you from what today is known as the Land of Beauty. I think when my friend and colleague Boni Haruna was the governor of this state, I think he used to be the Sunshine State. By the way, this morning I woke up around 5:30 and discovered that my window in the hotel I was staying was already awash with sunshine. We're not discussing sunshine this afternoon. Now, in Yola today, I just said to myself, what is happening about governance? I don't mean the governor. I don't mean the legislature. I mean the process of providing services to the people, which is the responsibility of government everywhere. So we are going to use Adamawa State in this edition of the program to x-ray how well governance is working for the Nigerian person. And as I was moving around Yola, I ran into and grabbed a young man who incidentally is a lawyer, and his name is Sunday Joshua Wogira. Sunday Joshua Wogira is the senior special assistant to the governor on public affairs. Sunday, you're welcome to the conversation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Do you feel governance in Adamawa State? I mean governance.
I do.
If I pin you down now and say, can you give me a little insight into how you feel governance in the state? What will you tell me?
Well, first and foremost, the feeling of government and governance that I have in Adamawa State today is I go to bed and sleep with my 2 eyes closed. It wasn't the case before now. And I believe we have a government, and I am feeling governance. This is fundamental.
You've touched a very raw nerve in the sense that security around the country has been a major headache of most governments.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning, even this morning once again. Well, it's a good news for all public servants within the Federal Capital Territory and also the federal level. If you are working with the federal government at this point and you received a salary that is above what you normally receive, don't be scared. It is just the implementation of the minimum wage as it stands right now. The government's deadline for implementation of the minimum wage stands at 29th of September. I think the government has gone ahead to make that implementation possible by going ahead to do it before the deadline. So a lot of civil servants right now in the Federal Capital Territory and across board are a bit scared. So we're telling you at this point, don't be scared. We have memos to tell you that, hey, it is from the federal government. But this is a way of saying, apart from the civil servant, you're watching us from any part of the world, you're welcome to Signature Morning. This morning, my name is Godwin Sunday. But today, we want to take the show to another level by looking at some of the rights and privileges that basically patients have even in the hospitals. We've had cases where we've seen patients try to get to the hospital and nurse try to shut them off for saying what they're demanding their response, their rights. But nurses try to override on some of this opinions of them. We've seen that happen occasionally and over again. So I want to talk about, does patients even have rights in Nigeria? The way patients are treated in Nigeria, do we even have a legal framework that supports our claims and our rights in Nigeria, going by the tort officials and the Nigerian tort laws in Nigeria? But let's look at this issue and have an overview of this issue right now. So with me this morning, I have a barrister who'll be helping us. A barrister will be helping us make sense with this conversation, and he is the he's the chairman of the medical committee of Gariki Bar Association, and he's Barrister Aguato. Hope I got that correctly.
Aguato is the name.
Aguato.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here this morning.
All right, Barrister Aguato. I won't make mistake with that.
You can call the first name Ebenezer.
Ebenezer Aguato.
Yes,
I know I was
exactly.
particular about the Aguato,
Okay.
so I wouldn't make mistake with it. I'm trying to rehearse it. I've learned it. I've tried to pronounce it, but it's fine.
That was a fair attempt. You at least you got above 70%, which is an A.
All right. So let's look at this issue of patient rights in Nigeria. A lot of patients will say that, do we even have rights within the Nigerian medical space? But you are in this field, and you are the chairman of the medical committee of
MBA Gariki branch. Exactly.
So can we say at this point that patients have rights in Nigeria?
Yes, they do.
All right.
There are a plethora of laws that guarantees the right of patients, starting with our constitution, the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. There's a portion of the Constitution we generally refer to as Chapter 4, which is the fundamental human rights. So we should know that the persons we address or call patients are first of all human beings. They are Nigerians, and Chapter 4 of the Constitution applies to them. So that means a patient has a right to life. And the Constitution is explicit as to when such rights could be denied. It does not include when person is receiving medical care. So a patient has a right to life. A patient has a right to the respect dignity of his person. These are constitutional provisions. A patient has a right to freedom of movement. So when you detain a patient because he has not paid a medical bill, you are actually violating the person's rights to freedom of movement. Or if we bring it to the law of thought, we might say that you are falsely putting the person in prison, and the person can sue. So, but we will get to details. That's constitutional provision, Chapter 4. But the principal act that governs healthcare service delivery in Nigeria is the National Health Act 2010. It also provides for specific rights of the patients, cardinal of which is the right to be treated in emergency situation, or the other way, the right to emergency treatment. Now, this is one of the rights of the patient that is mostly violated by healthcare practitioners or healthcare facilities. Now, Section 20 of the National Health Act says that hospitals in Nigeria should not refuse patient emergency treatment for any reason. That's the law. In fact, the law says should not refuse treatment for any reason. So when we say the doctor on call is not available, that is a reason. The law says such reason is not tenable. When we say, Madam, you need to deposit 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 before we commence treatment, now that is a reason. Unfortunately, the law says you should not deny emergency treatment for any reason. What are examples of emergency? Cardiac arrest is emergency, a woman in labor is emergency, accident is emergency, gunshot wound is emergency, stabs, emergency, because the person is losing blood. Bites, snake bite, or even a dog bite is emergency. Do you understand? So patients who fall under this category and other emergencies should not be denied treatment in emergency situation, because that is the law. Now, the law goes ahead to say in subsection 2 that any healthcare personnel or facility that violates section 1, that denies treatment, the person will be liable to a fine of 100,000 found liable. So, secondly, the person could go to jail for a minimum of, for a jail term not exceeding 6 months, meaning a healthcare professional could be sent to prison for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, because you refuse to treat a patient in emergency situation. That's a law. Since 2014, it has been in existence in this country. Then, but we have situations where patients do not know these their rights. They go to hospitals rather than treat. The hospitals do what I call dismissal. Just tell the patient off and abandon the patient. Now, referral is a valid medical service, meaning in a case of emergency, there are genuine reasons why a hospital will not be able to treat a patient in emergency. One of which is if the hospital lacks the capacity. If the hospital doesn't have the relevant medical personnel to attend to that case, here's the least the hospital could do is first aid, stabilize the patient, then refer. Write proper referral letter and send the patient to the appropriate quarters to get treatment. That is not rejection. So when we have a practice where people, the healthcare professional just tell the patients off, but the appropriate thing to do actually is to refer the patient.
All right, Barrister Ebenezer. At this point, I'm looking at Chapter 4, like you've mentioned, of the Constitution, Section 33, 34 of the Nigerian Constitution has given provision for rights to life. Then Chapter 34 has given rights to human dignity. They will not begin to advance in that course. But speaking of human dignity, one will begin to ask at this point, in Nigeria, is human dignity, especially within the medical space, is it selective, or it's supposed to be a generic framework for legal implementations?
Okay. One of the rights a patient has is actually a right to dignified care, meaning that when you are treating a patient, you go beyond the treatment and respect his person, regardless of his social status, regardless of his economic standing in the society, whether he's an illiterate, regardless of his gender, because Section 42 of the Constitution also confers on the patient a right to freedom from discrimination based on sex, based on where he was born, the circumstances surrounding his birth, based on his economic status. So you cannot cherry pick to say, okay, this person is rich, so let's observe this right in his favor. Then this other person doesn't look rich, let us observe this right in breach. So when you talk about right to dignity of the human person, it is firstly a fundamental human right. Now, things like verbal abuse, we receive a lot of complaints from pregnant patients, maternity patients, when they go for antenatal, or even when they are in delivery, the way some nurses talk down on them, abuse them verbally. Verbal abuse is you are insulting the person, you are stripping the person of his sense of humanness, you are devaluing his sense of self. So making unfriendly commentaries, unpleasant commentaries about the woman and maybe her bedroom activity with her husband, questioning whether he were there, is not proper. So that is a violation. Then some people extend it to physical abuse, which is torture, hitting the woman inappropriately, slapping, whether deliberate. Do you understand? So there are different levels of violations of this right. But we are saying firstly that these rights exist. The challenge is, do patients know they have these rights? And I believe that is why this television station brought me here, to explain, to tell Nigerians that firstly, there are laws in existence. Secondly, patients do have rights. Thirdly, you need to know what your rights are before we talk about knowing when it has been breached and how you can seek redress. So if you do not know that you have a right, you won't even, if you do not know what the rights are, you won't know that the right has been breached. You will also not know how to go about seeking redress. Apart from the Constitution, I mentioned the National Health Act.
Yeah, you did.
Now, we also have other laws like Compulsory Treatment and Care for Victims of Gunshot Act 2017. Prior to the coming into existence of that act, we had a practice where gunshot victims were required to first of all go get police reports
yeah.
before they are treated. But that is no longer the position. Since 2017, there is a law, an act of the National Assembly, saying that victims of gunshot should no longer be mandated to get police reports first before treatment. In fact, Section 1 of that act says hospitals in Nigeria, whether public or private, should receive and treat adequately victims of gunshot or persons with gunshot wound. Then subsection 2 says, section 1 says they should receive and treat adequately persons with gunshot wound with or without police reports. And section 2 now says that they should receive and treat such persons with or without initial deposit of funds. Why would the law say so? Because the cardinal focus of the law, or rather the cardinal focus of medical practice, is to save life. So if they are seeking to save life, money should not be a barrier to saving life. Now we must understand that this law has not in any way conferred on anybody the right to free medical treatment. So wherever there is a right, there is a corresponding responsibility. Excuse me. Meaning that the patient also has the responsibility of paying. The law did not say you should receive free treatment. What the law said is that you should be treated in emergency. So after receiving your treatment, you should pay your medical bill. What the law says is for victims of gunshots, the person is losing. You do not know whether the pellets of the bullets has affected any vital organ internally. So it does not make logical sense for somebody who is bleeding to go to police station to get police reports before commencing treatment. The person can lose his life. But the law says after treating, the patient is expected to pay his bill. So, but the challenge hospitals, when we engage with them, the challenge they have is that patients receive treatment and refuse to pay. Then there is also a balance to this. Under Section 11 of the National Health Act, it makes provision for the basic healthcare provision. 5% of that money is supposed to be given to hospitals as subvention to cater for emergency treatments like this, because the law has said treat an emergency situation. The hospital needs to use consumable. The hospital needs to use a lot of material, medication to treat, even as little as maybe your cotton wool, your plaster. Let me just talk the elementary, the basics. Those things are bought with money.
Barrister Ebenezer, let's bring this conversation back home. A lot of Nigerians are not even aware of these laws. A lot of Nigerians tend to have a free will when it has to do with laws and implementation, especially within the legal space. We've seen a lot of abuse on the legal space in terms of medical's forefront of the law. So I want to ask at this point, is it that the medical laws are shredded in secrecy in order to favor a particular segment or particular set of the country? Why are we not having this law being regularized in such a way that everybody in Nigeria should know their medical rights within the legal space? Is this the fault of Nigerian lawyers doing a lot of sensitization, or the part of the doctors not doing a lot on this space? But let's get your take on this.
Okay. It is neither the responsibility of the lawyer nor the responsibility of the doctor to do that. However, there are NGOs here and there. We also have our NGO, Lawyers Arise for the People Initiative, which basically is strictly a patient's rights and safety advocacy NGO. We have a government agency called National Orientation Agency. It is part of the responsibility to sensitize Nigeria. People are working in that agency. So what it means is that when a new law is passed, they are supposed to sensitize Nigerians. Now, during elections, you hear campaign, you hear jingles like do not do vote buying, do not do vote and do not involve in election malpractice and all that. Such messages come from the National Orientation Agency and they are commendable. We will soon enter dry season. You will hear campaign jingles against bush burning. Sometimes you hear campaign jingles against vandalization of government properties. Those are commendable efforts. So we are saying that they should also take up the responsibility of sensitizing Nigerians on new laws, particularly laws as important as this that affects health. So let Nigerians know. Meanwhile, the Federal Consumer Protection Commission had taken a good step sometime in 2018 in partnership with the Ministry of Health. That was also a commendable effort to produce the Patient's Bill of Rights. Now, the Patient's Bill of Rights itemized in a simple and easy to understand format the rights of patients. So to that extent, we commend them, but there is more to be done. They listed the right to information, right to informed consent, right to visitation, right to privacy, right to confidentiality, right to clean, safe, and secured healthcare environment, right to complaint, and a whole lot of other rights are contained in that piece of document, and it is commendable. However, those documents, firstly, it's written in English language, one. Two, it is only circulated, I wouldn't say it's only circulated, it's available to the people who can read and write within our city centers. But does my grandmother in the village, does she have access to that document? My grandmother does not speak English. She speaks Igbo language. What about other aged people? What about the people who are in interior villages? So can we tailor a message in their local languages, telling them, because these laws also it applies in every hospital space. So in our remote villages, we have primary health care centers. And these laws are also applicable in those areas because patients visit primary health care centers. So I'm calling on the government, I'm calling particularly on the National Orientation Agency to take up this challenge of tailoring messages about the rights of patients, about the relevant laws in Nigeria that confer these rights on patients in languages our people will understand, and let the message go viral, if I might use that word, so that patients will be properly empowered with knowledge about their rights.
Pastor Ebenezer, thank you for that. There's a legal maxim that says, veritas mihi veritor nisi abscondis. Veritas mihi veritor nisi abscondis. For the purpose of our viewers, it says, truth fears nothing but being hidden. Look, going by this premise of the legal maxim, it also narrowing it down to Nigerian conversation. We can see that a lot of these villages that you've mentioned, a lot of hospitals, there's no uniformity of this law, especially implementations at the grassroots. We've seen a lot of times where these laws are created from the federal government and they almost stay that way. So I'm asking at this point, is NBA, the Nigerian Bar Association, doing anything in this regard to ensure that it's not just representation of people whose rights, legal and medical rights, have been abused? Is an NBA doing something in this regard to ensure that people's rights are not just protected, but also guaranteed?
Okay, let me put out a disclaimer first.
All right.
I am a lawyer,
All right.
but I am not an executive of the NBA. I am also not speaking for the Nigerian Bar Association, whether at the national level or at the branch level. I am not the chairman of my branch. I am heading the Medical and Health Law Committee. Having laid that foundation, NBA has a committee that caters for human rights. I just said earlier that patients' rights, part of it, are founded in our Constitution, which is fundamental human rights. So, the NBA has a human rights committee. Whether you are a patient or not a patient, anything that leads to or looks like a violation of human rights, the NBA steps in. It is all over social media that during the last protest, a few persons that were arrested, the Nigerian Bar Association Human Rights Committee stepped in to ensure their release. So NBA is already doing something about human rights generally. Then you narrow it down to medical yes,
space,
you
yeah.
narrow it down to medical law. The session on legal practice have a committee also that is on law and medicine. Do you understand? The MBA has 3 sessions. One of the sessions is session on law practice, and they also have a committee that is deeply involved in medical law. So to that extent, the Nigerian Bar Association is already proactive working in this space. So to a reasonable extent, MBA has been doing something in that line. But when you talk about engaging with, in fact, there was 2 conferences ago, 2 years ago, I think it's 2019 conference in Lagos. There even was a topic on medical law. I'm talking about our annual general conference of the MBA. So the MBA has been making inroads into medical law space. But I wouldn't sit here to say in the tiniest of details. Like I said earlier, I'm not speaking for the MBA either at the national level or at the branch level. No. Thank you very
All
much.
right. So the people right now, looking at the medical space in general and hospitals, it's as if the medical laws are tailored towards people within the urban space, and people that are based in the rural area are not well informed about this law. That might just be my opinion on this particular issue. But then, what do you make of this when we have people from the urban area implement medical laws more than people within the rural space? Is it that we're not channeling our informations and orientation policies rightly, or what do you make of this?
I would have preferred if you had maybe a statistical foundation to back up that claim. Do you understand? When the laws are not targeted, when a law is made, the law is made to cover everybody. It's applicable to everybody. The Constitution is not selective. Once you are a Nigerian, the Constitution binds you. If there are obligations under the Constitution, you do those obligations. If there are rights under the Constitution, you are entitled to those rights. It's as of right. Entitlement is not a favor. So when you say medical laws are targeted, I tend to disagree with that. What we need is proper, adequate sensitization. If you recall, when the HIV pandemic was almost at its peak, if I may say so, there were jingles, NGOs sprang up, and okay, let me even use this. 17th of September, just a few weeks ago, has been designated by the World Health Organization as a World Patient Safety Day globally. My committee did an activity to sensitize the world on World Patient Safety Day, to sensitize our environment. We planned printed banner, did branded our t-shirts, did a road walk to sensitize Nigerians. Last year, we also did the same thing. In fact, we went to Garki Market, printed ICE materials. That's what my branch did, to sensitize Nigerians to say these are your rights as patients. Because last year the theme of the year was elevating the voice of patients. So we did that. The theme was engaging patients for patient safety, and the slogan was elevating the voice of patients. So we were sensitized people. That's our contribution to spreading the news. This year, the theme was improving diagnosis for patient safety with the slogan, get it right, make it safe. We did the same thing. Now, the Ministry of Health also did the same thing. Last year, they have been doing it every year. So the challenge is the reach. You can always do within where you are. I am in Abuja at the moment. My branch is in Abuja at the moment. Our impact starts from our Jerusalem, which is our host, yes, which is Abuja.
Yeah.
So if we have pockets of other organizations, NGOs springing up, because the truth is that the government cannot do it alone. That is the honest truth.
But Barrister Ebediza, at this point, let's even, speaking of statistics, we're based in Abuja and we are broadcasting live from Abuja. We've seen cases of people in Maraba, which is an outskirts of Abuja. We've seen cases of people in Kuje. We've seen cases of people in Zuba, a case of Gwagwalada, their primary health care. It is a similar report that we get from all of the squatters in Abuja. Let's not even bring it. Kubwa looks a bit urban, although it's a suburb. But then if you look at the central business district, the conversations around medical care tends to differ within those space. Now, these are statistics. These are more of an opinion to support some of the claims when we speak to people as journalists about some of these things. But then I'm saying this to say that at this point, we don't hear a lot of sanctions when medical rights and medical people's rights medically are violated. We don't get to hear these sanctions. It's not been published anywhere. Is it that the medical space and the medical laws, again, are being shredded in secrecy in such a way that we don't get to hear, just like the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, we get to hear that people commit crime A, B, and C, and they're being sanctioned. But within the medical space, we hardly hear that nurse A, B, and C has been sanctioned. Or is there some form of something that we don't know within the media space on the medical field?
To the best of my knowledge, that is not true. The Medical and Dental Council is there. You know, I said something a while ago on this platform, in the course of this interview. People do not know their rights, firstly. So because you don't know your rights, you don't even know when it has been abused. Two, if you know your rights, do you know how to seek legal redress? Do you know how to seek redress at all? There is the administrative redress, there is the professional redress, there is the legal redress. The Medical and Dental Council is there, and they take any form of complaint that is brought to them bordering on medical malpractice, medical negligence, patient's rights violation. They treat it with utmost seriousness.
Or is it published?
Well, I am not also speaking for Medical and Dental Council, but what I will tell you is that they are in the news, they are in media, they do publish when a trial is completed and I wouldn't call it judgment, is handed down, a sanction is handed down. It's always in the news. About 3 years ago, a professor of medicine, his name was struck off the register. Do you understand? So I think this calls for more investigation from your part, or maybe you may also have to visit the Nursing and Midwifery Council, hear from them what they have been doing. I'm not speaking for them. You visit the Medical and Dental Council to hear them directly what they have been doing so that you are properly informed on the issue of publicity. I am not their staff. I am not speaking for them. But my knowledge is that there is no secrecy. I have had the opportunity of observing procedures or proceedings before the Medical and Dental Council Tribunal. So there is no secrecy about punishments. There have been sanctions, and once a trial is completed, they put out the sanction. In fact, after this interview, I will show you some from my phone. After this interview, I will show you some.
I wish we can get that video.
Not a video. After this interview, I will show you publications of a sanction that was handed out.
Probably because you're part of the proceedings.
No, I'm not part of. I wasn't
part of the tribunal.
No, I am not.
You're privy to that information.
I am not part of the tribunal. I'm not part of the proceedings, but I'm a medical law practitioner. I'm a medical law consultant. My area of practice is medical law, so I have a vested interest in what is happening in the medical environment. Maybe by reason of that, I know. So it might not, another person's interest may not be as mine. Sometimes I go out of my way to find what is happening, what's the latest development. So it is my area. I have some interest in medical law practice. So I need to know what is happening so that, just like you invited me now, I can categorically tell you this is what is. If I didn't find out, I wouldn't know. But it's not, if this one is even circulated, check social media, just do a Google search whether Medical and Dental Council sanction.
No,
you'll find it.
Medical and Dental Council is on one hand.
Yes.
The Nigerian Nurses and Midwifery Council
Yes.
is on another hand.
Yes.
And most of the time when we talk about rights being violated,
Yes.
largely on this conversation, it's not usually the doctors,
Okay.
but rather it's even down to even the medical laboratories.
Yes.
From nurses down to medical laboratories, and then the scale keep going down in the organogram of medical practitioners in Nigeria. But then when we hear majority of women speak and they tell you that when we got to the hospital, a nurse was verbally abusing me in the point of giving birth. And she made this complaint, and it has become like a recurring phenomenon and a common decimal factor within the medical space as it stands right now. So that is a known fact. We can confirm that from majority of pregnant women that give birth to within the general hospital and the public hospitals in that space, which is a common knowledge. If you like to use that word for lawyers, it's a common knowledge. But then, when we look at it at this point, we've heard that this nurse, A, B, and C, has been the forefront of violating women's rights. But we've not heard this sanction. People complain inherently. But we've not heard the murmurs. Okay, the murmurs are, the whispers are everywhere.
So who do you see?
Okay, so I'm coming to that. We've heard these whispers everywhere, and of course, if you are saying that within the legal space, and they are by some of the sections you've cited right now, it means that even the lawmakers, it has filtered into their ears. But we are asking, why is it difficult to get sanctions, and those sanctions being published on national dailies?
When you say difficult to get sanctions, you don't just you don't pluck sanctions from tree. Sanctions follow complaints. The people who you have mentioned now, can you show me their complaints and to who they complained? There are bodies responsible. So that's why I'm saying our people need enlightenment. We are not denying the fact that there might be points of violations here and there. We are saying that people, if something happens to a lady and the lady comes to talk to you, she has not reported the issue. She only complained to the wrong person. She should go, if it happens with a doctor, she should go to medical and dental and complain. And even going there, do you know the process of laying a complaint? There are procedures. If you're complaining before the Medical and Dental Council, you file your complaint in form of affidavit, meaning you go to court, depose to affidavit facts. These are the things that happened to me. I was treated on this. This is my card number. You share, you state your experience and you file it. At that point, we can say a complaint has been filed. If after filing that complaint, nothing is done, the person can now say, I filed a complaint and they swept it under the carpet. I filed a complaint and nothing was done. At that point, we say, where is the complaint? We have something to follow. But complaints are documentary, sir. Complaints are not verbal. You are talking to an institution. What are they going to rely on? The procedure of Medical and Dental Council is when you file your complaint, an investigative panel investigates. If a prima facie case is established, because they are also doctors, if a prima facie case is established, they take that your complaint and send it to the person you complained against, the doctor you complained against. The doctor will answer to your complaint because it is not one-sided story. The doctor will answer to say, yes, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened. The doctor's response to your complaint will be sent back to you, complainant, not even your lawyer. Then, after that, a tribunal is constituted and the doctor is tried. But we must also balance this, that it is not every time something goes wrong that the doctor is negligent. It is not every time something goes wrong that the doctor violated the patient's rights. We must come to that realization. I say it whenever I have opportunity to speak on this subject matter. Firstly, the life of man is in God's hand, not in any other person's hand. When you come to medical treatment, there are procedures, lay down procedures. This is step one, you do this, you do this, you do this. So even if you come before the Medical and Dental Council, what they are going to check is, did you follow the procedure? Not did this man die or did not die. If you followed what you are supposed to do and the man died, the doctor is exonerated. But if we now find out that there is a mistake, you jumped a step, you were supposed to do this, you didn't do it, do you understand? Or you were not supposed to do this and you did it, resulting to the man's death, or resulting to a loss of organ, or resulting to any other damage to the person or the patients, then the person will be liable. So it is not in all cases that something goes wrong, people will conclude the doctor or nurse is wrong.
Barrister Ebenezer, this conversation is really getting interesting. I wish we have more time to be able to delve into some of the eggshells rules, that we'll be able to delve into this conversation and be able to elaborate on it. But this is just a part one on this conversation, because we have to bring you back to continue this same issue. A lot of Nigerians need to be enlightened about some of their rights within the medical space. We want to say thank you so much, Barrister Ebenezer Egwato. Egwatu.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here.
All right, viewers, this is how far we can go this morning. Do remember to follow us on all our social media handle on displayed on the screen right now. And you can also join in the conversation by leaving a comment. Let us know what you think about what we've said right now. Of course, we can always do this more elaborately, especially picking your opinions from our various social media. And I want to say thank you so much for being with us this morning. Till I come your way again, same time, same station. Remember that peace and unity are the pathways to progress. From all of us here in the studio, it's bye for now.
The thing about exchange rate determination has very, very much to do with how much you produce in your country, how much you export, how much need of foreign exchange you have, which is about how much you import. So one, how much do we produce? Our production level in Nigeria is very low. Two, how much do you export, which is the foreign exchange earning? We export very little, and we have a monolithic economy. We export only the oil. And when we say our dependence is on oil, you ask yourself, how much then do we earn from the oil in 1 year? How much does a country like Ireland earn from agricultural produce exports? How much does do other countries far less endowed in terms of good weather, climatic conditions, fertile lands, expansive land resource in Nigeria. How much do they export? They export far more than we earn from oil. Then two, how much do we require the foreign exchange? Because it begins to play between the forces of demand and supply. How much do we need foreign exchange? The dollar, the pound sterling, the Chinese yuan, and so on. We need a lot of it. Nigeria is a consuming economy. Our appetite for consumption is so high. We don't even want to be satisfied with the things we produce in Nigeria. So our appetite is very high. So our demand for foreign exchange is very, very high. So when you demand a lot of foreign exchange and you don't supply, you don't have which negative when our production of agricultural produce, but we have not done this. So when we started having the crisis between the herders and the farmers, production of agricultural produce went down drastically. It was low, but it went further down. Farmers deserted the farms. At a point,
Sport is a religion, Signature Television is your worship center, and Franklin Imona is your sporting priest. It is another exciting episode on the show Signature Sport, live, reaching you from a Signature Television. And on the show today, we have so much for you, from the local scene down to the foreign scene. It is the return of league games, not just only in Nigeria, but also in Europe. It's going to be a super Sunday where Eric Ten Hag will be questioned again if he will remain as the head coach of Manchester United, as they will take on a high-flying Tottenham Hotspur. Ladies and gentlemen viewers, welcome to Signature Sport. And on the show, just like I said, it's going to be interesting, interactive, and of course exciting, as we've got stories for you in tennis, Formula One, and most importantly, the king of sport, football. And today, I am not alone. I've got a seasoned analyst, a sport journalist with high reportage, and of course, a sport lover. He has been on the show a couple of times ago, but he makes a return. Jeffrey Obrigado, well known as Asi, joins me live on the show today. Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey. Always a pleasure when we have this combination talking sport.
Definitely, it's a joy to talk about sports. And when you talk about sports, you talk about health, you talk about livelihood, you talk about the next phase of the young generation.
Absolutely.
It is beautiful to be here.
We also talk about business.
Definitely
Sport
business.
is business.
Sport business, yeah.
And that is what the NPFL is set to achieve this season.
Actually.
I recall before we came on air, we were discussing about how the beautiful NPFL has resonated in terms of improvement.
There's a rejuvenating of Nigerian PFL, because I was really shocked at the weekend where at the midweek where I saw a lot of drastic changes in the round leather game in MPFL, where teams go away to win matches. It is really, really paramount, because that is a page that I've been asking for.
I don't even let you go on and on and on. That is what the show this morning is set to give you: information, excitement, and of course entertainment at its peak. But before we delve into the Nigerian Premier Football League, let's come down to the biggest story that broke in the last 24 hours, talking about the permanent coach of the Super Eagles as well as the Super Falcons. Just so you know, the Nigerian Football Federation
finally confirmed the appointment of Coach Austin Eguavo, who had been the technical director of the Nigerian Football Federation from the Super Eagles down to the Under-17. He has now been confirmed as the coach of the Super Eagles. Good move.
Definitely,
by the NFF?
definitely good move, because I see they have been rigmaroling, trying to do some research, trying to get in a new gaffer into the round leader game for Nigerian football. But I really don't know why I told you before, taking much time in bringing in a coach. Well, I don't know what's intent for them, but Austin Eguavon has been, well, for me, consistent, because I don't see us going into paying huge money for European coaches while we have a trusted gaffer. He has been doing well for a long period of time.
Absolutely.
It's just because of a little technical issues that have made us not cross the border. But with Austin Eguavo, they should just give him time. Let us see where he can take the boys far.
And talking about name time and the boys, there seems to be this aura of confidence by Nigerian cross players at the moment. They have this way to which these players have this unison with the coach in terms of his coaching style. There has been happiness, joy all over now that Coach Austin Eguavo has been confirmed as the coach. And these players are really speaking good things concerning Coach Austin Eguavo.
No, the boys love him. The boys love him. He's the players' favorite because he knows how to interact with the players. He's very humble. He knows how to understand the players when they speak to him. He knows how to talk to both the technical and the tactical part of the team. And a lot of senior players in the national team, they really love him because he's a down-to-earth man. Definitely, if you meet him one-on-one, he's a down-to-earth man. I'm telling you.
I've had my own personal and physical interaction with Coach Austin Eguavo. Some 2 weeks back, I was at the NFF Secretariat. I was in his office, and we had these off-the interview. Is one coach that also has this love for our local league. And you look at his 2 assistant coaches, talking about the coach Daniel Ogumodede, the former coach of Remo Stars, and of course permit me to also say, former coach of ENUGU Rangers, talking about Coach Fidelis Ilechukwu. Those are 2 local coaches in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and they have worked seamlessly with these players. Going by the last 2 games we played and the last 2 results, it shows that these coaches have this panache, and these players love their combination.
There's a huge synergy.
Bromance.
There's a huge synergy between the coaches and the players. These are coaches have run through the cadre of the Nigerian Premier League.
Absolutely.
They have really fought hard. They've worked hard for the position where they are today, because it is really deserving for us to see our local coaches trying to be on the helms of the national team, and it is really, really, really exciting for me as a Nigerian fan, for us and in general, that our Nigerian gaffers are trying to be put into the limelight. So with time, let's just give them time and consistency. They are definitely going to take us into the next phase of Nigerian football.
And this is the first time in a very long time that the Super Eagles, under the NFF, we have about 91% homegrown coaches. The head coach, Coach Austin Eguavo, is a 2 assistants, Coach Fidelis Ilechukwu and Coach Ogumodede, and also the goalkeeper trainer, Coach Barua. We only have a foreign physical coach, talking about Coach Zorech, as part of the coaching crew. So out of the 5 players, 4 of them are homegrown and just 1 foreign coach. Do you see the Super Eagles with this set of coaches qualifying for the 2025 African Cup of Nations, going to the fact that we top our group?
We have the particulars when we come to the round leader game in Nigeria. We have the finesse, we have the talent, we have the mind, the guts. When you talk about Nigerian football, the players we have in this country are enormous. They are high-profile players. Now we have the love from the players to the coach. There's nothing that's going to stop us. And you're talking about Coach Barua. He has been, I don't know if he has a lot of messiah in his sheaves, because he has been, a lot of coaches have been asked out from the Super Eagles, but he remained permanent. So I think there's something he has that they saw in him that made them to retain him. I'm telling you, I'm so excited that this Nigerian crop of players, they are going to take us into the next phase. I believe that this is the next phase for Nigerian football.
And talking about Coach Barua, the goalkeeper trainer, it was also with the under-20 as well as the under-23. He's very experienced when it comes to training the goalkeepers. And for a very long time, Jeffrey, you can see that the Super Eagles, we are now confident in the department of the goalkeepers. A couple of years ago, it has been, what's his name now, Francis Uzoho,
Yeah.
and the goalkeepers before him, talking about Maduka Okoye. We have never had this confidence in our goalkeeping department. The last goalkeeper we had, Eyama, was the absolute best we had.
The best.
And now we have goalkeepers, and they are all fighting to be number one. What a joy to be a Nigerian fan at this moment.
Like seriously, that position is really exciting because Maduka Okoye is playing for the top level football in Udinese, and sometimes you wonder when somebody is playing as a high profile goalkeeper in the Serie A Italian league and coming back to the national team, you're fighting for a spot.
And he's the second choice goalkeeper. Our first choice goalkeeper is the captain of Chippers United. Talking about Chief Stanley Wabali.
No, well deserving because he has been consistent. We have been looking for consistency. Period where Maduka Okoye had a lot of glitches and he just had to take a break. And this guy came in and fell into that spot with confidence, with aura. He deserved that spot. So, Nigerian football is in the next phase to bring so much joy to the fans, and it's beautiful to watch, actually.
All right, and away from the Super Eagles, let's talk about the Super Falcons. The Super Falcons now also have a substantial coach, pending when we'll have a permanent coach. But I can tell you for a fact, and also our viewers, that the coach that has been saddled with the responsibility to be the coach of the Super Falcons is no other but Coach Justin Magudu. Is one man that the ladies love in terms of his flexible football, his flamboyant football, and his attacking prowess as a coach. Under his tutelage as the coach of the Super Falcons, couple of games while Coach Randy Waldron's contract was still in dilemma, the Super Falcons played their best football, scoring 13 goals in 4 games. And under Coach Randy Waldron, we struggle to score goals. Could this be round peg in round holes and sticking with a local coach for the female team? The best we have gotten as the female national team has been from local coaches.
Definitely, when we have the Ifeanyi Chukwu of those era, the Perpetual Kocha, the Messi Akide, that was local. The local coaches, they did so well. That was the best time we had the best female football in Nigeria. I'm telling you, so this man has the love from the players and he has the backing from the other side of Nigeria NFF. So he just give him time for him to flow because we experienced the best football in the Super Falcons for a long period of time recently, and I think he deserved the job. And he definitely, for us to go into the next level, we need to give our local coaches the edge to take us to the next phase of football. Definitely, and absolutely the choice is fantastic from the NFF.
The choice is indeed fantastic. We have a local coach in the national teams, both the male and the female, and we are no longer settling for foreign coaches. It seems our best football is played under our local coaches. And talking about our local coaches and our local team, let's talk about the Flying Eagles. We hear that they have now been drawn in Group B in the African Championship, popularly known as the CHAN competition in the WAFU, that's West African Football Union, where countries in the West African region will face each other. And the team has been drawn in a Group B, where we will take on Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and of course the host nation Togo in Group B. It seems that it's going to be quite tough, but the Chan Eagles have been one of the best teams in West Africa a couple of seasons ago, even though we are yet to win the competition after a long time.
That's what I wanted to say. It has been a tournament that we have not touched our hands on, and we need to take this tournament intentionally. We need to take this tournament into the next level, and we have the crop of players in the local league that can deliver this tournament for us. So I believe that the boys that are going to play this tournament are going to be well picked, well informed, well selected, and the goal is for us to bring back this trophy, because this is the only trophy we have not gotten our hands on in the African soil. So this is a level to expose a lot of Nigerian local players, to make them feel that this is an important trophy. Go there and get this trophy back home.
We actually won the trophy. That was way back in 2011. That's about 13 years ago. So I would definitely agree with you when you say it has been a drought.
It's been a while. It's been a while. 10, 13 years ago, it's been a while. For a football country like Nigeria, that's why I use that word. It's been a while we've won this trophy. It's been a while. This trophy is an intentional trophy for us.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of African teams that come into the tournament. They try to play their best, try to make sure they give us their best and win the tournament and take it back home. So this is the time for Nigeria to take back this tournament back to the country.
Absolutely. And this tournament will serve as a qualifier for the Under-20 African Cup of Nations. Now let's look at our group. We have Cote d'Ivoire, we have Burkina Faso, and of course the Flying Eagles of Nigeria. In Group B, three nations there. Only two will progress to the next stage, and the third nation will drop. But in Group A, we have about 4 of them. We have Togo, the host nation, Ghana, Niger, and Benin Republic. Looking at Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire, who do you think will stand as a bigger challenge to the Flying Eagles?
The young Burkina Fasons, I've watched them. They are building a crop of players that are multi-talented. I've watched them play. Those guys are good. And Cote d'Ivoire, you know, when it comes to African football, Cote d'Ivoire, they are promising. In exporting European players, Cote d'Ivoire are first to 3 African countries that export the highest players from the local field to Europe. So I think that it's going to be a very tough tie on that group. Nigeria is not going to be an easy one for us, and we need to play our best football in that tournament, because the goal first is to get into the semi-finals so that we can be able to dream big and dream very massively for us to get into the finals and win the trophy.
All right. Before we go to Ghana and the latest rancor between the GFA and Togo, let's come back. Let's remain in Nigeria and briefly talk about the Nigerian Premier Football League. Action will definitely resume this weekend. 3 games have been built for Saturday, and the rest games will go down on Sunday. 10 games for this weekend. Tomorrow being Saturday, Academy Warriors will take on Plateau United. Ikorodu City will take on Nasarawa United, and then Aqua United will welcome Sunshine Stars of Akure. This season so far, we have seen away wins. We have seen fans filling the stadium to capacity. And we have seen a whole lot of improvements from the Nigerian Premier Football League. We must give a thumbs up to the chief himself, Chief Gbenga Elegbele, for his championship in the Nigerian Premier Football League. It has seen tremendous growth, no doubt. But let's talk about the NPFL. Who do you see to be the weak link in terms of the top teams in the NPFL? Remo Stars is there, Rivers United is there, Enugu Rangers is there. Let's not forget Kano Pillars also there. We saw lots of players coming and also new coaches coming this season.
Now, definitely, I see the weak link. Ikorodu City, Ikorodu
newly promoted.
Those guys are fantastic. Even they were not putting the ball in the back of the net, at the back of the net.
They lost scandalously, permit me to say, by a 1-goal
margin
against
ENUGU Rangers. Yes, definitely. I watched the game. It was really fantastic. They are exciting to watch. They remind me of Remo Stars when Remo Stars
newly gained
promotion, and it was really fantastic to watch. With consistency, I know they are going to come through. Kano Pillars, we know veterans in the league, and they have always been coming through when it comes to the league. A lot of competition in this league this season. That's what I'm telling you, is exciting because I don't know what is really happening. Nigerian Premier League going out our way to win games. This is really, really an improved state of our league, and it is really, really us joy, because we have a lot to talk about the league right from time, and we are seeing changes gradually, and it is really building confidence to the fans and to the viewers, of course.
All right, Obrigado, let me put you on the spotlight. The biggest game this weekend in the NPFL, we see Remo Stars topping the table at the moment. Welcome Enugu Rangers, defending champions at the Ikane Stadium. Who do you see will smile at the end of the day, knowing fully well that this season away teams have been given the points?
The confidence is high for Enugu Rangers.
They won away
They won
from
away.
home
So
against
there's a
Ikorodu
lot
City.
of confidence going into this game. Remo Stars, they are a fantastic team. This particular team is a fantastic team.
3 over 3.
I'm telling you, they play the best football in the league. For me, they play the best football in the league. At the moment. Even before now, Remo Stars, they have structure. They have a style of play. And they maintain their style of play for a long period of time. They don't go apart from that style of play. Even if they are losing or they are winning. So I'm telling you, it's going to be a hard fight game for Enugu Rangers. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be all these market selling points. It's going to be a high-stake game whereby Remo Stars are going to come out at home confidently attacking the Enugu Rangers, and whereby Enugu Rangers, I think they are going to sit back and hit them on the counter-attack, because I watched Enugu Rangers last match. Ikorodu Stars were fantastic, but they hit Ikorodu Stars, 1 or 2 counter-attacking football play from Enugu Rangers. So Remo Stars and Enugu Rangers is going to be a blockbuster, a thrilling moment, but I see Remo Stars taking the day.
Remo Stars are taking the day. But rest assured that all the actions will be brought to you, as well as a review in the NPFL match day 4 come this weekend. All right, now let's move over to Ghana. Recall that in their last game at home against Angola, where they lost by a goal to nil, the fans had to turn against the team and literally destroy the Baba Yara Stadium in Kumasi, Ghana. At the moment, the stadium is under lock and key. In fact, a lot of things were destroyed by the fans. And the GFA, that is the Ghana Football Association, decided to move their own games to Lomé in Togo. And from the information we got early hours of this morning, I said that the Togolese Football Association have turned down Ghana's request to have the Lomé Stadium as their next stadium for all their home games in the 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers. What's next for Ghana? Togo have refused to play the big brother role. Should they look at Nigeria?
At first, when this case started, Ghana and Federation were considering Nigeria. So I really don't understand, because of the pride between Ghana and Nigeria. Ghana declined from coming to Nigeria.
Could it be the Jollof Derby?
I think
the best Jollof
Derby is the problem and the cause of this situation, because Ghana is our brother. I really don't know why they are going to Lomé to play their home games, where we have Nigeria that will welcome them, but because they felt that we are going to give them a lot of banters and mock them, give them some memes, you understand? So that's why they refuse to come. But we thank Togo Federation for giving us this opportunity to hack on Ghana more, because
bragging has been everywhere. We have it that the Nigerian Cricket Federation talking about the NCF. We have our male and the female teams are getting set to play in the African Championship that will be going down in October. Talking about diversity in our sport, we have seen a cricket rise from the ashes, permit me to say. They have been at their lowest form, but right now the Cricket Federation are actually doing well. In the T20 that was hosted in South Africa a couple of months ago, we finished 3rd, surprisingly, and ever since the Cricket Federation, or rather the cricket sport, have gained relevance and the teams are doing well. The male and the female have qualified to play in the African Championship qualifiers, rather, that will be going down in October. Should we say big thumbs up to the Cricket Federation?
It's a big thumbs up, because I remember the time when you had the interview with one of the cricket players. I remember that time around last year period. It's really an improvement into our cricket sporting world in Nigeria, and it will help in giving us a lot of diversity, a lot of young talent, young guns, trying to diversify their field into other sporting activities in the country. And cricket is one pivotal of leading our young generation into the next phase of Nigeria in sporting world.
Absolutely. We continue to give you updates in the Cricket Federation, looking at how the teams are playing, the shots, the overs, the turnovers, and we will make sure that you get all the in-swingers when the competition eventually begins in October. In case you are just joining us, this is a Signature Sports, reaching you live from the Signature Studio right here in Abuja. My name's to remain Franklin Imona, and I've got got Mr. Jeffrey Asi Obrigado in the building. All right, let's go on this short breather. When we return, Signature Sports continues. Don't go nowhere. Right, so welcome back. This is still Signature Sport, reaching you live from the Signature Studio right here in Abuja. And my name is Franklin Imuna, your sport host. Earlier, we were discussing about the coach that has been confirmed, talking about Coach Austin Eguavo for the Super Eagles, as well as Coach Justin Magudu over the Super Falcons. We did touch down at the Flying Eagles, knowing their opponent in the Wafu B Championship, talking about the China qualifying competition, and also we talked about cricket and the brouhaha between Ghana and Togo. Up next, we move to the foreign scene where it is not good news for Manchester City as their top defensive midfielder, talking about a Ballon d'Or nominee, Rodri, has been sidelined until the beginning of next season. Rodri picked up an injury when Manchester City played host to Arsenal in the match day 5 in the EPL, where they eventually played out a 2-2 draw. But Rodri couldn't finish the first half as he was substituted following his poor landing when he was tagged by Ghanaian Thomas Partey, and he picked up an ACL injury that will keep him until the end of the season. Obrigado. Big blow for Manchester City. Big blow for Rodri's quest to winning the Ballon d'Or.
Big blow, absolutely big blow. And an economical player, a player of that caliber, a player of that might. Rodri is the engine room of Manchester City. Rodri is the best CDM in the world. Like, I was really shocked, because for football lovers that really love the round leather game and the beautiful sport, Rodri is one of the players that has given so much joy for Manchester City as a whole. He has been pivotal in Manchester City dominance in the world and the world of football. And this is a big blow, because it's a plus for other teams, actually. Teams like, you know what, the team I don't want to call names, so that they will not implicate me. But
let's actually call those names.
We need to call names, actually.
With the ouster, or better say, with the with Rodri not going to play in the season, teams that will definitely benefit from Manchester City from that injury. Even though we heard that a certain Calvin Phillips will not be recalled from his loan move to Ipswich. Pep Guardiola said he's good to go. Don't you think that teams like Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea will benefit from the absence of Rodri? I will not call Manchester United.
Please don't call Arsenal. And when you want to call teams that are going to win the EPL, don't call Arsenal. You cannot.
Why?
No, you can't call teams that are.
Arsenal have been there twice.
They have the nearest syndrome. We call it nearest syndrome. You are close. You cannot win. Why are you calling them? You call teams like Chelsea. You call teams like Liverpool that are really having that mind, that egocentric nature. These are teams that are really, if they go for something, they go for it. I'm sorry to say for Arsenal fans, you know what I'm trying to say. But this season, it's going to be a plus for such teams, including Arsenal, actually. But I was just trying to just pull up their legs. You understand? They need to take the bull by the ability from their defense and the attacking flow from the attack. They are going to give Manchester City a run.
All right. Let's still stick with football in England. One player came out to say a couple of hours ago that his biggest regret in football was joining Arsenal. Brazilian Willian, who played for Chelsea, roads to Tottenham until Chelsea hijacked the courtesy of a certain Jose Mourinho, and then he left Chelsea in the twilight of his career and moved over to Arsenal. But he said, moving to Arsenal is my biggest regret. But why would Willian actually say that, even though he didn't play the best of football in Arsenal? Injury, poor form, and Arsenal as a club not being ambitious at that time. Could it be that that is the reason, or he had some, or he would have preferred a better playing time than when he was in Arsenal?
He left Chelsea when his footballing career is going to the low cadre. You understand? So he was looking for an escape route, to look for a club where he can be able to regain and rejuvenate his form. But well, Arsenal Football Club, as of that time, they are not ambitious. Even now, I can still say, oh, they are not ambitious because
you always have this way of throwing jabs at Arsenal.
I need to throw jabs.
Arsenal, they are doing well. I think what is missing with Arsenal is just the trophy.
You want to tell me it's just the trophy?
It is just the trophy.
Arsenal Football Club would have dominated this league for a long period of time. What is the problem? Why can't you know I love Arsenal. What's my honor? You call me Asi, you know what I'm talking about. I love this club, but because of the last 2 years, they have not been there winning this league at their own pecking order. You lost the league and you expect me to put you into that place? No, I can't put such club. You see the trophy and you just let it go to Man City. It's just becoming like a charade for Man City, because they know if Arsenal are at the top of the table, they can come at any time and win the league. So it's really provocating where you call Arsenal football. They need to hold the bull by the horns. They need to show me, prove to us.
One of these days, we'll have an extensive discussion on this Arsenal Football Club and what is actually wrong with them not winning the trophy. But come on, Williams, saying his biggest regret is joining Arsenal.
It's a psychological problem for Williams. You know, he had an off the field issue when he had a family issue in Brazil. So that was what got his form into a decline. So he's trying to rejuvenate his form, but moving to Arsenal, he wasn't given much opportunity, you understand, and much ambition to showcase his talent.
Injury
really
hampered
him a lot. Yes. So I don't know why he used that word. It's a mistake for him going to Arsenal. Because I really understand that that period, Arsenal Football Club, they really loved William. The fans loved William. So I really don't understand why William will say Arsenal Football Club hampered his career. No, I really don't know. But something is fishy and we don't know about it. Only God knows.
Only God knows. But we will also do our findings on as to why William will say one of the teams that played the best football in terms of pass and good play, talking about Arsenal, the tiki-taka, the professor kind of football under Arsene Wenger, and of course Mikel Arteta, he would say it is his biggest regret moving to Arsenal. All right, away from Willian and his issue, let's come back to Chelsea. Chelsea have declared Mikel Modric up for sale in January. Now you look at Chelsea's attack lineup, it is deadly. Permit me to say it is scary. You look at João Felix, you look at Jadon Sancho, Christopher Nkunku, we also have Nicholas Jackson, not forgetting Cole Palmer, the cold one, Noni Madueke, Kane Chukwuemeka, a whole lot of players. And Mikel Modric, he came to Chelsea with a big expectation, and so far, he has been a flop. And Chelsea have said they will sell him in January. Good move for Chelsea.
Why will Chelsea go and hijack Modric from Arsenal, moving to Arsenal?
Here we go again.
They play with him. They play with that boy psychologically because they know that Arsenal cannot go up on that transfer. Modric wanted to play for Arsenal Football Club.
Between Arsenal and Chelsea, which club would have been the best fit?
Arsenal Football Club. He had the passion going to Arsenal. Modric was on a high frequency when it comes to the young talent in Europe. Arsenal Football Club was the only setting and pecking order for Modric to sit and dominate Europe. But psychologically, I really don't know what, because it's a psychological problem.
Could it be psychological, or the money that Chelsea had to flaunt before Mikel Modric? Remember, he played his best football in Shakhtar Donetsk before making that move. And Chelsea came with money to which the young man couldn't offer. Shakhtar Donetsk in Ukraine, and at that time, of course, we knew what was going on, the civil war between Ukraine and Russia. And then the Todd Bowley's era. And then Chelsea, we are playing in Europe, and Arsenal, we are playing in Europe. But then he made the move to Chelsea, and now his form has been so deep that he needs to be sold.
A lot. I'm so worried about Modric. This is a phenomenal talent. This is a talent that are really great game. When you watch Modric with the speed of light, you enjoy football. I can really say that he was trying to compensate Shakhtar Donetsk for raising him up because he had the choice to move to Arsenal. But Shakhtar Donetsk, they asked for the money. They needed the money. The highest bidder win in such cases. So you just had just to say, okay, let me just give these people benefit of doubt because they've been there for me, you understand? And the war has really affected the European League and Shakhtar Donetsk. They needed the money. So let me just go to Chelsea. Moving to Chelsea, a lot of young talent. You know, Chelsea, in the last decade, they produced one of the best young talents in Europe. You understand? So I felt that this is not where his heart was moving to. It was Arsenal Football Club.
True.
And a young chap, you know what I'm talking? This is a young chap trying to start his career into another phase and coming into the EPL as rigorous as EPL. He needs a comfort zone, a place where he will have peace, serenity. So moving to Chelsea wasn't his choice. It was just because of the choice of just the money and just trying to please his former club. So psychologically, he's really suffering psychologically. I want something like where they can just send him on loan instead of selling him, place him on loan, just take him off the cadre, push him on loan out of all these clubs like Sporting Lisbon. He can be able to play there and rejuvenate his career. FC Porto can be able to play and rejuvenate his career so that he can be able to bring back.
For a player that was bought for over £100 million
It's not about
to
the
be
money.
sent on loan?
It's not about the money. It's about gaining back your money. Do you want to lose your money? Put Modric in the transfer market. How much would they buy him? You're talking about buying somebody £100 million and he's on a decline where he cannot be sold for even £10 million. This is what we are talking about.
Wow.
So you need to put him out on loan. Give him that benefit of doubt. Just loan him for at least 1 or 2 seasons. Then try to rejuvenate it. They are Dortmund. Dortmund is there. You have RB Leipzig. He will regain his form and come back to Chelsea and explode. So I just feel like selling him is just trying to dent more on him, putting him more in a psychological situation whereby you want to break him in a total space. So give him a benefit of that and push him out on loan. And after this loan period, he will come back and beat back that Modric we all saw in Shakhtar Donetsk.
I wish the Chelsea hierarchy can listen to you and decide to send him on loan. But for Chelsea, it is an outright sale for Mikhailo Modric. We wish him all the best in his endeavors, in his new career, or better still, in his new club, because it seems that he will no longer play football in Chelsea as his form as well as his position has been taken away. But talking about a coach that when asked if he would love to return, he said yes, why not? I would love to return to Manchester United. Former coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, when asked if he would love a return to the EPL and with Man United, he said, why not? Do you fancy Ole coming back to Man United to be their coach?
Yeah.
Because United, under Ole, played fantastic football. The only thing that eluded United was a trophy, to which they are currently getting from a certain Eric Ten Hag, even though it's a style of play and the money he has spent on players is nothing to go by.
£120 million for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as of that time would have rejuvenated Manchester United. I'm telling you, £120 million. The only problem Manchester United have, I don't know if this club is cost or something. I really don't understand because I don't know why you spend such money with this kind of coach without I just want to reserve a lot of words because this is a team I really fancy a lot. This is a team that I really want enough. Like I want them to come back into that level where they are supposed to be. Manchester United struggling. I will get back Ole Gunnar Solskjaer back to where he belongs. I'm telling you.
All right, let's go on a short break and of course lubricate our lips when we return. Signature Sports will be back on your screen. Don't touch the dial. We will surely be right back.
why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria? It has to do with the social contract, the failure on the part of government, to fulfill its own part. Okay, a situation where individuals or firms provide virtually everything they need that the government ought to have provided. Okay, things like power, for example. If you're a small business, you have to bother about power. You get a generator. Water. You provide your own water. You provide your own security. You at some point too, you have to also help to do the road to your office and so on. So when you look at all these things, it does not encourage people to voluntarily say they want to pay tax, because on the part of government, they also feel the government is slacking. Government is not meeting its own responsibility. So that is the failure of the social contract, that has been with us.
It is still Signature Sport on a Signature Television with me, Franklin Imona, and of course my super guest, Jeffrey Obrigado. And we have been discussing sports and everything in between. Back to the EPL, the biggest one will be going down this weekend, where Manchester United will test their might against Tottenham Hotspur. It is a Super Sunday, and Tottenham 10th on the log, and Manchester United comfortably sitting in the 11th position. Let's look at these two teams. Last season, it wasn't a good tale for Man United against Tottenham Hotspur. In their first game, they lost by 2-0. And United has been in not so good form in the EPL, though they haven't conceded in the last two games. They have won 1, drew 1, winning to Southampton, and then drawing to Crystal Palace. Do you see them getting all 3 points against Tottenham Hotspur this weekend?
I cannot advise anybody to play and bet on Manchester United.
Oh, for the bookers.
How can you put your money on Manchester United? This is another club that is on a charade, where you have a manager that doesn't know what he's doing. I don't like criticizing people, but when it comes to Manchester United, their manager needs to be whipped. I'm telling you, you need to take football seriously. You want to win a big trophy like Premier League, you need to be serious. And Manchester United are not on that space and pace. I'm telling you, for the match against Tottenham Hotspur is on a good run of form. Yesterday they won their games. Even with the red card, they still came out victorious in that game
against Karabakh, in the Europa Conference
definitely
League.
So it's a momentum. It's a big lift for Tottenham Hotspur, and I see them play Manchester United. Well, I really don't know where it's going to lie. Let's just keep it on a middle and single space. I can't put a bet on that.
Newcastle at the St. James's Park will welcome Manchester City. Early kickoff Saturday, and Arsenal will play Leicester City. Your take on these two games?
Newcastle and St. James's Park. Early kickoff is a dangerous fixture.
12:30 p.m.
Every early kickoff is very dangerous for the bookmakers. You know what I'm trying to talk about. Manchester City, I see fatigue in play. There are a lot of fatigue in play. Rodri is not there, and going to St. James's Park is one of the ground that is always difficult for Manchester City to win. I don't see Manchester City scaling through because of the fatigue level. You understand? But it's still Manchester City anyway. When you try to go against them,
they can always find a way to grind the result.
So that's just it. Definitely.
Liverpool, Arsenal, Leicester City.
Arsenal, Leicester City is a walkover for Arsenal. No, that's a walkover. You just go and sleep.
For our owner Wilfred Ndidi.
No, it's a walkover for
Jamie
Arsenal.
Vardy.
No, Arsenal on this level now. A walkover. Leicester City doesn't have that might to hold on Arsenal at the Emirates. It's a walkover for Arsenal.
All right. Let's look at a potential banana peel between Chelsea and Brighton and Hove Albion. That game will be going down by 3 p.m. Saturday at the London Stadium, home of Chelsea, Stamford Bridge. And Brighton and Hove Albion, they have been playing a good footballer so far this season. They are one of the 4 teams that haven't lost a game so far this season. Do you see Chelsea getting all 3 points against Brighton and Hove Albion? Remember, they had to put 5 goals in the net of Barrow over the weekend in the EFL, and in the last weekend they played out a 3-0 win against West Ham United.
Definitely. The last time Manchester United won is 5-something scoreline. They went into the weekend, they couldn't score a goal. You understand? So I think I don't want to wish that this is going to be the scenario for Chelsea. are playing a Jogo Bonito, fantastic football. The responsibility of keeping the ball and the shame of losing it. Chelsea Football Club against Brighton. Even if Brighton have a fantastic team and a fantastic young manager, they are trying to play into the EPL, and based on their kind of style of football and the structure they have put in place, Brighton football is going to give a big headache to Chelsea Football Club. But this Chelsea team now on a high wavelength, I see Chelsea taking the day.
Scoreline.
I can see Chelsea winning to a 2-1 or a 3-2.
But it won't be a clean sheet.
It can never be a clean sheet.
All right, let's move over now to Spain, where we hear that the fans that racially abused the Nigerians Samuel Chukwueze while he was still in the La Liga, we hear that that fan has been sentenced to 12 months in prison. The fan also, when an investigation was done, was found guilty of also racially abusing Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. No to racism. This is what we have. Good one for the Spanish FA.
They have improved. This is a call to the beck and call, because this is really, really fantastic. Not just giving fans just ordinary ban is just like a charade. Give them a good sentence like this and they cannot be able to repeat it again. This is a good call from the Spanish referee. And if you remember the last player, the player we have at Getafe, Uche, he complained about
Crisantos
complained about the officiating in Spanish La Liga. So a lot of things have been going down in that league. I really don't know, but it's a good call. For this one, it's a good call.
It is a good call. But one call that will not be good, I tell you, is the biggest one that will be going down this weekend in the Spanish La Liga. Action resumes in the league, and Real Madrid will travel to go play their arch rivals in the city of Madrid, Atletico Madrid. We hear that Kylian Mbappe will not be featuring in this one as he has been ruled out injured. But Julian Alvarez and Conor Gallagher, who opened their season with goals, will be in action against Real Madrid. Somebody said, you don't give a penalty to Real Madrid, they can win a game.
I think it's Barcelona fans. That's the only fans that can say that. Because when you see the success of Real Madrid, Barcelona fans try to banter. They try to take joy and take spoil out of it. Same thing with Madrid. When you see the success of Madrid fans, success of Barcelona, Madrid try to take spoil and banter. So it's going to be a tough game at away. Because, recently, Atletico Madrid has been quite difficult for Real Madrid.
Absolutely.
At the derby.
Very
and
true.
You understand, yesterday,
at the Wanda Metropolitano.
That's a beautiful stadium. One of the stadiums that I want to go by next year, by the grace of God. I really love to be in that stadium. That's a stadium of delight. And definitely that derby is going to be a cracker, because Julian Alvarez scored his first goal yesterday for Atletico Madrid, giving them the low goal win for them, giving it a boost for the weekend. And it's going to be a tough game. Kylian Mbappe not playing tomorrow this weekend is going to be a blessing for Vinicius Jr.
Oh, wow.
Because it has really, really give Vinicius Jr. a dip in a form, like much responsibility no longer there. So this is an avenue for Vinicius Jr. to explore more and be better and to give us the Ballon d'Or as of next week.
Absolutely. And then I will see Barcelona away to a certain Osasuna. That game will be going down this weekend. A win for Barcelona will also take them, or better still, increase their lead at the summit of the Spanish La Liga. And Real Madrid, they have been playing a catch-up to Barcelona. Barcelona actually very phenomenal this season. They have been able to put about 17 goals in the La Liga and considered just 4 goals so far, with Robert Lewandowski. Absolutely 23 goals they have scored in the La Liga and considered just 5. There is something Hansi Flick is doing with this team that we must give kudos for. Away to Osasuna, do you think they will drop their first point of the season?
The hunger that Barcelona carries, the young guns that they have, and the dynamite and the infuse of Hansi Flick. Hansi Flick is one of the managers that I really admire so much. He has the hunger and he knows how to understand the young players, integrate them with the older players. And Barcelona are really doing a very, very good job. Barcelona is going to tear Osasuna apart. I'm telling you, Barcelona this season, they want to really put up that record, because Real Madrid have not won back-to-back La Liga title in the past 10 years. Check for record purpose. They still want to instill that pain in Real Madrid. I feel that this is their season in the Spanish league, but when it comes to Europe, there are a lot of things to be done for Barcelona. But at the weekend, Barcelona is going to come out stronger against Osasuna.
Continue in the Italian Serie A, not forgetting the German Bundesliga, as well as the French Ligue 1. We will definitely keep you up to speed with all the games that will be going down this weekend. But before we jet out of football, the king of sport, let's talk about the Europa that went down yesterday. Though Manchester United played on Wednesday, to which they played out a 1-1 draw, but yesterday it was a good game for the likes of Tottenham, for the likes of Atletico Madrid, and of course other teams that pulled out wins yesterday.
That's fantastic, but please don't call Manchester United.
Apologies.
Manchester United. Why will you be calling teams that used to wreck us? They wreck us every now and then. When you
say wreck us, what do you mean?
I'm sorry to say this. A lot of people cried because of that match.
You mean the investors?
The investors.
Oh, wow.
Do you know how much a lot of people invested in that game? Manchester United will be playing FC20. It's a squad worth over 700 and something million pounds and a squad worth over 70 million pounds. Come to Old Trafford. No, come on now. Don't call Manchester United. It's a good one for Tottenham Hotspurs. That's a fantastic game yesterday. And it's really a good one for Atletico Bilbao going away to Roma to get a result, and it was really fantastic at the FC Frankfurt game. It was a thrilling game that they got like 6 goals in that game. That was really an absolute finesse. If you watch that game, it was really thrilling. I absolutely enjoyed that. And the other team that played, it was really a good one for Lazio Football Club. They won their game at away 3 goals to nil. It was I watched the game. Fikayo, I watched their highlights and I saw
scored and he assisted.
He's a fantastic player. He's a fantastic. That's the number 10 I was trying to talk about. That's what we need in our number 10. Give this guy an opportunity to express their talent in their particular role in play. It was really a fantastic game, and I was really impressed by Lazio Football Club.
All right, away from football now, let's move over now to the one that happened last weekend. But it seems that stories have been developing since Anthony Joshua lost that fight to the dynamic Daniel Dubois. And the biggest question in the lips of boxing fans all over the world is, what's next for Anthony Joshua? Should he call it quit, or should he continue boxing in order to redeem himself? But Anthony Joshua has come out to say that he will not give up boxing. Do you see this young man as fighting a fight in futility, or it is just one day, a bad day in the office, talking about Anthony Joshua, or it is high time the 34 years old call it quits in boxing?
He was fantastic. He has been fantastic. Let's just give kudos to whom honor is due. Anthony Joshua in the boxing and in the boxing realm, he has been there. He has been consistent. It's just recently, I think it's based on age or something, that made him go on a decline. But Dubious is really, really a brutal fighter. That guy is a mesmerized fighter. That was a massacre. That was a total annihilation. Like, I was really, really, I felt the blow when I was watching. I say, wow. I felt the punch. It was really a cracker. That was like...
He had to drag him to the 5th round. He knocked him in the 1st round, knocked him in the 3rd round, knocked him in the 4th round, but in the 5th round, it was a technical knockout.
It was really a messed up play. Like, that was like a volcanic eruption hitting Anthony Joshua. That was the fight that I really, really enjoyed by Dubious. But Anthony Joshua, well, for me, he just had to call a quits in this game. He has made enough money. He has won enough trophies and enough belts and medals. He has really, really proven himself when it comes to boxing federation. So he needs to just take a break, because the coming fighters that are coming out, they are brutal. They don't have mercy. I'm telling you, they show no mercy. What I saw in that Dubious game, man, that guy is a heck.
Okay, for Anthony Joshua, do you think he should continue, having lost all his major belts, or you think rather that he should go on a sabbatical, have a self-examination on his career, then come back better, or he should just keep going? Because the more you do not fight, the more rusty you become.
No, for me, for now, he needs to go on a sabbatical. Change a coach. If I am his team, just get a new coach. Change your tactics, change your style, because the same style I'm seeing for a long period of time. Change tactics, change style, then go on a break, retrain, rejuvenate, and rekindle your style, rekindle your chemistry, your moves and everything. Then come back and see if you can come back to take over the boxing federation. But for now, he needs to just take a break. No, he needs to take a break.
Take a break and take the back seat. One lady who has actually refused to take a break, but rather she did change her coach, is in the world of tennis, talking about Naomi Osaka. We hear that Naomi Osaka has now hired a former coach of Serena Williams to be her coach in the new season. Talking about Naomi Osaka, she split with Wima Fisetti in September, a coach that have helped her win 4 Grand Slam in a 6 competition. In the Italian Open, in the China Open, I beg your pardon, she defeated Italian Lucia Bronzetti by 6-3, 6-4. Courtesy of the new coach that she has in her corner. I think this would definitely keep her going. She said she doesn't want any regret moving forward. Hence, a change of coach is important for her.
She needed it. She needed it. This is a lady that have dominated the sport. Yeah, she has been consistent in these few years. So she needed a new coach so that she can be able to change her dynamics and other things. So it's a good one for you to go for a veteran coach.
Absolutely.
That have been in the game for a long period of time, so that it can rekindle her new strength, stamina, and a lot of and technical abilities and experience when it comes to tennis world. So it's a good one for Naomi Osaka.
And talking about tennis, let's let you know that Britain's #1 Jack Drapier has now moved into the round of 16 following his superlating win against Mafia Bellucci. Jack Drapier won 6-4, 6-2 to progress into the US Open semi-finals. Having defeated the likes of Bellucci in the quarterfinals, he actually won in the round of 16 with a superior match win with a 6-love, 6-1, 7-5 win. And it seems that it might have just been coming home, talking about the US Open to Britain following the retirement of a certain Andy Murray. Jack Drapier seems to be the only tennis player flying the flag of Great Britain and is doing it well.
Fantastic player, and it's really shocking that as Great Britain as a nation, they cannot be able to produce a lot of tennis players. You understand what I'm saying? Only Andy Murray has been there for a long period of time. This guy coming in now is going to be a boost to the younger generation, so that they can be able to produce more tennis players into the tennis world. So it's a good one for this player, and he's really a fantastic player.
Absolutely. For the record, Jack Drapier actually won Bellucci in the round of 16 in the Japan Open, but in the semi-finals, it was Yannick Sinner who defeated him in the semi-final, and that was his last win. That was his last defeat in the game of tennis, and ever since it has been an ascending for this younger tennis player. I wish we can go on and on, but unfortunately, time is against us. Obrigado. Always a pleasure when we talk sport. Perhaps we could do this again.
We would do this again often and often again.
Often and often. If you did enjoy today's package, come on, join us again on the show Sport Signature Sports as it makes a return in a bigger, better and a bumper of package. Until then, keep following us on all our social media and keep liking and sharing our comments on YouTube. We are on all social media until we come your way again. On behalf of Obrigado, Jeffrey and myself, we want to say we are done and we are gone. God bless. No stress. Adios.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Akwa Ibom's First Lady, Patience Umar Eno, is dead. Nigerian workers confirms receiving the new minimum wage from the federal government. Senate passes bill on establishment of Southwest Development Commission. And U.S. President Joe Biden and Democratic candidate Kamala Harris introduce policy to curb gun violence. Details in a moment. The Akwa Ibom State government has announced the death of Mrs. Patience Umoeno, wife of the governor of the state, following an illness. The State Commissioner for Information, Ini Ememobong, who made the announcement in a statement he issued in the early hours of Friday, said the governor's wife died on Thursday in a hospital in the presence of her family members. He said further details will be provided in due course, while expressing the appreciation of Governor Umoeno to those who stood by the family in this period. He said the family submits to the will of the Almighty and asks for the prayers and support of kind-hearted individuals during this difficult time. Some federal government workers have confirmed receiving the new national minimum wage this September. The spokesperson of Nigeria Labour Congress, Benson Upa, and the deputy president of the Trade Union Congress, Tomi Etim, disclosed this in a separate statement in Abuja. Reacting to the new minimum wage payments commencement, UPA asks establishments in the country to emulate the example set by the federal government. Etim, on his part, observed that since the consequential adjustments were already released, the templates made available, no one has any moral grounds to delay the payment of the new minimum wage. Some of the federal workers confirmed that they received an additional 40,000 naira to their previous salary as consequential adjustments, which is an indication that over 1.2 million workers under the federal government's pay have begun to receive the new minimum wage. The chairman of the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, Ebo Nta, had earlier confirmed that the government has approved the upward review of the Consolidated Public Service Salary Structure in line with the Minimum Wage Amendment Act 2024. The federal government has suspended 2 officers at the Kirikiri Medium Custodial Center in Lagos. The officers were suspended following a voice note shared by Martins Ose, popularly known as Very Dark Man, in which Idris Okoneye, known as Bobrisky, claimed that after his conviction and sentencing for abuse of the Naira notes in April, his godfather, in collaboration with the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, arranged for him to serve his 6-month sentence in a private apartment. Those suspended, according to a memo on Thursday, which was signed by the Secretary of the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Services Board, Jafaru Ahmed, are the Deputy Comptroller of Corrections in charge of Medium Security Custodial Center, Kirikiri, Lagos State, Michael Anugwa, and Deputy Comptroller of Corrections in charge of MSCC Kirikiri, Lagos State, Sikiru Adekunle. According to the memo, an officer serving at the MSCC in Afikpo, Ebonyi State, Obule Obinna, was suspended for accompanying an inmate out of the facility. Another senior officer of the service serving at the Kuje MSCC, Iloafonsi Ikechukwu, was equally suspended for allegedly receiving money on behalf of an inmate. Ahmed, however, said their suspension was to allow proper investigation into the allegations against them. In the same development, the House of Representatives has called for an investigation into the controversy surrounding the detention of Idris Okuneye, popularly known as Bobrisky. Honorable Patrick Umar, representing Ikotekbene Essien Odim Obot Akara Federal Constituency on Thursday, moved the motion on the need to investigate the disturbing allegations of corruption against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and the Nigerian Correctional Service in order to save Nigeria from public ridicule.
Arise to move a motion on the urgent need to investigate the disturbing allegation of corruption against the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Nigerian Correction Service to save Nigeria from ridicule. The House notes the disturbing and widely circulated publication emanating from Martins Vincent Otse, also known as Very Dark Man, against critical Nigerian law enforcement institutions, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and Nigerian Correctional Service. The House also notes the publication alleges that the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, dropped money laundering charges against Idris Okuneye, also known as Bobrisky, upon collection of the sum of 15 million naira. This House further notes that the publication alleges that the Idris Okuneye, upon conviction for abuse and defacing of the naira by the court, did not serve his time at the Nigeria Correctional Service, but was lodged outside the confines of the service. Disturbed about the damning allegations against Nigerian critical law enforcement agencies of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Nigerian Correctional Service, established by these hallowed chambers to fight correction and incarceration persons convicted of crime for correctional purposes, respectively, worried about the negative image and portrayal of Nigeria as a corrupt nation and Nigeria's struggle to redeem itself from such perception, this House resolves to urge the House to set up an ad hoc committee comprising of persons of unquestionable integrity to immediately probe the allegation and report to the House within 3 legislative weeks. I so move.
Supporting the motion, Honorable Olumide Oshoba, representing Abeokuta North Obafemi Owode, Odeda Federal Constituency, proposed an amendment that the House Committee on Financial Crimes and that the reformatory institutions should carry out the investigation.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment goes thus, that the committees on financial crimes, the committees on reformatory institutions join and investigate this matter. There should be a joint committee on financial crimes and reformatory institutions.
The motion was adopted as amended and referred to the House Committee on Financial Crimes as well as that of reformatory institutions for further actions.
Reformatory institutions.
Those in support of this. Those in support of this motion as amended should say aye.
Aye.
Those against should say nay. That is it. This motion is referred to the committees on financial crimes and which other one? Reformatory institutions for further legislative action.
The Senate on Thursday passed a bill seeking to establish the Southwest Development Commission following the adoption of the report of the Committee on Special Duties presented by the Chairman Kaka Shehu from Borno State. Shehu, in his presentation, said the bill was designed to drive the social economic development of Southwest through the commission like other development-driven commissions established on zonal basis. The commission, he said, will receive funds from the Federation accounts, donations from the development partners, among others, to address infrastructural deficits and tackle ecological problems in the region.
That the intent and purpose of the bill are well structured and strategically streamlined for the socio-economic development of the Southwest geopolitical zone of this country. And 3, that the establishment of the commission will bring the federal government closer to the southwest states as well as meet the yearning and aspirations of the people. Recommendation. The committee, having considered the proposed bill and taking into account the relevance of the Southwest Development Commission, the committee resolved that the southwestern geopolitical zone of this country should have one, and accordingly recommends that the Senate do consider and pass the Southwest Development Commission Establishment Bill SB 102. That the intent and
Deputy President of Senate Barao Jibril, who presided over plenary after the passage, commended the committee for processing the bill, which he said would address the infrastructural and ecological challenges in the Southwest. He said that President Bola Tinubu has assented to similar bills passed for zonal developments, driving interventions, and will surely assent to the latest one.
That will, when passed into law, will help to really deal with the challenges being faced by the southwestern part of this country, infrastructure challenges, ecological challenges, and so on and so forth, and will help to put that region in the best place to have an environment that will be conducive for the people in that region, and it will, once that region is well developed, it also affects the entire nation, because whatever is done positively to any part of Nigeria is something that is done to the entire country. We thank Mr. President for his foresight by giving assent to similar bills, which is something that goes in tandem with his disposition of making sure that the entire country is well developed. That will, when passed.
Similarly, the upper legislative body also approved the appointment of Mrs. Olukemi Victoria Iyotan as one of the commissioners in the National Population Commission (NPC) representing Ondo State. The confirmation of the appointment followed the consideration of the recommendation made to that effect by its Committee on National Identity Card and National Population, Abdul Ningi.
That the committee sat, perused through the credential of the nominee, and we had the cause to also write to the DSS, the Nigerian police, to actually confirm there was no query or petition against the nominee. We look at her credentials, her places of work, and we are really satisfied that she has passed the standard to be a commissioner in Ondo State. That
Senators approved the recommendation of the committee when it was put to voice votes by Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barao Jibril.
Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mrs. Olukemi Victoria Iyotan, representing Ondo State, for appointment as a commissioner for the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mrs. Iyotan will now join other commissioners and the chairman of the NPC to work towards giving the country an acceptable census. The Senate has passed for second reading a bill to establish the Nigerian Mines Rangers Service, NMRS, to combat illegal and artisanal mining in Nigeria. This followed the presentation of the general principles of the bill by the sponsor, Senator Mohammed Onao, at plenary on Thursday. Presenting the general principles of the bill, Onao said the proposed NMRS, when established, would be saddled with the responsibilities of safeguarding mining operations, enforcement of mining environmental and safety regulations. He said that the agency would also promote sustainable mining practices in Nigeria. According to him, the proposed Mine Rangers Service, as specialized security outfits, would, among others, curb illegal mining across the country, rescue trapped miners, provide emergency medical care, investigate mining accidents, and enforce compliance with mining regulations. Lawmakers who contributed to debate for the bill described the proposed Mine Rangers Service as a veritable outfit to protect and securing the mining sites across the country. Senator Orji Uzokalu said the proposed security outfits would help stop the yearly loss of $18.9 billion by Nigeria to illegal mining. The Deputy President of the Senate, Barao Jibril, who presided over plenary, described the bill as apt, giving the needed protection, regulations and enforcement in the mining sector. The House of Representatives has urged the federal government to direct the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited (NNPCL) to allow independent marketers lift fuel from Dangote refineries. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance by a member representing ENUGU, Kolokoma Opokuma Federal Constituency of Bayelsa, Oboku Ofoji, during plenary on Thursday. The lawmaker said that allowing the NNPCL and major marketers to lift fuel from the refinery to the exclusion of independent marketers was not good enough. He said that representatives of independent marketers under the aegis of IPMAN had expressed fear that members may be forced to resort to fuel imports to sustain their businesses. According to him, Nigeria is now driving towards energy self-sufficiency, cost savings, and foreign exchange savings, meeting the increasing demand for fuel and attracting foreign capital investment. President Bola Tinubu has reappointed Beatrice Chinoko as the Director General of the Center for Management Development, CMD. The Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Bagudu, made this known in a letter dated August 28th. The appointment is for a final term of 4 years. Former President Muhammadu Buhari confirmed the appointment of Chinoko as substantive DG of CMD in April of 2020. The Southeast Zonal Coordinator of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Martins Iluyomade, has urged business owners and medical practitioners to assist the agency in curbing the circulation of substandard drugs in the region. Iluyomade made the call during the agency's sensitization campaign on substandard and falsified medicines in ENUGU. He emphasized the importance of raising awareness against fake and substandard products given Nigeria's current economic climate. The NAFDAC boss, while highlighting the dangers of fake products to the body, urged the public to remain cautious about the products they consume.
Many of these things is because of ignorance. And so we decided to organize this program to enlighten, to educate, to do sensitization for people, especially people that are dealing with the medicines, stakeholders, opinion leaders, to bring them to the point to remember that these things are still with us and they are very dangerous, and that we can go ahead and send the message across to everywhere. And this thing will be held all over the country. And then this one is held now for Southeast Zone, and Enugu is taking as one. This is actually to sensitize people to the ills, the dangers of using of falsified and substandard medicines. And so many other people are also coming in to partner with NAFDAC to make sure that this message is driven home to everybody.
Some participants at the events emphasized the importance of the awareness campaign.
Message to stakeholders that they should partner in progress. They should join hands with us. It's not a NAFDAC problem. As substandard and falsified products is a problem to this country. So they should join hands with us. They should be able to communicate with their patients and send the message. They should be able to communicate well with the patients and tell them on how to identify some of all these products. To look out for the batch number, expiring date, name and addresses of the manufacturer, and spelling errors, and so on and so forth. Like somebody mentioned there that how a product with NAFDAC number, if it's registered. We have already explained there that NAFDAC will not register a product and say it's NAFDAC number, but NAFDAC reg number. So those are some spelling errors. These people we fail to look out for when they are producing this fake product. So a product that has gone through NAFDAC registration will have all these things in place. So we are telling them to take on the message to us in their communities and everything. Even the royal fathers, we want them to enlighten their communities and tell their people. The people selling drugs there, the pharmacies, the patent and what have you, to enlighten, tell them, don't sell such products. If you are caught selling products like that in our locality, it will not be well with you. By engaging the royal fathers, we expect that people, the community will listen to them more. So that's why they are here with us and the other various stakeholders.
Sensitization is good. It's really good because it has, we are made to understand things we have not known before. NAFDAC has now showed us that it's not just that a product is written NAFDAC. That does not mean it is a genuine registered NAFDAC, NAFDAC products. But we have to look for some certain things like NAFDAC registration number to make sure to be sure that it is a registered product. It has passed through NAFDAC and is registered by NAFDAC.
Message to stakeholders that they should partner.
Highlights of the sensitization was a drama presentation on the negative impact of fake products. Similarly, the state coordinator of NAFDAC in Plateau, Mohammed Muazi, urged members of the public to ensure that they purchase medicines from certified pharmacies and patent medicine vendors and report any medicine purchased without the NAFDAC certification. Muazi also called on members of the public to ensure that the medicines purchased had the NAFDAC registration number, date of manufacture and expiration, manufacturer's name, full location address, and batch number. The Federal Road Safety Corps (FRSC) has unveiled a robust strategy to reduce road traffic crashes during the Ember months and beyond across the country. Speaking at the maiden town hall meeting organized by the FCT Sector Command on Thursday in Abuja, the Corps Marshal Malam Shehu Mohammed emphasized the need for collective efforts to ensure road safety. Mohammed, who was represented by the Assistant Corps Marshal in charge of operations, Hyginus Omeje, said that the essence of the gathering was to address pressing issues that affected everyone across the nation. He said that the responsibility for creating safer roads lied with every individual, noting that strategic partnership was also needed to complement the efforts of the Corps. He said that the partnership was necessary to ensure each and every individual takes responsibility for their action on the road. The Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees, NUGU, has urged the implementation committee set up by the federal government to hasten the process of submission of the framework for the implementation of the local government autonomy. The president of NUGU, Ambali Olatunji, said this in a communique issued at the end of its National Executive Council meeting on Thursday in Abuja. Olatunji said that it was imperative that the committee hastens the process to ensure the smooth running of the local government administration. The union leader appealed to the federal government to immediately take steps towards ensuring the conduct of free, fair, and credible elections across all local governments in Nigeria. The union also called for urgent review of the 2014 local government scheme of service to strengthen the functionality and equity for local government workers. Still to come, court remands Osun Monarch and 4 others. Federal High Court adjourns EEDC 5 billion naira suit against Southeast electricity consumers. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. An Osun State High Court sitting in Ede has remanded a traditional ruler, Elegbedi of Egbedi in Osun State, Oba Muideen Aziz, and 4 other defendants in the Ile-Ife Custodial Center who were remanded following their inability to perfect the bail condition granted by the court. The monarch and the other defendants, Akibu Abioye, Yisa Akolapo, Rashidi Ayodiran, and Sarafadeen Abioye, were the other defendants standing trial alongside the monarch before the court on a 29-count charge for alleged arson and malicious damage of a farm in Iloba town. Justice Kudirat Kano, at the resumed proceedings, granted the bail application of the defendants in the sum of 5 million naira with 2 sureties each, who must be a level 16 civil servant with the landed properties within the court's jurisdiction, and another person must be a Part 2 monarch. Defendants were, however, unable to meet the conditions, and the vehicle of the correctional center was observed during or driving them out of the court's premises around 2:10 p.m. The 5 defendants had been arraigned on June 27, 2024 on 29 counts of arson, destruction of farmland, illegal possession of firearms, and robbery. A federal high court sitting in Enugu on Thursday adjourned a 5 billion naira suit by the ENUGU Electricity Distribution Company EEDC against the Southeast Electricity Consumers Association SECA to November 27th. EEDC had dragged SECA to courts for allegedly interfering in its activities in the Southeast by inciting electricity consumers against payment of outrageous and estimated billing system and other anti-people activities of the company in the region. The defendants in the case were the leaders of SECA and the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. When the matter was called up for hearing, the counsel to EEDC, Okudele Abo, pleaded with the courts for more time to respond to some papers served on his client by the defendants. Counsel to the defendants, Ejike Ezenwa, SAN, who said that he was ready for the case, conceded to the plea for adjournment to allow the plaintiff file his reply. After listening to both sides, the presiding judge, Justice M.G. Omar, adjourned the case to November 27th for hearing. Addressing newsmen on why his client chose to sue SECA, Abo said that the EEDC wanted the courts to determine whether any other organization had the right to perform regulatory functions outside NERC. Also speaking to newsmen, the chairman of SECA, Reverend Okechukwu Obioha, said the EEDC took the group to courts for enlightening the other electricity consumers on their rights and obligations concerning electricity supply. A court sitting in Ilorin on Thursday sentenced 5 men charged with the offer bank robbery incidents to death by hanging. The courts convicted Ayoda Akinubosun, Aziz Salahuddin, Niyi Ogudiran, Ibekunle Ogunleye, and Adeola Abraham after they were found guilty of conspiracy, armed robbery, culpable homicide, and illegal possession of firearms. Delivering the judgment, Justice Halima Hatsaliman held that the 5 defendants caused the deaths of people, including a police officer and civilians, during the armed robbery in Offa on April 2018, which is punishable by death. Earlier, the lead prosecuting counsel and senior advocate of Nigeria, Rotimi Jacob, said that the prosecution was able to prove its case beyond reasonable doubts and that the judgment was done accordingly. Jacob said that the 6 years spent on the case was worth it, as evidence clearly showed that the convicts were involved in the robbery and killings. The lead defense counsel, Nathaniel Emeribe, represented by Abdullahi Jimba, said that the judgment was not surprising considering the evidence presented in court, saying it had been envisaged that it would end that way. The prime suspect, a police Abubakar, further lamented that the internally displaced persons, IDPs, are left to roam the streets without care, which is making it possible for some unscrupulous elements to take advantage of them, especially the young women, girl child, and the children who have been deprived of education and decent livelihood. The coordinator emphasized the need for the Zamfara state governments to collect the data of persons who have been displaced from their communities and also the abandoned families to enable it to properly address the plights. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State on Thursday in Ibadan charged Nigerians to give their best to the country if they wanted to see a better nation. Makinde gave the charge during the Independence Day walk held in commemoration of Nigeria's independence. The walk is one of the activities lined up to celebrate the country's 64th Independence Day. Makinde, who was represented at the events by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo, urged Nigerians to make efforts within their capacity towards the country's goals. He further charged Nigerians to continue praying for Nigeria and seek the good of the country in spite of ongoing challenges. Makinde expressed optimism that Nigeria would get better, urging Nigerians to pray for divine wisdom and guidance for their leaders in taking the right decisions which would make the country great. The Minister of the Federal Government of 35,000 Naira wage award areas and the non-implementation of the templates of the outstanding entitlements of teachers as agreed in 2022. The union said that the FCT minister had earlier intervened and promised to pay 40% of the outstanding 25 months minimum wage arrears. As part of the resolution for suspending the strike in January 2024, the 6 area councils were expected to pay the remaining 60% of the minimum wage arrears. The Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children's Education says no fewer than 30 million Almajiri and 20 million out-of-school children are roaming about and in need of attention. Dr. Mohammed Idris disclosed this on Thursday at the inauguration of an 8-man committee to reform the Almajiri education in Abuja. Idris said that the children needed a sense of belonging and direction and tasked the committee to bring the various Almajiri groups under one umbrella in such a way that responsible scholars would emerge amongst them. He also tasked the committee to unify all Almajiri schools associations in the country to streamline interaction and foster effective collaboration. Idris assured that 60% of the Almajiri children would be integrated into the Sagaya education system before the end of the administration. Delta government says it will build roads and bridges to link every community with the state capital as part of the efforts to develop the state. The Commissioner for Works, Rural and Riverine Roads, Charles ENUGU, said this at the flag-off of the construction of 2.7 kilometers Isele Azaba Otulu Road in Aniocha North local government area. ENUGU said that the Governor, Sheriff Oboreveri, was determined to develop all parts of the state in line with his administration's visions for the state. The Commissioner also disclosed that the Oboreveri-led administration was mobilizing contractors to ensure they worked with the necessary speed to avoid price fluctuations. ENUGU said the contractors had been giving 30% of the contract sum, adding that he was expected to deliver the project within 12 months. The Jigawa state government has announced plans to establish compressed natural gas (CNG) conversion centers in the 27 local government areas of the state. The state governor Umar Namadi, who announced this at the inauguration of a petrol filling station in Dutse, said the CNG centers would be established in partnership with a private company. Namadi said that the establishment of the CNG stations would reduce fuel costs by 60% and provide a significant relief for residents of the state. He said the investment initiative aligned with his administration's 12-point agenda aimed at job creation and economic development. The governor urged the company to explore the Jigawa Invests platform for more insights on the policies of the state government, which he said is committed to ensuring that the right things are done for the people. Managing Director of the company, Ibrahim Yusuf, said the organization is interested in boosting investment in the state and assured that the company should or would train 100 youths as technicians in each of the 27 local government areas of the state. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has pledged $600,000 support for the victims of the devastating flood in Borno State and other health sector initiatives. The Vice President Kashim Shettima announced the donation when he held a meeting with the officials of the foundation led by the President of the Global Development Program, Dr. Christopher Elias, on the sidelines of the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. The foundation also pledged an additional $5 million in grants for Lagos Business School and partners to develop the agricultural economics of industrial cassava. Shettima reaffirmed the commitments of the Nigerian government to place health, nutrition, and agricultural development at the forefront of the nation's national agenda, and the government's dedication to integrity and effective leadership in tackling those issues. The Vice President pointed out that there was an urgency in securing locations for maize production under the Telemaize program and promised swift action on import permits for certified seeds. Earlier, Elias said that the foundation was deeply worried about the severe flooding in Borno State and committed to supporting Nigeria in times of crisis. Meanwhile, Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission (ANSEC) says it will not use the bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) for the local government elections on September 28, stressing that it is not reliable. The commissioner in charge of information and logistics at ANSEC, Anthony Nanlue, made the disclosure at a sensitization program organized by the International Peace and Civil Responsibility Center (IPCRC) in Awka. Nanlue said the commission would deploy manual accreditation, which he said is more reliable, claiming that BVAS has distorted the electoral process in Nigeria and made elections results to be tampered with. The commissioner also assured of early arrival of election materials as the era of delayed arrival of materials was over in the state, and that non-sensitive materials were already on the way to the local government councils and 5,720 ad hoc staff trained and ready for the elections. It disclosed that elections will not be held in Nnewi South, Orumba South, and Idemili South, and that voters from those areas will be voting at their council headquarters in order not to put the lives of officers and voters at risk. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has advised banks to comply with regulatory requirements, especially on Bank Verification Number, BVN. According to the NDIC, the aim is to ensure prompt payment of insured deposits to depositors in the events of bank closure. The Comptroller, ENUGU Zonal Office of the NDIC, Pamela Roberts, said this at the 2024 workshop organized for Financial Correspondents Association of Nigeria in Lagos. She said the development was one factor that had delayed the payment of insured deposits to depositors of defunct banks by NDIC. Roberts, while presenting a lecture titled Effective Bank Closure, the NDIC's Experience and Current Innovations, urged the banks to properly document information of depositors in their banks. She disclosed a failing bank as one that had difficulty in meeting obligations of its depositors and other creditors, as well as one that persistently suffers liquidity deficiencies. The Comptroller listed some challenges of the cooperation in bank closure to include unfriendly bank staff, aggrieved hostile depositors and creditors, volume of work, and inadequate resources. For the first 7 months in 2024, the economy will still suffers from the recent increase in cashless transactions by 84%. More of this on our business news.
Cashless transactions in Nigeria have increased by 84% to reach 572 trillion naira in the first 7 months of 2024. Instant transfers account for most of this growth, with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) reporting an 86% increase. However, point-of-sale (POS) transactions, once boosted by the Central Bank of Nigeria's Naira redesign policy, have seen an 8% decline. Despite this, experts predict that cashless payments will reach new heights by the end of the year as Nigeria continues to move towards an efficient electronic payment infrastructure driven by mobile technology. In the second quarter of 2024, retirees under Nigeria's Contributory Pension Scheme (CPS) invested 798.58 billion naira in life annuities, according to the National Pension Commission (PENCOM). This marks a 20% increase from the 665.13 billion naira invested during the same period in 2023. The retirees, also known as annuitants, now receive steady monthly or quarterly payments through their life annuity investments. PENCOM also noted that Nigerian states remitted over 236.7 billion naira into the pension fund between 2020 and 2024, further securing retirement plans for many citizens. In Europe, the German economy continues to show signs of slowing down. According to the IFO Institute, business confidence fell for the fourth consecutive month in September, hinting at potential recession. IFO President Clemens Fuers noted that the downturn appears to be structural, driven by increasing energy costs and ongoing global uncertainties. Fuers also calls for reforms in Germany's economic infrastructure, suggesting that a reallocation of public funds from consumption to investment will be necessary to sustain growth in the long term. In global energy news, Russian President Vladimir Putin confirmed that Russia will continue its cooperation with OPEC in fulfilling energy supply obligations. Speaking at the Russian Energy Week Forum, Putin reassured global markets that Moscow remains committed to stable energy exports. Housing agencies across China are seeing an increase in potential home buyers after the government announced sweeping changes to home buying policies on Tuesday, September 24, 2024. Pan Gongsheng, governor of China's central bank, the People's Bank of China, PBOC, unveiled reforms aimed at reducing costs for home buyers and offering incentives for purchasing a second property. One of the most notable changes includes a reduction in mortgage rates for existing loans, averaging a 0.5 percentage point drop, aligning these new rates with newly issued loans. The minimum down payment for second homes has been cut from 25% to 15%, standardizing requirements across the country. This move is expected to benefit 50 million households, reducing interest expenses by approximately 150 billion yuan or over 21 billion US dollars. As a result, housing markets in cities like Beijing and Shenzhen have been flooded with inquiries. Wall Street opened on a high note on Thursday, September 26, with S&P 500 reaching a new record. This comes after Micron Technology's optimistic forecast fueled excitement around artificial intelligence stocks, while a softer-than-expected jobless claims reported added to the positive sentiment. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 108.7 points, that's a 0.47% at the open, to 42,113.42. The S&P 500 rose 40.0 points, that's 0.70% at the open, to 5,762.22, while the Nasdaq Composite rose 245.1 points, that's 1.36 points, to 18,327.34 at the opening bell. At the close of the trading session on Thursday, September 26th on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 344.36 million shares were traded in 9,005 deals, amounting to a market value of 6.61 billion naira. Compared to the previous trading session, the trade showed a 43% drop in trade volume, a 47% decline in turnover, and a 7% reduction in the number of deals. The current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange stands at 56.6 trillion naira. 120 listed equities participated in the trading. Among these, 28 stocks recorded gains, while 27 saw losses. FTN Cocoa Processors led the gainers with a 9.82% price increase, closing at 1 naira 79 kobo per share. Other top gainers included Ella Lakes at 9.8%, Deep Capital Management and Trust at 9.78%, and Regency Alliance Insurance at 8.62%. On the losing side, Caverton Offshore Support Group recorded the biggest drop with a 9.73% price decrease, closing at 2 naira 97 kobo per share. Cadbury Nigeria followed closely with a 9.39% loss. Associated Bus Company fell by 8.73%, and McNichols shared 7.89%. In terms of volume, United Bank for Africa led the trading activity with 29.2 million shares traded, followed by Access Holdings with 27 million shares, Honeywell Flour Mill with 25.5 million shares, and Sterling Bank with 25.3 million shares. The NGX All-Share Index dropped by 463.86 points, representing a 0.47% decline to close at 98,523.56. And that's the news on Signature Business Morning. I am Tom Cinema Natus.
Still to come, Biden announces $8 billion in military aid for Ukraine. Russian attack on southern town of Izmail kills 3 and leaves 11 injured. Season more after the break. So stay with us. United States President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris unveiled a new executive order on Thursday targeting gun violence. Gun violence has been a contentious issue in the campaign trail between Republican Donald Trump and Harris.
And it is a false choice to suggest you are either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away. I am in favor of the Second Amendment, and I believe we need to reinstate the assault weapons ban. And pass universal background checks, safe storage laws, and red flag laws.
Biden's order combats increasing threats from 3D printed and converted firearms and improves schools' active shooter drills, and sets up a new federal task force to assess the threats posed by machine gun conversion devices, which enable handguns or other semi-automatic firearms to match or exceed the rate of fire of many military machine guns.
Well, today I'm proud to announce a new executive order. That's going to do two additional things. First, the executive order will establish a new federal task force on emerging firearm threats. But folks, the law also invests over $1 billion, the largest one-time ever investment ever in seeking to deal with mental health issues in our school. There's so much more we have to do. I think it's time to reinstate the assault weapons ban and high capacity. And I've been fighting for this. I'm going to continue after I leave this office. End immunity for the gun industry. End it, end it, end it.
U.S. President Joe Biden announced more than $8 billion in military assistance for Ukraine on Thursday to help Kyiv repel Russian invaders, using a visit by President Volodymyr Zelensky to make a major commitment. The aid includes the first shipment of a precision-guided glide bomb called the Joint Standoff Weapon, with a range of up to 81 miles. The medium-range missile gave Ukraine a major upgrades to the weapons it is using to strike Russian forces, allowing the Ukrainians to do it at safer distances. He said the U.S. would continue to help Ukraine strengthen its position on the battlefield, and that he had directed the Pentagon to allocate all remaining security funding by the end of his term in January.
Well, today I'm proud to announce a new executive order. That's going to do two additional things. First, the executive order will establish a new federal task force on emerging firearm threats. But folks, the law also invests over $1 billion, the largest one-time ever investment ever in seeking to deal with mental health issues in our school. There's so much more we have to do. I think it's time to reinstate the assault weapons ban and high capacity. And I've been fighting for this. I'm going to continue after I leave this office. End immunity for the gun industry. End it, end it, end it.
Zelensky thanks Biden for his support and said it was important to secure Ukraine's future in the European Union and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
We deeply appreciate that Ukraine and America have stood side by side from the very first moments of this terrible Russian invasion. Your determination is incredibly important for us to prevail. Yesterday we had, as you said, we had a G7 plus meeting on Ukraine's reconstruction with more than 30 countries participating, and it was a truly helpful format. We must restore normal life, and we greatly value your leadership, Mr. President. We also have 26 bilateral security agreements with partners based on the G7 Security Declaration. We have a strong security agreement with the United States, and we are grateful for it, and we will fully implement it. And it's very important that we share the same vision for Ukraine's security future in the EU and NATO, and Ukraine is doing the unprecedented number of reforms on this path. Today we have a new support package, $7.9 billion. This will be a great help, and I raised with President Biden the plan of victory. Today we are preparing to discuss the details to strengthen the plan, coordinate our positions, views, and approaches. Our teams will work together to ensure the implementation of our future steps. And today in the morning, I've met with both Senate and the House, and thank you for the unwavering bipartisan support, and to all American people. Together, we have to win, and we will win.
Zelensky has long sought NATO membership, but the allies have stopped short of taking that step. A Russian drone attack on the southern town of Izmail killed 3 people and injured 14, including 3 children, Odessa regional prosecutor said on Friday. The regional governor, Ole Kepa, on the Telegram messaging app said that the large-scale terror attack in the early hours of Friday caused several fires besides damaging homes. Overnight, Russian missiles attack on the central city of Dnipro also damaged an industrial facility and caused a fire. Dnipropetrovsk regional governor Serhiy Lieska said on Telegram. Drone and shelling attacks on the region damaged infrastructure, Liesak said, adding that no casualties had been reported in the attacks. The Ukrainian Air Force said it shot down 24 out of 32 drones during Russia's overnight attack on Telegram. One of the drones entered the Romanian airspace, it said. Russian forces also used 1 ballistic and 2 cruise missiles during the attack, the Air Force added. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin hosted his Equatorial Guinea counterpart Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo for talks in Moscow on Thursday. The presidents met in the Kremlin after visiting the Russian Energy Week event, the annual Moscow Energy Conference attended by international oil and gas executives. Russia and the Equatorial Guinea are both members of the Organization of Gas Producers, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, GECF, and the OPEC Plus group. And elsewhere, Israeli air defenses intercepted multiple rockets over the northern city of Haifa on Friday morning with sirens sounding across the city. The interceptions were visible in the sky just after 8:30 a.m. local time, with the resulting smoke clouds visible over 30 kilometers away in Nahiriya. Israel has vowed to secure its north and return thousands of citizens who have evacuated since Lebanon-based Hezbollah launched a campaign of cross-border strikes last year in solidarity with Palestinian militants fighting in Gaza. Hezbollah has fired hundreds of missiles at the target in Israel, including its commercial hub Tel Aviv, although Israel's aerial defense system has ensured the damage was or has been limited. Israel rejected global calls on Thursday for a ceasefire with the Iran-backed Hezbollah movement defying its biggest ally, the United States, and pressing ahead with strikes that have killed hundreds in Lebanon and heightened fears of an all-out regional war. And as the news is out, many thanks for watching. Stay with us. This is Signature Television.
for you. Yeah, so many things have been going on, you know, since yesterday till today. So we're going to gist you about it. On our first story, popular Nigerian singer and recorder producer Tekno has denied the reports that he collapsed while performing on stage. On Tuesday, reports claimed that Tekno, who is currently on his music tour, collapsed during a live performance in South Africa. In a viral video on the internet, some able-bodied men were seen carrying a singer who collapsed. This led to some social media outlets and some media outlets as well to spread the false information that Tekno was involved in a health crisis. Mr. Easy, who is a close friend to Tekno, wrote on X, formerly known as Twitter, that Tekno is actually in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, not South Africa. This update provided relief to concerned fans. Finally, reacting on his Instagram page, Tekno said he is hale and hearty, and he also added that he is not in South Africa. Yeah, I can't believe that somebody can just be in their own house, like staying.
And rumors will just
It's absurd, I think that's just the celebrity lifestyle. Like,
so just get whatever he Why would they even say he collapsed? Are you wishing him to collapse?
And I'm sure you guys saw the video. It doesn't look like Tekno. Is it because Tekno is slim now?
The truth is this. I actually heard that the person that collapsed is rapper Prezzo. And it happened in Kenya. So there's no resemblance.
Not South Africa.
Do you get? So there's no resemblance of Kenya and South Africa. So, and it's not like the guy looks like Tekno.
Wow. So some people are just trying to create
one story like that, one stunt like that, and boom.
Oh, wow. Wow. Hey, we are so happy that Tekno is fine.
And
like,
his
regardless,
friend, Mr. Easy, came up and told them that, bro, this guy is in South Africa.
That tweet from Mr. Easy just like really calmed everything down. Like, okay, no, it's fine.
Who is even the person that came up with this story?
I don't know.
They should look for that person because it's a false alarm, I mean.
Yes, got a lot of fans worried. Tekno, we are happy that you are good. And the picture that he posted on his IG showed
at least he came early to like take everything down and
you know, which we are really happy for. Yeah.
All right, so our next story today, Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck tied the knot in July 2022, which we all know, and the actress filed for a divorce in August 2024. Lopez filed for dissolution of their 2-year marriage in Los Angeles on August 20th, 2024. Sources said that Lopez listed April 26, 2024 as the date of separation in her petition. Though she did not specify any prenuptial agreement, the date that the divorce was filed coincided with the anniversary of their Georgia set wedding ceremony in 2022. After they first eloped in Las Vegas, the divorce filing confirms long-lasting rumor of trouble between the couple. Reports of their separation became public when it was revealed they had been living apart. Lopez had cancelled their tour and they had put their home up for sale. Lopez and Affleck first met in 2002 on the set of their movie Giggle, which was released the following year. At the time, Lopez was married to her second husband, Chris Jude. After divorcing Jude in 2003, Lopez and Affleck's relationship became public. Both of them had previously been married to other people over the years. Affleck is 52, married Jennifer Garner, with whom he shared 3 children in 2005. They divorced in 2018. Lopez had been married 3 times before trying to not with Affleck. She was briefly married to Ujani Noah from 1997 to 1998 and to Chris Jude from 2001 to 2003. She had singer Mark Anthony wed in 2004. Now, wow. And we were married for a decade. She had 14-year-old twins. She then started dating former baseball player Alex Rodriguez in 2017. But the couple called off their engagement in 2021.
Oh my goodness.
Now, wow.
this, don't tell me this is the life of a celebrity.
I don't
know. From one marriage to another. And they looked so happy together. So what could have happened? Like people were saying that okay, they were divorced. Like I'm sorry, they were separated before the final divorce. That they were separated. That she even sold their house and everything. But I'm wondering, like, 2 years,
The 5th
2 years, just 2 years
of marriage, and this is the 5th husband. Madam, I think we should check up on you. Is everything okay at home? It's because I don't get it. Why jumping from one marriage to the other?
I don't really understand it. I think these days people just
do whatever they like.
Exactly,
going to marriage
like,
and I thought they said
I love you, let's get
till
married.
death do us part.
Every man with his own opinion, every man with his own food, what he likes.
Honestly, I don't know, but it doesn't speak well though.
Yeah.
I mean, so many of us are looking up to Jennifer Lopez. Although there are reasons to divorce.
Yes.
But then again,
yeah,
baby, it's the 5th man. I mean,
who knows what will happen next in the story? Let's
you get maybe next day we'll hear that she's married.
Let's keep watching. Let me watch it. Who knows what will happen next? You know the stories. No one could stand up to twins, so I did. Ruthie of Baby Nigeria. Ruth Ekpan of the Flourish pair, who was evicted on Sunday, August 18, 2024, has revealed that during her stay in the house, the twins, Wani and Handy, were never challenged, so she had to stand up to them. In an interview with Pulse Nigeria, Ruth described the house as being populated by fake people and pointed out that Wani and Handy were major instigators in the conflict she had. Ruthie also maintained that most of what she said during the fight was true. The twin pair and Ruthie were notorious for heated conflicts in the house. This was evident in Wani and Handy's unusual farewell message. Ruthie said that she had anticipated such behavior and criticized them as classless.
Ouch.
Wow. She also said that contrary to what people may think, she had been very mindful of how her actions would impact her partner's stay in the house. Oh my goodness.
You know, I actually saw a video on TikTok concerning that fight.
Okay.
And honestly speaking,
I think that video went viral. Yeah,
it's
everywhere.
viral.
It was everywhere.
Do you get? And to think of it that this argument happened before the eviction. All right. She let me put it like this. She said what she said. Like in that argument, she spoke as if she knew these people from little. Like she knows everything about them. She kept saying, "Don't allow me to expose you guys here, or don't allow me to say the things that people." Did you get my point? She said a lot of. I don't want to go in details of what she said.
Yeah,
but
especially in that interview with Pulse. Like she was just like, okay, people don't want to stand up to these guys. So it's what I have to do. It's what I have to do. But people were also of the opinion that she should have considered her partner. But she said in the interview that she does consider her partner. And she looked at the actions, but at the same time,
I told you before that they are pairs. If one person misbehaves, the both of them leaves the house.
Why they say no lose guard?
Exactly.
No lose guard.
Exactly. For me, Wani and Handy are vibes in the house. All right.
Okay.
I enjoy their vibes. I enjoy their chills. And you know, one of the housemates said they are rude because now she's coming up to say most people cannot stand up to them. Stand up to them as what? I don't understand. Are they God that you cannot tell them, oh please, this thing you're doing, I really don't like it? Do you get?
Who knows? Who knows? We're not in the house, so we don't know what she was feeling. So in such a situation, you feel like everyone's point is valid, like everyone's opinion is valid.
I really don't. I didn't watch the beginning of the fight though. I don't know what must have caused that big misunderstanding.
I am the opinion that to some extent, like if we look at things normally, the way conflicts happen, they can't just have no say in it. Like, I mean, Wani and Handy, they can't just have no fault. I mean, no fault in it. There has to be, she can't just come out there and just be shouting that, okay, these twins, and with the fact that they've been having fights in the house. So I feel like there has to be something there. There has to be something.
And for the fact that she knows them from Adams, even before they came to the house. All right, up to the next story. Selena Gomez has sparked fresh speculation about her engagement to Benny Blanco. by following a wedding planning agency on social media. See, you are blushing because his wedding. Okay, amid ongoing rumors that Benny has proposed, Selena recently started following CMG weddings and events on TikTok. One of Selena's fans noticed the only mothers in the building star was following the whole story at CMG earlier this week. And now there's a whole bunch of TikTok clips speculating Selena and BB are engaged. Rumors have been swirling for weeks now, ever since Selena posted a mirror selfie with Benny covering up her ring finger with a pink heart emoji. Why, baby? With only 73 accounts followed on TikTok and a substantial 58.2 million followers, Selena's decision to follow CMG weddings and events stands out as intriguing.
Yeah.
Whether or not there is an engagement in the works, it's clear that Selena is thinking about wedding. Why not? Why did you even cover the ring? Why did you cover it?
I think it's just to give us a bit of suspense.
Yes.
Suspense. Because like now, for me, it's the fan that found out for me.
Not
you
she
can't
telling
spy.
her.
No, like how are you able to take out time to know the person she's
following?
Even though if you look at it, it's just 17 followers, but still, how did you know?
So you open and you were scrolling and scrolling like. But it's a cute thing, I mean. It's a cute thing that there's a wedding bell ringing, and she has it in her heart that
when it finally happens, I feel like we'd see it, we'd know. When it happens, we'd see, we'd know. You understand? Like such a wedding cannot pass us by now.
We can't wait. Bring it on.
Yes, bring it on. So, and that's all the news for today. Stay tuned. We still have wonderful things for you. Yeah, mind-blowing things. We have an interview coming up, and trust me, you will enjoy it. So, stay tuned. Let's go on a break.
Entertainment show on Signature TV. We have an interesting guest today. He's an Afro solo music artist. This guest has tease and composure. When you see him, he looks so mindful, so cutesy, so demure. All right. Welcome to the studio, Chukwuebuka Miracle Orlando.
Yeah, hi everyone.
It's so lovely to have you in the studio today.
Thank you.
You're looking good.
Thank you so much.
Yes, like she said, very cutesy.
Very demure.
No, I'm working on the beers.
Yeah. All right. So you graduated as a human physiology student.
Yeah, medical human physiology.
Okay, medical human physiology student. Yeah. So how did you find yourself into music?
Music has been, I would say, has been part of the blood. It's a gene you get. My mom is actually a choir mistress, and my dad is a choir master. You get. So you can see where I get it from. Like, it day for blood, it day body.
Yeah.
You know the lie. So, but I didn't actually go into music fully while I was in school.
Okay.
Because of the stress. You can't merge a medical course and music. You go fail.
Sure.
You will fail because you have to read. And so you see, when I graduated, that was when I started music. That was when I even had my first single. Yeah. So.
Okay, tell us about your genre of music, Afro soul. I want to believe that it's a combination of Afrobeats and soul.
Yeah. Something
so
like that.
Tell us how you blend both, like Afrobeats as itself and soul music, another genre of music. So how do you blend them together to give us Afro soul?
In the sense that, you know, when you sing from your heart, yeah, it's more like saying something emotional. You sing music based on what you're feeling at that point in time. You feel me? So most artists will just go into the studio and, you know, just vibe. You get that kind of thing, just vibe. But personally, I make music based on what I'm feeling at that point in time.
Okay.
You get based on. So if based on I'm a Nigerian, definitely we based on Afro music. We own Afro music.
Yeah.
You get. So but when I put in my emotions, I don't make it so fast. I make it a calm music. So when you listen to it, you can feel what I felt at that point in time when recording the song.
Yeah.
So that's how I came up with Afro Soul.
So that means Afro soul has to do with the emotional aspect.
Yes.
It's both the sad part,
and
the love
happy
part.
parts, yeah.
The
love part, exactly.
Emphasis on the love part.
Emphasis on the love part. The love will show you shaggy, actually. Love will deal with you, but at the same time, you just have to learn from it and move on. Don't let it change who you are. Just keep pushing.
I'm sure so many people are wondering what this Afro soul sounds like. So we have a clip from Orlando's songs, and you know what it does is music career and all. So let's watch the clip. It seems like the clip is not yet ready. Okay.
Okay, it's ready.
Come make I show you how much I care. Oh no no no, I'ma don't mind waiting then talk. And if you give them chance, they go want to tear us apart. Oh no no no, give me that thing that go make me go low. You don't drive me, oh no. And when it's up now, you call I go follow. Give me that thing that go make me go low. You don't drive me, oh no. And when it's up now, you call I go follow. Carry your matter from my head, oh. And when he tell me, I'ma to God me, I go rest, oh no. Carry your matter from my head, oh.
So, this particular music now, Because it's inside the studio, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Was it done after you recorded?
Yeah. That particular clip was like a direct record from like the raw, unedited parts of the song. That was that particular clip right there.
So what is it about?
Yes,
this your kind of music?
You mean?
Because people need to, when I mention Afro soul music, it sounds too show, no jokes. But like they're like, what do you mean by Afro soul? What actually makes it significant as it is?
Let's say, for example, the artist Brimo, he makes use of, or he's also into Afro soul. If you listen to most of his music, it's calm.
Yeah, that's true.
So
yeah,
so I just feel like that's why it's being called Afro soul, because of the calmness it brings while listening to it. While you listening to Afro soul, you don't want to dance. You just want to listen
nodding
to
your head.
Yes, you just want to vibe and be like, this guy is making sense in these lyrics. Like,
it's true, so it's not every time you want to best. Yeah, sometimes you want to just calm vibes,
chills,
that kind of thing. Yeah, that kind of thing. This song actually was inspired by a breakup.
Why you running faster than your shadow? I wanted to ask you what
it depends on what I'm feeling at that point in time. You get? So if I'm feeling down and I walk into the studio, but it's yet to be released, so I can't really disclose it yet.
How were you able to blend your Afro soul?
Disclose it yet.
How were you able to blend your Afro soul and the one you featured in is Afro beat, right? Afro pop.
It's a pure Afrobeat song.
And you know Afro soul is calm.
Yes.
Your genre of music.
Yeah.
How were you able to blend in?
Now I said I have to adapt to the fact that I'm seeing myself in a kind of situation where if I should bring in Afro soul, I'll kill the vibe of the music and people won't like it. But in order to do that, in order not to kill the vibe of the music, I had to bring up a relatable matter, as I said, and put it in that music and make it more vibeable and relatable. Something that people do, because it was more like a club vibe kind of song. And I know that a lot of people do a lot of things in the club. So I have to just bring up something that is relatable in the club and put it in that song. Yeah, based on I was featured, so I don't have to like kill the vibe of the person. In order to maintain my own kind of music, I just had to adapt to this kind of song.
This thing you're saying now about having to adapt with a different style, it really made me think about the fact that you create music based on your emotion, how you feel. So the days you are feeling like, the days that you're very hyper, energetic, and everything is just like, yes, let's go, let's do this. So does it also impact in your music? Do you also see like beats in
it? When when I go into the studio and maybe my producer will be like, I get one mad beat what I get for you, but it's kind of a party vibe. If I'm feeling the party vibe, I'll be like, oh yeah, now let's work on it.
Are you sure you will not be deviating from Afro soul?
No, I think that's why it's Afro soul, right?
There's Afro there. That Afro is still there as Nigeria, so definitely you can move around it. I cannot move from Afro to R&B.
True.
So but then if I'm Afro soul means that I still have that Afro part of me, that Afro part of the beat in it. So I just have to bring out that Afro part and keep the soul for a main time. But then when I want to do my thing, then I bring up the soul.
Who inspired you to go into Afro soul music?
You mean the artist?
Yes.
Want to know your influences?
Personally, I would say Oxlade. Have you heard his vocals? I would say Oxlade. I would say Divers. Divers. Those two people have been, people I watch and I would be like, these people has lyrics, these people has vocals, these people have meaning. Most of their song has meaning. They don't just sing because they want to sing. they sing because it's their passion. You get, so those are the people that have inspired me so far in my music journey. Yeah.
Okay. So, and in this music journey, what challenges would you say you faced so far, and have you been able to overcome them?
The number one challenge everybody face is capital.
I know.
It's capital. Capital is the number one, because most people feel like once you just record a song and that's it. No, you have to work on the promotion, and promoting song is not beans. Like it's not you. Most of these things that you say, okay, your song will just blow. Yes, your song will just blow, but at the same time, you have to have an influence of somebody that would at least help you push that music. And in order to do that, you have to pay them, because most people don't do free these days.
Who does free?
So capital is more like the number one. And how do we like cope? We just say God's grace is something you really want to do. So you have to, like, even if it's your last card, you gotta just put down for there, maybe push them, because you don't know how lucky you can get. You know, maybe one top artist will just see it and repost it, and there you go, you are blown with time. You get, so that's it.
Have you faced any critics in any of your music at all? Maybe you sang one song now, maybe you were down, depressed.
So
went to the studio.
So far, I haven't faced any critics. Aside from my friends teasing me, you get. They'll be like, guy, you too, they love, calm down. Not the love. Love is not good for the health.
So that means all your song is now heartbreak.
Not really heartbreak, but just based on love. Just based on love. Not really heartbreak. Most of my covers, I prefer doing covers of love song. It's just my kind of thing. You get. You can call me a lover boy.
Exactly. I was about to say that.
You can call me a lover boy. So that's just it. So far, nothing aside from that. Nothing aside, because I've not really dropped most of my songs. I just released only one. The rest are yet to be released.
The one is That Matter, right?
Yeah, The Matter you just heard. That's the only single I've dropped so far.
This year?
Yeah, last year. That was last year. That song was dropped November 2023. Yeah.
So have you had any live performance so far, like at events?
Yeah.
Talk us through that experience.
The experience was actually tense at first. My first performance was after I graduated from my school. Yeah. So nobody knew I made music, but they knew I sing. They know I sing. But they never had this idea that, okay, you have actually recorded a song. Yeah. So when I posted and people saw it and they were like, guy, you did sing? They were surprised. So a party came up and they called me and was like, Alpha Orlando, I go like when you perform. I accepted because it was at least a step forward for my music career. But when I climbed that stage at first, the
anxiety.
Looking at everybody expecting you to deliver. But based on I've been into the music world not only by performing, but normal playing of instruments, going for our normal church shows and everything. So I overcame the anxiety quite easily. And then I performed, and surprisingly, they loved it, and everybody was cheering up. I was like, so now like this, they feel to be.
Love matter. People go oblige now.
It was actually fun. It was actually fun performing for the first time. But since then, I've had other shows in schools such as Ibariam, Oka. I was to perform in a show in ENUGU here, but one thing happened, and I didn't perform. But that's fine.
So can you talk us through your upcoming project? Because I know you have so many songs that you've not released.
Yeah, my upcoming project is kind of personal. The whole song is based on my personal life experience. Not really love. My personal life experience, including love, including how hard things become and how I grew up and everything. That's my next project. So it's taking a lot of time because you don't just say life at once. You take time, and one step at a time, producing something, and it's actually magical My producer is actually working. My producer I'm talking about is actually my elder brother. So, so he's known as Orlando Keys, and he's really good at what he does. So he takes his time. He even advised me on how to put in some certain lyrics.
Yeah.
And everything. When you work with a producer that don't give you insights on how to work, you find it difficult to
work with them.
Yes. But he's the kind of person that would give you insights, tell you, okay, if you do it this way, it will be more better than when you do it this way. So the project is, I would say, is 20% ready. We still have 80% to go.
Okay, you just started.
Yes, yes, it's 20% ready. We still have 80% to go, but it's going to be fire. I hope so, boys. With what I've done so far, I just feel it's going to be massive.
Yeah.
Say that's massive, baby.
Have you ever seen yourself, pictured yourself singing with Oxlade?
I've pictured myself in O2 Arena.
Wow.
So, you know, that moment where you're alone and you just play one song and you hold your remote in
Looking at
the
remote.
when you close your eyes, like, the moment I close my eyes, I just see myself in O2 Arena singing and everybody's just screaming. Yeah, I've actually pictured myself with a lot of artists, Oxlade, Denver's, Davido, and I've actually imagined. But I hope imagination comes to pass. Yeah, we hard work though. It will. I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope so.
That's true.
So we have some games that we would love to play with you.
I swear.
So don't worry, they are not difficult.
It's very
games.
simple.
Simple things.
Okay. Hit me.
Okay, so I'll be starting with videos. Yes, I'll be starting with videos.
I go for you, no worry.
Why you have some faith?
Have some faith. Have some faith in the Afro soul spirit.
Afro soul no reach for everything. Hit me.
Okay, so what has to be broken before you can use it?
What have to be broken
First,
before you can use it? Nothing is coming to my head right now. I would say the heart have to be broken before you can use it. Yes, heart.
So how would you now use the heart?
If they break your heart, now that time you could find different superpowers where you know say you get them. Yes, now.
To revenge.
He has spoken like an Afro soul artist.
Think about it.
You're wrong though, you know that.
So tell me, what's the answer?
Egg.
Sharp. Sharp.
Okay, let me ask you another one. What has teeth but can't bite?
Wow. What has teeth and can't bite? A mosquito no get it. Mosquito they bite now. I don't know. I'm not really good at riddles.
Take a quick guess.
What?
Maybe you should give me hints.
No.
Fish. Fish.
No, like you feel lamb.
But fish gets it and you know they bite now.
You don't put your hands inside your mouth.
Yes, now don't pour and you know they bite.
And it was alive. And it was alive.
Now that one.
The answer is comb.
Is that a teeth?
Yes.
It has teeth now. Like
that's not teeth now. Comb no gets it.
It doesn't get it. You want to justify your failure.
Okay.
Since he's finding it so hard with the videos, let's give him social media abbreviations. You might be able to get that one right.
Let's try.
Let's try. Okay, TBA. TBA.
TBA.
Yes.
TBH.
TBA. A. Letter A. Apple.
I don't know that one. I know that TBH. I know.
What's TBH?
To be honest.
That was very simple.
So what's TBA?
To be announced.
To be announced. Who makes use of TBA? Who they make use of TBA?
Then they use some more.
I've not heard that one before.
Okay, let me give you another one. DIY.
DIY. DIY.
Yes, very simple something.
Yeah.
Okay. This one, people they use them.
They never use them for me.
But then
they use them, but they never use them for me. DIY. Do your information.
How? I don't say DIY. I say DIY.
Okay, DIY.
Yes.
I don't know.
Ah, God, this guy. Do it yourself.
So when you see DIY videos, what do you think?
Did they still have DIY video?
Wow.
The fact you actually answered the question.
I'm not more of a social media person.
Really?
Aside from just posting my content and
You don't scroll through.
It didn't look like
Twitter.
It didn't look like
no,
it.
I don't scroll through
Scrolling
Twitter.
through that
It's
page,
more
I saw a lot of pictures, a lot of
Twitter,
videos.
I'm sorry, it's more of TikTok.
But they do.
They know it's POV 90 days for TikTok.
What's POV?
What's
Point
POV?
of view.
Okay, what is JSYK?
Just so you know.
Okay, what about TTYL?
TTYL. Today you go love. Till today you go.
This guy like love.
He like love, Sha.
I don't know that one.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
So babe never used TTYL for you.
If you use I go block you at jail. Why would you want to stress me?
Wow.
Oh Jesus Christ. Okay, let me give you spell these words backward.
Okay.
You be medical student. You sabi,
Yes,
now you sabi book.
Spelling for medical.
You supposed to be a
But
normal.
now they cram heavy words, big words.
No, we know the
yeah.
grammar. It's not by. It's by. I must not say everything.
Okay,
Give
spell
him
the
the
word rats backward.
Rats. T-A-R.
Rats.
Is it
Plural.
Raf? Okay. S-T-A-R.
Pronounce it. When you spell, you pronounce.
S-T-A-R. Star.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a star.
Yes.
You know these things.
Okay, spell life backward.
Life. E-F-I-L.
Live. Like to go live.
Okay, like to go live.
Yes.
E-V-I-L. That's evil.
Now for here where you sabi book.
They suppose they give me a collie that
Should we go back to the riddles?
No,
yes,
go back to the riddles.
Remind him
Let's forget about the riddles. Let's
okay, one more word.
Okay.
Spell the word draw backward.
Like to draw something.
Yes.
Okay. That'll be W-A-R-D. That's word.
Okay, you need high five this time around.
This is amazing.
I swear. Do you have any word for you?
No, you don't have any. I should not have any word for. She looks like somebody that will give me something difficult. Yes, I did fear I'm low-key.
Okay.
Can you just share with us, like, before you leave, because time is already going.
Alright.
But before you leave, share with us your, like, in your music journey so far. What are you most excited about?
Yeah, okay. So far, whenever I'm about to release a new song, I get excited, and at the same time, you get a little bit scared. Yeah. What you're scared is that you don't know if it will get the audience you are expecting. You know that moment when you do something, you know that, yeah, this thing is good, like you're feeling it, like you be like, I just drop a hit. You know, get everything person want to tell me. The excitement at that particular point in time when you're about to release it, and also the thought of what if it doesn't go as far as you want it. When you combine that excitement and fear, it gives you something unique. Yeah, that's what I always look forward to anytime I want to drop a project. That's excitement and fear combined together. Yeah, so that's it so far.
So it has really been wonderful having you here.
Yeah,
busy.
we had so much fun
Pleasure
with
is
you.
mine, actually.
Yes. Thank you for introducing us into the Afro Soul music.
Yeah,
I think many of us were not really like conversant with that kind of genre.
No, maybe we know, but we don't know it's actually called Afro Soul.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I would say that.
Because I love listening to Oxlade, I must say.
Yeah. You're welcome. They say we learn every day. So I'm actually honored to be here. You know, your signature TV is actually very, very, very welcoming. And yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in today. Don't forget that we are on every Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. So set an alarm or something. Yes, you can't miss entertaining gist like this. Yes, you can't. So stay tuned and do well to follow us on our social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. Stay updated with us. Stay updated and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Yes, I'm still yours, Layomi Adeyemi, and I wasn't alone. I was with
your baby girl, Queen Mokunta.
So yeah, take care of yourself. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
What we are doing in Nigeria is a lot of people are taking risks. And in business, yes, they say, don't fear, take risks so that you grow. But you don't see the risks there and you jump into it. So you have been told to take risks. It's when it is unimaginable. You don't imagine it. You don't foresee it. But these days, I pity people who are doing any type of business in Nigeria. Is it, if you rely on energy, I think in one of the stations I was privileged to appear, one of the broadcast media, I was, the MD was, we were discussing informally. He was telling me, he said, Louis, to run this business is no longer for. What is he spends on diesel alone on weekly basis, on weekly basis, can pay his staff, all of them. So imagine that kind of, what kind of business are you running? Are you running a charity home? Apart from the issue of technology, energy, that government agents, you see somebody, a woman who is selling mango, fruits, they will come, you see another person standing, a man, once it is 10, Madam will take go, that's Madam, bring money. What for? Some of them are agents of government. Some of them are friends of government, touts, used in the election. So they can look elsewhere. Security operatives will look elsewhere when you are undermining somebody's interest. So I wonder, when people do business, it's like, in Nigeria today, it's like, well, we have come out, we have started, there's nothing we can do.
The system is so worst because the situation on ground is unbearable for the common man. If you move around now, you look at people are stranded. The cost of transportation between just yesterday and today has skyrocketed over 100% to 150%. So, and it's making things very difficult because the economy is already harsh, and with the increase in pump price, it's making things very difficult for people to move around. If the price of fuel is affordable, the driver will not have choice. If one person even want to try and maybe take advantage of other Nigerians, there will be some other people that have the interest of the common man at heart, and they will just do what? They will carry the vehicle at the reduced price, that they will still make gains to take home and to take care of themselves also.
From all the way from Mandala to here is 1,500 naira. And even when we are going back now, the same price they will tell you. Early morning, every morning, I come out in Dankogi, Zuba, to enter motor to come to Bega. Each car you stop, they will be calling 15, 12, 13. And before I will be able to get the one that will take me down here, it will make me to come to my market late. So I really need government to know what to do about this issue of fuel, because I believe by the time the fuel is down, the price is down, every other things will be down, and so things are very, very difficult and hard for us. Many people are dying because of hunger.
The cost of transportation in Nigeria is worrisome. In fact, it's very, very worrisome because as it is right now, daily the cost of transportation is rising, and the places we used to go before without, with our car, we can, in fact, we have dropped our private car, joining the private public transport, and yet it's not still convenient for us. So it's very worrisome.
It's not nice because we've been coming 1,000 naira from Buhari to Bega. Today is 1,500. So suddenly 500 naira increase. And I think if government should do something, at least take it back in a normal range that everybody can afford to come, because I know that there is much people in there that wanted to come here and do something, but because of the transport, they could not. So please, I am coming in here every day. I have to reduce my coming in here, because if I can come here 5 days in a week, now I'm supposed to reschedule it 2 days in a week.
the price of from here now to that place is 1,500. So you see everywhere the bus of people are just there hanging out, and the price of things is very high. And even price of commodity to buy things, not to talk of transportation, everything is now high in Nigeria. So we don't even know what to do. But now I'm not seeing any light though, because what is happening now is that the situation is getting more critical, and we don't even know what will be the next thing.
The prices of things have gone up. From here to Madela now is 400 naira in the government bus, but private buses are 1,500, 2,000 and the rest of the things. Prices of bread have gone up. You go to Buka and eat night has gone up. So everything is going up every day, and we don't know what to do. The government policy is skewed. It favors the rich rather than the poor man. The middleman is deteriorating, going down every day. The poorer one are becoming more poorer than everything. See, everybody's begging now. I begged somebody money to come to this place this morning, and I don't have money to go back. So even you journalists can give me money, so I will even accept it so that I can go back to my house.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be reintroduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening, because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 17 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees. has increased. Our school fees has increased.
TGIF, thank God it's Friday. Good morning, everyone, and welcome as usual to Signature Morning on Signature Television. How are you all doing? Seriously, this is the weekend. I'm super excited because weekend thing, you know, used to have a special vibe, but okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, you know how we do it this morning, bringing you hands-on news and newspaper headlines, review, and everything you need to know about what's happening in and around you today. My name is Belinda Ngobodo.
All right, my name is Charles. I really don't know what vibes she's talking about, because if you talk about vibes, you're talking about spending monies. The weekend is upon us.
You don't need money in every vibe.
Oh, really?
That's one problem with you guys. You mustn't need money. Happiness is the key. Money is not everything.
But sometimes money makes you happy.
Spend the money, but you can actually take yourself out, you know, stroll around, get fresh air, you know, have this free breeze and all of that. Think, you just meditate, you know, just. You can even cook in your house and take it out and, you know, just take care of yourself, you know.
Apparently, even taking yourself out has become more expensive. You know, an average taking out these days, if you're not having up to 20,000 naira at least, you are probably spending below par. And imagine if you're going with someone. Imagine if you're going with an individual, or maybe you're going with a pair. Maybe a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a husband or a wife. You are not going to look at anything less than 30,000 or 40,000 naira. And so it's expensive to even step out. Staying at home these days is even expensive, more expensive I've seen, because again, you have to pay for power. To stay at home. You also have to cook your food. Food is expensive, so everything, you know, is just high up there. But I hope that things get better. People, you know, begin to earn as much as they work. At least we've had NYSC right now receiving more than 70,000 naira minimum wage. They are now 77,000. It's a good thing for most of them. That's one.
We are waiting for it, actually. They are waiting to be
No,
paid.
it's actually, the government actually backtracked it. It's going to be from July. So for those
July,
who are not, from July,
yeah.
you know, two months shy now. So it's with immediate effect, so to speak. So for those who have not received that amount, maybe you probably may be looking for an augmentation, you know, from the one that was not paid since July.
You know, today is World Tourism Day. I had to cut you in there because I know you're going to ask me. We didn't hear anything about today. Today is World Tourism Day. And I think the first time I met you, you just came back from
South
a tour.
Africa.
So how was it, you know, just being a tourist, you know, going around where you've never been before and all of that?
Yes, I mean, it's a beautiful country, South Africa. I mean, landscape in South Africa is breathtaking. It's one of the finest countries in Africa if you want to talk about landscapes. Cape Town, Johannesburg, Soweto, just beautiful environments. They are using that landscape to make monies for the country. It is one of the countries people go into. In fact, do you know that Johannesburg is one of the most, not one of the, is the most visited city on the African continent?
Africa.
No, Johannesburg.
Wow. In the whole Africa.
In the whole of Africa is the most visited city. And that's because of how fantastic the place is. There's several places you could go and take pictures, look at their sites. I mean, the Mandela Museum, is one of the best places to be at. It just reminds you of how Mandela struggled during the apartheid period, and of course Desmond Tutu and the likes. I mean, there are several places. So I'm thinking that Nigeria has even better places than South Africa, but we're not using that. I mean, look at the Tinapa story. I mean, up until 2015, we still had people all boisterous about going to Tinapa, going to Calabar, for the Calabar Carnival that happens every single year in December. But I don't think that buzz is still there. And that's because of how we have mismanaged it over the years. And I think that tourism, we have several places, even in ENUGU, where we are located, there are several places that can be developed. I really don't know the extent of the mandates given to the Commissioner for Tourism here in ENUGU, but I believe that sometimes some of these tours can be organized even by the government to go and visit some of these places, the home of this world. Do you know there are places that water just drops from rocks, and you really don't know where the water is coming from. Like, it still exists, and there's nothing to document it. And we have people who are in positions who are supposed to be managing these places and bringing it to fore for people from around the world to come in and see what we actually have here, but we're not doing that.
Do you think Enugu State is kind of a tourist place?
It is if we decide as a people to make it a tourist place. Frankly speaking, it is. It has several. In fact, the last time I checked, there are 10 different places in Enugu State that are tourism attractive locations that we can basically earn monies every month from if we decide to develop those places. And that's all about developing the place and being strategic in making those places work, and let the government invest in more in that sector, because there's so much that we're losing. Beyond the Enugu being a hub for digital technology and a hub for music and movies,
exactly.
But I mean, we can tap into that sector that has really gone moribund.
Okay, a lot to talk about. You see how we started off this Friday, and we'll be, of course, we have someone in the studio already, Chiagorum. I hope I get that right. Emmanuel.
Is that his surname or his grandfather's name?
You're welcome, Emmanuel.
How do you do?
Good to have you this morning.
Yeah, thank you for having me this morning.
All right, so we'll just go through some of the headlines that we've been following on the dailies this morning. Let's see on the Nigerian Tribune this morning. If we have that, oil and gas industry owes federal government $6 billion and 66 billion naira, NATI reports. That's according to the NATI's report. Bobrisky, federal government suspends senior prison officials. That's one of the trending stories on the dailies this morning. Still on the Nigerian Tribune, Oyo records 130 suspected cases of cholera in 6 local government areas. That's on page 4. Rates of migration affecting health sector. Obasanjo laments. Well, it's just crazy. Tinubu reappoints Chinoko CMD DG. What Southwest Development Commission will achieve. This is coming from the senators. Senate passes bill, awaits reps concurrence. That's on page 23 of the Nigerian Tribune. Federal government to toll Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, second Niger Bridge, and others. Edo, INEC presents certificates of return to Ekpebolo and deputy. With the rider, I will serve to my people. Governor-elects, that's on page 8. Court sentences 5 to deaths by hanging 6 years after of a bank robbery. That's all on the Nigerian Tribune. We're moving over to the Punch newspaper. On the Punch newspaper this morning, 70,000 naira minimum wage. Federal government begins payment. Federal government begins payment. Salaries rise to 4 trillion naira. With the rider, 1,236,824 federal workers to earn 334.95 billion naira monthly. NLC, TUC, Lord, federal government. 21 children killed in Kenyan school fire buried. Bobrisky, reps, commence probe, prison controllers suspended. Kwara hails death sentence for 5 of her bank robbers. Afenifere demands restructuring as Senate OK Southwest Development Commission. All right. Still on the Punch newspaper, just above the mast, federal government probing bandits sponsors, says GHQ. Oil companies owe government over $6 billion, says Neiti. Why my administration suspended Sanusi, Jonathan speaks. I wonder why he's talking about that at this time. All right. We're moving over to the Vanguard newspaper
this morning. All right, alleged missing $49.8 billion. Why Sanusi had to go as CBN governor. That's from Jonathan. And above the marks, why some Heritage Bank depositors are yet to be refunded. NDIC boss.
Flood. How 5 northern states lost 141 lives in 2 months.
Edupo, I will be serving to all, ready to work with opposition. Okwebolo receives certificate of return.
Christian elders to federal government reverse fuel price hike to avert looming crisis.
This day publisher to military, stop arresting protesters, go after kidnappers. Ganging media will stagnate democracy. That's from Governor Oyebanji.
Eguavoin continues as Super Eagles head coach against Libya, says NFF.
Nigeria at 64. SGF ministers defend Tinubu's policies amid cabinet reshuffle hint.
All right, that's interesting headlines out of the Vanguard newspaper this morning. We're headed over to the Daily Trust newspaper.
All right, just above the marks, federal government suspends prisons officers over Bobrisky allegation.
Hardship. Tinubu orders low-key 64th independence celebration.
I wonder why low-key. Jonathan counters Emir Sanusi, says Nigeria did not lose $49.8 billion under his watch.
Flood displaces 82 communities in Niger. With the rider, we used canoes to evacuate our families. 19 LGAs affected this year, says SEMA DG. Situation worrisome. Council chair speaks. 4 LGAs cut off in Borno.
50 million Almajirai out of school children roaming Nigerian streets. That's from federal government.
Cholera kills 11 in Ebonyi.
Tour operators suspend registration for 2025 Hajj.
Offer bank robbers to die by hanging after 6-year trial. We're headed over to the Nation newspaper this morning. On the Nation this morning, above the masts, under 18 pupils won seats for Wase. Minister insists.
Federal government questioning effect of reform, says ministers. With the rider, 20 million Nigerians get cash support. Petrol subsidy removal has opened sector to investment.
Senate passes Southwest Development Commission bill.
Prisons controllers suspended as probe of Bobrisky's claim begins.
Jonathan refutes Emir Sanusi's claim on missing $49.8 billion.
Ex-Governor Yahaya Bello not afraid of facing trial, says media office.
Why marketers can't purchase petrol from Dangote refinery. With the rider, Pengasin chief X-rays price and crisis, or raise price and crisis. House of Representatives makes case for marketers.
Tinubu Edo will get full support with the rider Okpebolo visits Villa.
All right, that's all on the Nation newspaper this morning. Let's see if we can do Daily Independent before we get to Emmanuel for the review this lovely Friday morning.
All right, Daily Independence. Tinubu correcting missteps of past, repositioning Nigeria, that's from federal government, with the rider 6 Nigerians' understanding of our economic hardship. Says hardship occasioned by unavoidable policy choices. Insists president focused on putting more money in citizens' pockets. Tinubu's administration inherited 2,600 road projects worth 13 trillion naira.
All right, still on Daily Independent this morning. Nigeria did lose 49.8 billion naira, or billion dollars rather, under my watch, says Jonathan. Says he didn't sack Sanusi as CBN governor.
Okay. Reps ask federal government to allow marketers lift PMS directory from Dangote.
85% of defunct Heritage Bank depositors paid via BVN, says NDIC.
Court sentences 5 to death over 2018 offer bank robbery.
ENUGU, INEC presents certificates of return to a Weber law and deputy. With the rider, Tinubu tasks governor-elect on development, pledges federal support.
Oil gas sector owes the federal government $6 billion, 66 billion naira fresh native report reveals.
Senate moves to increase governance costs with new security outfit.
Northern leaders seek solution to insecurity, poverty, disunity in region.
Oil, gas sector owes federal government $6 billion, 66 billion naira fresh native report reveals. All right, we'll leave it here with the headlines out of our daily newspapers. We'll bring in Emmanuel on the table. Emmanuel, good to have you this lovely Friday morning. How do you do?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me this morning.
All right. It's been one interesting conversation, especially as it regards the lifting of petrol by marketers directly from Dangote refineries. Many people think that if Dangote deals directly with marketers, the pump price of fuel might most likely drop. But selling to NNPC alone would make the price remain the way it is. Because again, we've always had this story about landing costs, importation, dollar exchanges and whatnot. We sold this crude to Dangote in Naira. And I mean, if we refine this thing in Naira, there is no way in the world, for crying out loud, that the price of fuel will remain at 1,200 in some places, 1,400 in some other places.
1,500.
And some places even 1,500, in fact. So what do you make of this development, though?
Well, the issue of lifting fuel from Dangote refinery and fixing of prices of price for that product would be resolved if private marketers are also allowed to get fuel directly from Dangote's refinery. That's been so because NNPC being the sole lifter of fuel from Dangote refinery, there are high tendencies that they would also add their own sum or amount on what they get the product from Dangote's refinery. Because a few weeks ago there were issues on the exact amount Dangote agreed with NNPC that they would be selling the fuel to them. So you see, this kind of discrepancies occurred because of that lack of synergy and understanding. Then for me as a private marketer, I source my fuel elsewhere, spend money on transport, lifting and bringing to my depot and all of that. I dictate how much I want to sell, because
absolutely
the aim of going into the business is to make profit. So if we have Dangote refinery in place and private marketers can access fuel directly, then it's still the same thing. The fuel price will still be high, because I, as a private marketer who got fuel from, let's say, Benin or so, with all the expenses made, I would want to get my return. So whether federal government and Dangote are partnering to ensure that fuel is in circulation, so far as the private marketers, who are the major marketers of this product, are not allowed to access this product directly from Dangote refinery, we will still have that problem of price hike.
Absolutely.
Okay, looking at, you talked about the private, the marketers. We saw the other time that Libya sells at 52 naira. Like the price they sell in the country is worth 52 naira in our own currency. So do you think there's gonna, push some marketers to go outside Nigeria, especially to countries like Libya, to purchase oil?
Well, if they are not allowed access to Dangote, to lift the product from Dangote's refinery, most definitely they would have to find another alternative, because any businessman who goes into business would want to make profit. And as we all know, looking at the economy, I would want to go where I can get it cheaper and make more profit. So if we have fuel, if we have a refinery in functional in the country and I can't access the product from there, I go elsewhere, get my product and put whatsoever price that I feel would cover my expenses and profit. So until they allow, the private marketers are allowed to lift this product from Dangote's refinery, the issue of pricing will still remain as it is.
All right, I mean, it's been a raging issue, frankly speaking. Everyone is really worried about it because so many people right now with the pricing system feel that the price of our petrol is overpriced, especially for people who are living in the country, since you don't have any reason to refine abroad, because what we do is to sell our crude and get the refined product back. We're refining here in Nigeria. People think that the price should be down. So one wonders why we're buying fuel at 1,000 when we actually produce these things.
Well, it's quite laughable, this issue of refining outside. Just like you are a farmer, you cultivate yam, you sell the tubers out and go and buy fried yam to eat. That's just the analogy, because we have this product beneath our soil.
Absolutely.
So why get this product, take it somewhere else, refine, and you still buy from? So I think the issue of oil and gas, the issue prevalent in the oil and gas sector in the country is an organized crime by the powers that be, because this has been ongoing for so long. And you notice that whenever there is a push for a change, you notice a lot of it becomes very difficult to actually achieve any meaningful policy that would reduce the hardship on the people. Okay, looking at NMPC, NMPCL Limited now, they said they lifted the price from Dangote at about 890, I think
897.
Yes.
Yeah.
Naira. Why Dangote came out to
say it's not.
It's
not true. But even though it hasn't said the price it's sold to NNPC, it hasn't mentioned. He just said it's false that the pricing regulatory body should be the one to say the price. So he didn't mention, the price that is sold to NNPC. But with the way he came out, it does look like
the price is really
the price was not what the NNPC said.
Well, at this point, what we expect from Dangote Refinery and whatsoever body in charge of regulating the prices, they should sit on the table to say, okay, fine, Dangote, what is your price? How can this get to the end user without causing so much pain? You understand?
Well, but the federal government has said that they don't want to interfere. They don't want to. In yesterday's stories that we followed, the federal government said they don't want to interfere. They don't want to get into the pricing quarrel between
NNPC.
The more reason they should allow private marketers direct access. If they are not interfering, why is it that NNPC is the only person lifting the product from Dangote?
Absolutely.
So they say one thing and do the other.
Absolutely.
So it's just a question of if they are actually ready to address these issues, because I believe they have the solution to all these problems. And in our nation, fare is our basic and major product. Once it goes up, everything, it affects every other sector. You talk about transportation, prices of food and whatnot. So if this can be addressed, because from the news, a few days ago, they said that by October it will start paying in naira, which we hope that the price would come down a bit. We don't know how much yet, but if that would work, I think it will be a good step in the right direction. But I think private marketers should be allowed to access this product directly from Dangote.
Okay, let's look at Bobrisky's case. Okay, so what's your take on the controversies surrounding his she case? We've seen today that federal government suspends senior prison officials who were alleged to have been bribed by Bobrisky. What's your take on this?
Well, I don't know how this relates, but there's a saying that goes, when you're eating, you don't talk. So for me, I feel if for whatever reason the claim in that voice note or the chat, WhatsApp chat, if for whatever reason the claim is true, why did you have to come out to say it? You were given that privilege, or you paid your way through certain to get a certain condition while serving your 6 months term. It was done. Why come out and, because the whole issue started from the voice notes that Bobrisky sent. I think there was an issue between files, involving files as well, where
I think it was the very dark man that was going after files.
Well, I must commend the young man. He's a bit controversial, but he addressed keen issues that affect ordinary Nigerians. He's more like an avenger for the common man. You understand? So
but don't you think it's too risky right now? Because Falani has come to say you have to withdraw your statement. Faz is saying almost everybody is kind of against him. He's looking like, oh, there's going to be a secret threat on his life, or security threat if case not taken.
For now, I don't think any threat, apart from the legal processes of addressing grievances against each other as citizens, would be, because there's no smoke, there's no how is it said? There's no
smoke without fire.
Yeah, so
There's no smoke without fire.
I strongly believe that some of the claims he made may be true, but the way he went about it wasn't appropriate. But that notwithstanding, the House of Reps have ordered investigation into the case. 2 senior officers were suspended. So at least we have seen the impacts that, let me say in quote, careless statement has made. So this goes a long way to say how deep-rooted corruption has eaten into the fabrics of Nigeria in all sectors. So imagine someone who was sentenced to serve a term, paid his way to stay in an apartment, you understand, for 6 months, and we all believed he was somewhere. In fact, while he was serving, there were tweets of how when he comes out, he have beards or she will have beards and all of those things. So, but only for us to discover that that wasn't so. So it's all.
But personally, I feel like Bobrisky, did well in a way, to bring this out. Don't you think? Because it's been about bribing officials. It's been about whenever you've been arrested, you see officials trying to get money from you, trying to get what we call a cars from you. And I feel like him bringing this case, and then threatening the opposition right now, they're already being suspended. I think it's going to play this role of reducing or putting fear in other security officials, to refrain from such acts next time they experience such.
Well, for me, I feel maybe he was just trying to confide in one of his close allies, without the second thought that what he was doing will have far-reaching consequences, because, like I said before, when you're eating, you don't talk. The best way to stay out of trouble is just to listen more, speak less.
Right.
Yeah, because the entire thing that played out was in his favor. You understand? So him coming out to say that, but I'm not supporting the fact that corrupt practices should be prevalent in our system. But surrounding the controversy, I feel he would have just kept quiet.
Right, we're done. We're done, really. I was just going to ask, Nigeria will be 64 in a few days' time, 1st of October. Is there one proud thing in the last 1 year you would say to yourself that you are proud about Nigeria?
Oh.
I like that.
You had to think about this? Are you kidding me right now?
I'm trying to be sincere.
So there's no proud thing about Nigeria that you could say in the last 1 year that has happened?
Well, we have evolved. We have been evolving, positively, negatively. But I would say that for the past 1 year, it's like we've been moving in circles, in the sense that since the beginning of this administration, we used to know that there's from frying pan to fire. But now it's more like we've moved from frying pan to the furnace. The present administration and its supporters always defend it by saying the policies, well, which if you look at it, look at the broader picture of it, in the long run, if effectively implemented as it should be, would go a long way in helping the economic situation. But I think the way they are going about the whole thing is what is actually the problem, because someone said the statement "subsidy is gone" was not part of his speech. It was just a stunt he pulled. I don't know, maybe he felt that would...
Well, the stunt is pulled up until almost 2 years in office. It's crazy.
So that singular statement, "subsidy is gone," has kept us in a deep hole of anguish, of hardship, of suffering, and a lot of things are not going well, and Nigerians are not happy. So if you would ask me if there is something I have
you're proud of.
I'm proud of in the last 1 year. I would say no.
Absolutely.
You're alive. I think that's one thing to be proud of.
Thank you
very much,
Thank you so
Emmanuel, for your time. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll come back. We'll move straight to another segment. You don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television. We're live on all social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And of course, we're live on YouTube as well. It's 24 hours right there. All right, we'll switch gears to talk about local government autonomy. Well, with the spate of local government elections that we've had recently, the one in Imo, ENUGU, Kwara, and even in Sokoto State, so many people think that the Supreme Court maybe, yes, may have done the right thing of pronouncing that local governments have its financial autonomy. Maybe it should go further than that. How so? We have with us Barrister Chukwunonso Daniel Ogbe. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
Barrister, firstly, I just want to ask your reactions to the local government outcomes that happened in Imo State and, of course, in Enugu State. I'm sure that you were part and parcel of the one that happened in Enugu State. Your party participated. But I looked out for your party at the declaration of the results on Sunday at the NSEC office at the Independence Layers. I didn't see any of your party members or even you. What's your reaction and why did you guys run away from the declaration?
And in the first instance, we never ran away from the declaration, but I think it wouldn't have been of any use being part of an exercise that I will refer to as an exercise in futility, because there wasn't any need for the members of Action Alliance besieging the NSEC office in Enugu State, when in the true sense of it, the results garnered by the various candidates at the various polling unit levels weren't, declared as required by law. As a matter of fact,
the result of polling units was not declared.
It wasn't.
In fact, is it all the places or the places you visited?
I only went to my own voting center and exercised my franchise.
Okay.
But of course, our candidates and our party men in some places gave us feedback on what transpired in their various areas of domicile where they exercised their franchise. And just like in a place like Eziago, for instance, because in this just concluded local government election, I must admit the fact that we may not have had a colorful outing in the entire 17 local government councils of Enugu State, because we have our areas of strength, the places that we refer to as our strongholds. Likewise, there are some other places that we never made any major inroad. Like in Eziago local government, we had a candidate who to a great extent reached out to the electorate prior to that election. And in some wards, in that same Eziago local government council, we had candidates who also campaigned vigorously. But in a place like, for instance, Oye, Ward 9, where we had a candidate who did campaign well in that election, from the information made available to me and to the leadership of Action Alliance in the Enugu State, they were allowed to exercise their franchise on that day. But at the end of the exercise, the NSEC officials who came there to conduct the election never counted the votes cast in that particular election. And likewise, in the ward of the chairmanship candidate of Action Alliance, the same as the local government, Olo ward, we are made to understand that the election never even took place there in the first instance. And going by the feedback we got from various reliable media outlets here in Enugu, the complaint was the same virtually across the state. Like in a place known as Akebugu Ward 2 in Nkano West Local Government Council. Interestingly, we never had any candidate in that particular ward, but the opposition, All Progressives Grand Alliance, had a candidate who had a very colorful outing in that particular election. And I remember vividly that on that day, we had some of the party men of that particular candidate, making it known to the entire world that there was nothing reasonable going on there. So in a nutshell, except if we have the whole time in the world to waste, there wasn't any need going to NSEC office to do whatever. And even doing that may even amount to one endangering one's life, because a whole lot of funny things happen in the name of election under the watch of most of these state governments. And what transpired in Enugu State some days back, just like as was the case in Imo State, is it's a wake-up call for those who so much believe in restructuring, because every now and then you find people clamoring for restructuring, and one of the facets of this argument, this restructuring argument, is the fact that power should be devolved to the various federating units. But I always ask, why should we clamor that state governors should be given more powers, or state government, as the case may be, when they are yet to live up to expectations as far as the ones given to them is concerned? If you take a look at the concurrent legislative list of the Nigerian Constitution, where both the federal and the various federating units where there were concurrent powers. You discover that most state governments are not interested, you know, in working on those concurrent powers for the benefit of the citizenry. For instance, agriculture. Agriculture falls within the concurrent legislative list, yet hunger is ravaging the entire Nigerian nation. Why? Many state governors have not deemed fit to diversify the economy of the respective states in order to delve into this facet of our existence that ordinarily will make Nigeria a great nation. So what am I trying to say? What transpired in ENUGU State as well as Imo State is an indictment and also a proof to show that it is not yet to Uhuru as far as local government autonomy is concerned. But let me quickly point out something based on the question you asked from the word go. The judgment of the Supreme Court will not do everything for us, but believe you me that if the federal government of Nigeria should give life to that particular judgment on financial autonomy, to a great extent, subsequent local government elections may to a great extent be reasonably free and fair. Let me explain. As we all know, local government chairmen, they don't enjoy constitutional immunity, likewise the councillors. So if at the end of the day, if the federal government starts implementing the provisions of this decision, and the federal government lives up to expectation in going after any local government chairman who fails to account for any money given to him, automatically, and of course, why make use of law enforcement agents, automatically you now discover that many persons who actually delve into politics at the local government tier of government may no longer have interest in doing so, knowing full well that if they fail to utilize the funds given to them for the benefit of their people, that they'll be in for a very big trouble. And at the end of because there's this belief that many of them do remit funds given to them to the state governments or state governors, as the case may be. If they now discover that the federal government can come after them, to a great extent, you may discover that it's only individuals who actually mean well for the society that may be interested in vying for political offices at the local government tier of government. And again, I think the Supreme Court has fired the first shot. The second shot may be on the way. You know, people are clamoring for INEC to take over the conduct of local government council election. But I make bold to say that if you take a look at section 150 of the Nigerian of the Electoral Act 2022, it's a novel provision. This is the first time we are having a provision of that nature in our Electoral Act. And in a nutshell, that provision, if you take a look at section 150, subsections 1, 2, and 3, in a nutshell, this particular section has established the fact that any local government election to be conducted must be conducted the same way area council elections are being conducted. And if you take a look at even section 104 of the same Electoral Act and some other sister provisions, you will discover that to a great extent now, that INEC even has a role to play in the conduct of local government election, at least as far as issues bordering on the voters register is concerned, and you know that the accreditation of voters is also concerned, because beavers and any other technological device can only be made use of by INEC, going by the provisions of the law. Because if you take a look at the second schedule to the Nigerian Constitution, paragraphs 11 and 12, you find out that paragraph 12 empowered the state governments to make laws to regulate local government election. Yet, that same, if you take a look at paragraphs 11 and 12, you discover that any law to be made by the state should not be at variance with the law made by the National Assembly. And the law made by the National Assembly is the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act has stipulated the procedures to be followed. So what I'm trying to say, I believe that in no distant time, the federal government as well may go back to court again. As I speak, Action Alliance is already in court over this issue with regard to the last local government election in ENUGU State, because the voters register wasn't displayed before the conduct of that election. And also, BVAS wasn't reconfigured. So we wrote INEC prior to the conduct of this election that, look, you want to conduct the election, SEC wants to conduct the election, and the voters register is yet to be displayed, and the BVAS is yet to be configured. They couldn't give us any concrete answer. Rather, we are told to approach the national body of INEC, and you know the time frame within which the election held, we never had enough time, but the matter is still sub judice. In a nutshell, maybe in no distant time, we have a bigger elephant being a stronger force, being the federal government. You know, there are persons who believe that judiciary is not independent, but like what happened in the country some months back with regard to the judgment on financial autonomy, it was a balanced game between two brokers, the federal government and the federating units. So maybe the AG Federation one day wake up and say, okay, let us go to court for the court to interpret the provisions of section 150, in which case you now discover that at the end of the day, we may now have a situation whereby the state electoral commissions will have the powers to conduct local government election, good and fine. But before doing that, on the election day, INEC officials will be there. Before you cast your vote, they will use their technological device, presently being BVAS and smart card, to ascertain those who are qualified to vote before you can now vote. So
So what will be the role of the NCEC then?
Just to now give you their own ballot paper for you to exercise your franchise. So these are, and automatically, going by, this issue is even, as I speak, is even before the Court of Appeal, that of electronic transfer of results. In which case, if this legal steps being taken, you should see the light of the day. You will discover that on election day, INEC and NSEC officials, or INEC officials and State Electoral Commission officials will work together. They work together in conducting the election. In which case, you want to exercise your franchise, you present your voter's card. NSEC or any other state electoral umpire does not have any business with the use of a voter's card, because it is the Independent National Electoral Commission that is constitutionally saddled with the responsibility of registering voters. So they have to carry out the exercise of ascertaining whether you are qualified to vote or not. Once they are certain that you are qualified, NSEC will now do their work of doing this thing, conducting the election. At the end of the exercise, INEC officials will now be the ones to use their device machine to transmit the results. So I see this happening in no distant time. And I look forward to having activist-inclined judges who will live up to expectation, in giving life to the provisions of Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution.
Does the guideline of INEC, superimpose that?
The Constitution has stipulated what is to be done in a given, over a given issue. The National Assembly cannot, even in the course of making law, either limit or enlarge the ambit of that particular issue already taken care of by the Constitution. Now, having said that, I made mention of paragraphs 11 and 12 of, I think, part 2 of the second schedule to the Nigerian Constitution. In a nutshell, this place I mentioned now stipulates that state governments can make laws to regulate local government election. They can even have their own guidelines. But whatever you do as a state government through your House of Assembly in the form of lawmaking to regulate local government election must not be a variance with a law made in that regard by the National Assembly. And Section 150 of the Electoral Act has expressly stated that any local government election conducted in Nigeria that is not done the same way elections in the area council Abuja is being conducted is invalid. It is there. In fact, this is the first time that type of resolution is being enacted. In exercise of the powers of the National Assembly, portion to these paragraphs 11 and 12 of the second schedule. In other words, you are free. For instance, any state government is free to make any, or through NSEC, to frame guidelines to regulate how to conduct local government election. But as we have argued, this matter is sub judice, but as just for information purposes, as we have argued that any state government cannot make any law authorizing the cannot make any guideline that will not create room for electronic transmission of results. Because
the reason I ask that is because I wonder who gave them the authority to say, because I've heard that severally, that they're not using beavers, they're not using any machine. It's going to be all manual accreditation, manual voting, everything was manual. And in fact, ANSEC, that's going to have the elections tomorrow, that's the Anambra State Electoral Commission, has said that beavers is not reliable. That they're going to use manual to do all the whole accreditation and everything.
Interestingly, that's why I say that in the coming days, on the nearest future, I see the Supreme Court making a pronouncement on this issue. But I can tell you this morning emphatically, without equivocation, that the provision of the law presently is that before any election is conducted in Nigeria, there must be electronic, there must be put in place a mechanism to ascertain the identity of the person who wants to vote. In fact, this issue went to court, and that was why the local government election of Enugu State was postponed. That was supposed to hold in February 5th was postponed. Now, look at what happened in that decision. Being the case, I personally handled that case, so I'm conversant with the facts of that case. In that case, Action Alliance relied on this same Section 150. The court agreed with us. The court said because of that campaigns should last for 6 months. That's why this election, even though, interestingly, NSEC also disobeyed that judgment because NSEC has expressed revocation of that particular judgment. That judgment still stands. What the Supreme Court held in cases of P2B and Atiku is that you cannot rely on beavers as a collation facility. In other words, the law still recognizes manual collation. Yet, the law did not do away with that electronic transfer of votes. So what may I say of what purpose? Yes, it has a purpose because people should be watching IREV to know, okay, whether what was transmitted aligns with what happened at the various polling. The Supreme Court never has to be corrected. And that's why it did. And second, INEC still makes use of beavers. Both use of smart cards. So these issues, they are judicial issues, very, very clearly stated that are not in the manner whatsoever ambiguous. But as I said, maybe one day a stronger force will wake up. No, some of us, we are in court, we are in the opposition fold. Maybe we may not have the muzzle, the legal muzzle. I don't know how to explain it to to push across our argument, no matter how sound it may be. But one day, maybe the Attorney General Federation will wake up and say, okay, through that section 150. And that's why I'm not mentioning it, because one day it may filter into their ears. Because without something modest, it's a new provision. This is taking place for the first time. Many are not aware of it, but I've been singing it. I've been singing this song for a very long time. So one day, the bigger horses will now look at it and say, okay, through there's a loophole somewhere. They will now go back to court. And maybe we will now experience what we call judicial activism. The judges will now give life to it and say, yes, the constitution has empowered you to conduct local government election at the state level, but you must do it the same way area council elections. It is there. Just go and look at section 150 of the Electoral Act. Very, very clearly stated. So they are just trying to, they are afraid, they are beating us. So no need even calling on INEC. The INEC is already directly empowered to conduct local government election.
Really?
So, yes.
Wow.
Yes. What you just judicial pronouncement. The section, if you look at section 150 and section 104 of the Electoral, there's another provision remaining, but section 150 subsection say any election you conduct that is at variance with the way area council election is being conducted, it is invalid. It is there.
So do you think that's the safeguard that will ensure transparency and accountability in local governments?
To a great extent, INEC has its own challenges as an electoral umpire. It's a well-known fact, but you will also agree with me that the elections conducted by INEC are to a great extent reasonable. Unlike what you normally witness in most elections conducted by state umpires, that even at times, while they are still exercising your franchise, news may filter in that the ruling party has swept. They normally sweep everything. They have swept the entire positions. And celebration will follow thereafter. So, but if INEC should have a role to play, then to a great extent there will be some modicum of sanity in the process. That's what I believe.
Okay, what risk or challenges do you think could arise from granting local governments autonomy?
Nothing disadvantage. The only funny thing that may play out if true autonomy is granted local governments, that there may also be room for misappropriation, because if just like let me digress a little, just like financial autonomy for judiciary, I may sound a little bit disappointing, but believe me that yes, theoretically it is good to grant judiciary financial autonomy. And as a lawyer, I won't even stay here this morning to work against it, but going by the working of the Nigerian system, don't be shocked that if financial autonomy is granted judiciary in the true sense of it, unless where you have strong members of the bar and bench to checkmate the head of every given tier of government, that the issue of misappropriation may also come up. Now, coming to the question you asked, the only challenge you may have if financial autonomy is granted the local government tier of government is that most of these chairmen and councillors will also saying that all has become well with them. The issue of misappropriation will now take an alarming proportion, because in fact it's a situation of dilemma. If you allow the state governments to continue being in charge, they on their own will keep misappropriating funds. If you also allow local government chairmen and councillors, because there are many of them may not actually be accountable to the people. But by and large, because it's a constitutional provision, it is good that the financial autonomy is granted. Then it is now be left for the people to live up to expectation and holding them accountable. We can activate provisions of the law like Freedom of Information Act to ask them how they utilize funds that are accrued from the federation account, because I know that law to a great extent has a life as far as federal government institutions is concerned. So we can activate the provisions of a law like Freedom of Information Act to make inquiries on the amount of money given out to these local government leaders. That's the only challenge I believe we may have. But apart from that, once local government tier of government starts enjoying true autonomy, it will to a great extent help develop the Nigerian nation, because this is the tier of government that brings governance closest to the grassroots.
I mean, in the past, we've seen how local government elections have been conducted, and it's been abysmal, frankly speaking, to say the least. There's no sugarcoating it. But we saw the same atmosphere of abysmality, if there's any word like that, in the last election, local government elections. Because, I mean, in places where it looked like something is happening that is genuine, there were fightings. People threatened people. Our station, our staff was even attacked. Another media organization was even attacked in that election. In places where it looked like something wants to change in that particular location. And then you wonder whether really we're ready for this local government administration. Wouldn't it be the same thing? Because we've heard that over and over again, that the governor decides to pick people, you know, here and there to make them local government chairman, and that there is a sharing formula at the end of the month. You just bring this amount. We know the amount that is coming to this local government because you are loyal to the governor. After all, the governor picked you. If the governor did not pick you,
you wouldn't have been
you wouldn't have been a local government chairman. So your allegiance is to the governor, not to the people. After all, the votes did not even count. So when the governor tells you, out of 200 million naira that you receive this month, bring 120 million or bring 80 million, and the rest you can do whatever you want with it. Either you do small healthcare center or you pay salaries. Those things will still come up again because, I mean, the allegiance, even with this so-called pronouncements that local governments should be autonomous financially. I mean, we still see it brazenly happening like, you know, nothing. Don't you think that it's the same thing that's going to happen?
No, it will not to a great extent be dependent on the body language of the federal government. If the federal government decides to go after local government chairman and councillors, you will now be left with two options. Either to utilize the funds given to you for the benefit of the people, or you go to jail because they don't enjoy constitutional immunity.
How many people have government gone after?
That's why I'm saying that it is dependent on the body language of the federal government, not the state government, because it is the federal government that is pushing this agenda of financial autonomy. So if the federal government decides to sleep, it's business as usual. But if the federal government decides to live up to the believe you me that these federal judgments will bring sanity in the system. Because they don't enjoy constitutional immunity. This will not be like the case of governors who will say that I cannot go after them because they enjoy constitutional immunity. So it's a case of, yes, ENUGU Local Government Council, we remitted 10 billion naira to you from Federation account between January and March. Let us see the projects you executed with the funds remitted to you. You know, this judgment basically has to do with the funds accruing from the Federation account.
Yes.
The internally generated revenue is even out of it.
Yes.
But of course, federal governments, because we practice a so-called federal system of government, so the judgment never took care of internally generated revenue, which is excellent. But the federal government can now say, yes, we remitted 1 naira to you in the month of January. Let us see what you utilize the funds for. If you're unable to render proper account of what you utilize that 1 naira for, they will send law enforcement agents after you, and they will pick you up. So if the federal government decides to enforce this law, believe you me that to a great extent, state governors will start losing interest in what happens. They may only keep installing their stooges as local government leaders just to massage their political ego. So let it not be that you allow members of the opposition to be in control of the political structure of the state. But as far as the funds of the tier of government is concerned, to a great extent, you as a chairman, if you doing otherwise, you will be sending yourself to the jail. You'll be left the option of either utilizing this fund, either pleasing the governor and going to jail, and the governor who, of course, will not even come to your rescue, or utilizing the funds given to you for the benefit of your people, and then going against the governor. And in which case, you will now find a situation whereby it will be only those who are actually interested in working for the people that may now start having interest in local government election. And let me even say something again. You know, like what happened in ENUGU some days back on the 21st of this month when this election was conducted. There's something we should appreciate about local government election. We have to be realistic, unless you want us to be to start being evasive this morning. If you take a look at a country like India, what you call local government, tier of government here is what they call their own panchayat system. But in a nutshell, while framing a constitution of a nation, it is good to have a people-oriented constitution, a constitution whereby the people will sit down, come together, and decide how they will govern themselves. That is the way it is being done, taking a look at the peculiarities of a given environment. Let me give an example. It is an offense now to spray naira currency. But somehow it forms part of the Igbo custom here. I don't even know it's only Igbo people or the entire Nigerians to spray money. Now, if it has been in some climes, it will not be criminalized. You will say, okay, you have to have respect for the currency of this nation. But because of people's custom, if you want to spray money during it, maybe do it this way, do it that way, because of the peculiarity. Another example, in the same India, because of the Hindu religion, cow is seen as a sacred animal. Whereas Muslims in India, who of course form part of the minority community there in India, they do consume beef. It's usually a very serious issue between the Hindu-dominated Indians and the Muslims. Now, this issue found its way in the Indian constitution. That, okay, no problem. The Muslim-dominated states, good and fine, you can continue eating your beef, but while doing that, you must do it in a secluded place so as not to offend the sensibilities of others. What am I trying to say? In local government election, let us tell ourselves the truth. The issue of indigene and not indigenship should be looked into. if actually we want to have a system that will work, a situation whereby you say, yes, you claim you are an indigene, you claim you are not indigene. Non-indigenes who pay taxes, who help develop a state, who help develop a place, they should also be given a sense of belonging in a given world on rotational basis. Yeah. And the law may even go further to say that, like, let's say, because of the multi-ethnic nature of the Nigerian society, that, for instance, only Yorubas, in the first 2 years, only Yorubas or let's say non-Igbos, for instance, will vie for councillorship positions in Igbo-dominated states. And non-Yorubas, for instance, will run for political offices in Yoruba states, in municipal areas. Now, you are bringing equity and equality. Why? What is also happening here? That means non-indigenes are contesting here, non-indigenes are also contesting here. Because these are realities, except if you want to shy away from it. But these are some issues that ordinarily are being taken care of in constitutions, where we have the people's constitution in true sense of it. Constitution whereby people will sit down and discuss how are we going to live with one another. That look, you cannot just do it with non-indigenes, because these issues normally come up. Except if you want to politically correct, these issues come up. But when Okeke discovers that what happens in ENUGU happens in Sokoto, that is the same rule everywhere, you say, okay, automatically, they can now start looking for capable non-indigenes. In fact, it may even give rise to societal cohesion, whereby you now find non-indigenes trying to align with indigenes for the purpose of winning. You see that unity, then they are lesser acrimony. People will now start going for those who will actually deliver the goods. So all these bickerings of you are trying to dominate us in our place, all these bickerings with a great extent be taken care of. So these are some of the issues that normally come up at times. Even the issue of political structure and the rest of them say that the ruling party wins. You have to look at some of the subtle factors behind some of these things playing out, which definitely is not even auguring well for the society. It's retrogressing the society.
Right. He who pays the piper dictates the tune, frankly speaking. So it will mean that the local government administration will be its allegiance will be straight to the federal government, because it's the federal government that pays the money that directly to the local government. And I'm just wondering, do you think also that it's politically motivated, given that, I mean, everybody wants to do things that will favor them? Do you think this move in some way favors the federal government? If, for instance, the government does not like the state government, you don't like the face of the state government in power, it could use the local government chairman to go against the governor. I will not rule that out. Nigeria is a very funny nation. You may see a very laudable policy or step being put in place. Before you know it, some persons will start abusing it. Many of us are already crying about the federal structure of Nigeria. We claim to be a federal nation, yet in the true sense of it, Nigeria is like a unitary state. However, you may also not be quick in blaming the federal government, because most state governments, they do abuse power, like the issue of state police. In a true federal nation, state police shouldn't be an issue. But you and I know what will most likely happen if you have state police. If you have state police, a governor may wake up one morning and say, I don't like Ogbe's face, or Ogbe is not too tall like Charles. Because of that, Ogbe has committed an offense of being too short, contrary to Section 1. And look at most state laws, the way the state laws are being made. Even this ENUGU. Even as a lawyer, the local government board, they have been amended without our knowledge, without the requisite publicity. In fact, there is this rumor making the rounds that the law is being amended for that to extend the tenure of office of the now-elected chairman to 4 years. I wouldn't know how true that, but I've seen the publication to that effect on about 2 different social media platforms. But let me leave it at that. But I know that the local government law of ENUGU State was even amended this year without our knowing it. In this same ENUGU State, there was a law enacted. They call it, I think, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. We never knew about it during the COVID-19 era, because a high-ranking professor pushed that particular law. The then governor of Enugu State, in line with the House of Assembly members, they gave it life without public contribution. And that's why today in Enugu State, spousal rape is now an offense. And many people are even ignorant of that. That spousal rape is now an offense in Enugu. In other words, tomorrow your wife can wake up and accuse you of raping. Yeah, in Enugu State, many people don't even know. And ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Why? Because of the type of lawmakers we have. So, of a truth, on the face of it, this decision given by the Supreme Court is a laudable decision that should ordinarily benefit the system. But don't expect that tomorrow we may have a federal government that may play something akin to the allegation being leveled against the federal government in those states that if you are no longer in good with federal government, maybe they will ensure that there is free and fair election in your territory, so that local government chairmen from the opposition folk will now emerge
And these are the ones that are being in charge of various local governments during the election, in which case indirectly they will not bully you. But if you don't want that to happen, then there should be good governance, because I believe if you govern well as a governor, to a great extent, in as much as your party may not sweep the entire thing at the local government tier of government, but if you have quite a sizable number of your party men in charge of the various local government through good democratic process, it will even be an indirect indication that you even do well when it's your own turn, for your own election to be conducted. But this idea of a governor waking up or the state electoral commission fixing the day for election, and before you know it, even before the election, some people will start celebrating that they have already won, that they are just waiting for the mere formality. And like what happened in ENUGU, I went to exercise my franchise, and I discovered that they made use of the ballot paper that was used in conducting the election when we had, I think, 42 political parties. Because there are many political parties there. I saw many now the registered political parties on the ballot paper. So they never even printed new ballot papers. And some persons came out and they are speaking grammar that the election is free and fair, it has been conducted in accordance with the law. It depends on the law they are talking about.
Wow.
It may be conducted in accordance with their whims and caprices. So these are the issues so the federal government may decide. But if the state governments, if they do not want undue interference, the right thing should be done. Like under the watch of my Governor El-Rufai of Kaduna State, despite being an APC governor, he conducted what I would refer to as a reasonably free and fair local government election in his state. Now the current government of Kaduna State went and amended that law. Under Governor El-Rufai, there was an electronic electronic voting that was in place there. Yes. This person has changed it. So it depends on the mindset, the way a governor views the entire thing.
So what safeguard might be needed to ensure that states don't interfere in the local government autonomy?
People should keep engaging the government of the day. And then legally inclined fellows should, go back to the courts. We are already in court. The National Alliance in ENUGU State, we are already in court over some of these issues I discussed. Okay. The bigger forces, or the stronger forces rather, should also approach the courts. I'm not saying we are not strong, but those who are stronger for now, they approach the courts for judicial interpretation. So once there is judicial pronouncement, then on our own part, we play in our roles, a set of force to play, to ensure that this state of government gets better, so that it will be for the benefit of the Nigerian people.
Thank you very much. It's been an awesome time with you, Barrister Chukwunonso Ogbe, CD Ogbe. Yes, thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
And that's the most we can take for that this morning. We're going to take a short break. After that, we head ahead to another episode or segment. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning. We're headed over to entertainment updates. Do stay with us.
What's hot, what's not, and what is happening now? I am your host, Quincy Rowland, and this is Entertainment News. Moving on, we have Nigerian cross-dresser Idris Okuneye, aka Bobrisky, has reflected on suicide amid allegations of 50 million naira bribery against him. Popular activist and social media influencer Martins Vincent, aka Very Darkman, had released an audio of Bobrisky offering 50 million naira to the cooperative of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The money was meant for the anti-graft agency to drop money laundering cases against him and also to avoid his jail term at the Kirikiri Correctional Center in Lagos State. The cross-dresser, however, denied the content of the audio, describing it as fake. However, in a Facebook post, Bobrisky said he is considering suicide due to attempts to belittle him. We have Kiss Daniel has been celebrating a decade at the top of Afrobeats music via his Vado at 10 World Tour. Kiss Daniel continues to celebrate a decade of musical excellence with the release of two highly anticipated singles, Mahaba and We Must. These new tracks are part of the ongoing festivities surrounding his Vado at 10 anniversary, commemorating 10 years of groundbreaking hits, global recognition, and unwavering fan support. The Arabic word Mahaba, which translates to welcome or hello in English, is one of the most widely used expressions in Northern Africa and the Middle East. It deeply resonated with Kiss Daniel during his short but memorable time there and served as a major influence in the creation of the song. Meanwhile, We Must, produced by the acclaimed IZ, known for his successful collaborations with Kiss Daniel and prolific Nigerian producer Blaze Beat, is a song sure on its way to becoming a household anthem that speaks to resilience and determination. We have iconic Greek singer Marinella has suffered a stroke mid-performance. The 86-year-old songstress collapsed on Wednesday night during a concert at Athens' Herod Atticus Theatre. The incident happened when the singer lost her balance and collapsed during her third song on stage. The concert, which was also set to feature Greek singers like Athonis Romas, was immediately cancelled. A statement released by Hegel Hospital on Thursday stated that Marinella is currently being treated in the intensive care unit for severe brain bleeding. And we have giant pandas, An and KK, a gift from Beijing to Hong Kong, arrived in the Chinese territory on Thursday to much fanfare, with officials welcoming them at the city's international airport. The Sichuan-born male and female pandas will take Hong Kong's total panda count to 6, the most ever in the financial hub, with some lawmakers calling for the city to develop a panda economy with panda-themed promotions and infrastructure to boost tourism. The panda pair, both aged 5, will be housed at the city's Ocean Park theme park, located on the south side of the island. Officials said that they will be kept away from the public until December so they can get familiar with their new habitats. Meanwhile, Hong Kong residents and tourists expressed excitement over the arrival of 2 Chinese giant pandas on Thursday, anticipating the chance to meet them in few months. Ocean Park has introduced panda-themed cakes and cookies in an effort to draw more local and international visitors, aiming to provide a boost to the park's income. The show may be over, but the buzz continues. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all our social media platforms. Keep it locked with entertainment news for more. I am Quincy Rowland. Stay fabulous and stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Internet Watch, where we bring you the latest buzz from the online world. I'm your host, Joshua Ritogun. I'll be guiding you through today's hottest stories, from viral posts to trending topics. I've got you covered. Now, kicking things off with a bit of fun, a post recently went viral showcasing some of the hottest and, might I say, cheesiest pickup lines that men are using these days. Just in case you are single, you might want to come close, bring out your jotter and jot some things down, you know. So, single people, come for inspirations. So, these lines are making the rounds on social media with people debating whether they are smooth or cringe-worthy. Let's have it. Villager commented, "This is one I love. I love this one so much." Here it goes. "My mother wanted to be a lawyer but failed. With you, her dream will finally come true, and you will make her a mother-in-law." Word. Ladies, that was good. Honestly, if I was a girl and they use this one for me, it doesn't mean that I'm cheap. I just liked it a lot. Next, I'm not even playing cards, but somehow I put a queen. Oh my God. These are for people who play cards. You will understand this pickup line more. If you're a dumb lady, I'm sorry, you might not get it. JJ commented, "Are you my mom's slippers? Cause you hit me differently." Oh my God. Single people, tell me thank you for all I'm doing for you. Solomon had 700 wives and still treated all of them specially. Imagine how special you would be if you were to be the only one for me. Come off it now. Smasher commented, "Can I send you money?" Which is the most accurate one. It works anytime. Send your account number. That's one of the best pickup line ever. Do you believe in love at first sight, or should I walk by again? Single people, please. I'm doing a lot for you people. Cedric Otulu said, I downloaded Tinder so I could find someone, but I guess I now have a reason to delete it because I have found you. Chai, nah. Are you Wi-Fi? Because I'm really feeling a connection. You're welcome. Guys, you can use this anywhere, anytime. You can use this to do your pickup line. So finally would you send me, yes, I love this one. This guy was smart. Hear it. It says, "Would you please send me your pictures? I would want to show kids in Sunday school how God's angel look like." If I tell a lady this one now, the lady should feel it. Feel it. Can I have a picture of you, please? I would like to show the Sunday school teachers or the Sunday school kids what an angel looks like. Single people, I've helped you people today. And I mean, I've been always serious for the past few days now. I've been talking about serious issues. So I just wanted to, calm the nerves before I dive into the next story. So the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has filed fresh charges against Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Kogi State. According to Daily Trust, these new charges allege fraud amounting to a staggering 110.4 billion naira. This comes on the heels of existing charges of money laundering to the tune of 80.2 billion naira. The EFCC's legal team, led by senior advocate of Nigeria, Kemi Pehiro, and Rotimi Oyedepo, along with 7 other lawyers, has taken these charges forward on behalf of the federal government. But it doesn't end here. The former governor is fighting back. He has taken the EFCC to the Supreme Court, challenging their decision to declare him wanted. Despite this, the EFCC remains determined to pursue full prosecution of the 80.2 billion naira money laundering case. Bello, who was originally the sole defendant in a 19-count charge, is now facing a new 16-count charge alongside 2 other Kogi officials, Abdusalami Hudu and Umar Orita. Now, the legal battle is heating up, and we'll keep a close watch on how this develops. I mean, this is a hot cake. What do you think about this? Drama to and fro, let's have it. I mean, it has been up and down for like the past 3 days now. Yahaya Bello has been up. Finally, he came out of hiding, and I think he went to plan. Strategic planning, and now he's coming out back to back, and he's on the news with EFCC every time. Trust me, I'm going to keep you updated. I'm not going to leave you outside. Anything that happens between him, and there's a reason, there's a personal reason why I'm doing this, because I'm not just going to say anything, but I come from a place too as well. But that's just by the way. So I'm going to take you to the comment section to see how people are reacting to this. Comment section right away. The emperor, the lion, the conqueror, and the champion is here. What is the meaning of this prosecution and counter prosecution between EFCC and Yahaya? So at this point, EFCC cannot arrest Yahaya Bello like they normally arrest people or perceive their old boys before trial. EFCC is not a sincere organization. I mean, calling it, you know, black and white, calling a spade, simple. I mean, you cannot just arrest him. He's a former governor. Before I used to be scared of the EFCC, but now I'm more scared of Yahaya Bello because that guy, what? This will drag for another 4 years. At the end of the day, nothing would happen. Don't worry. This time around, the public are involved and will want to hear, will want to get answers. Exactly. Rachel commented, Nigerians are applying pressure. EFCC is now filing new charges. It's not internet fraudster you will be pursuing. Go after politicians too. I mean, you can just be perceived as a Yahoo boy and you'll be picked up. But then politicians too need to be to account for what they've done. It's concerning to see such serious allegations against the former governor, especially with the significant amount involved. The legal proceedings will be closely watched as they unfold. It will be interesting to see how this impacts Kogi State's political landscape moving forward. I mean, if he gets away with this, it means that any other person can come and get away with it. It's just logical. I'm just saying. UJ is saying, wow, see figures, generational wealth. How was it even possible in the first place? The government isn't any stupid. Okay. yeah. Listen to this. The government isn't any stupid of the people, blah, blah, blah. Do you get what he was saying? Sarcastically, he was trying to define what democracy is. So he's saying the government isn't any stupid of the people, blah, blah, blah. NJ News is saying major legal troubles for Yahaya Bello. The EFCC has filed serious charges of fraud and money laundering against him. It's a developing situation to watch closely. Hashtag Yahaya Bello, hashtag EFCC, hashtag breaking news. I mean, it is breaking and it is a news. I have, this matter still on. EFCC never ready. EFCC never ready, not just to whine Nigerians. I mean, everybody just believe that this up and down, back and forth is really not necessary. Come on, 10 people, arrest him once, the way you do to your old boys. Dr. Edem commented, Yahaya Bello deprived and subjected the whole state into hunger and darkness. And his boy, the incumbent or the ceremonial governor, is following the instruction given to him by his boss, the past governor. Indirectly, Yahaya Bello is still the governor of Kogi State. Pathetic. Really pathetic. I mean, you could see. This is not me speculating or coming up with theories that are not. We saw what happened when EFCC wanted to arrest Yahaya Bello. The current governor of Kogi State came in, like you see in movies, and then he just saved him. Gesture. EFCC isn't serious. Same man that walked into your office, there is nothing to hold him on. He left, and we are hearing all these charges. Make una no allow EFCC why no na them there. Like, it's just logical to start assuming this thing. I mean, someone is wanted, you haven't gotten him. The policemen and DSS around him have not arrested him yet. And rather than focusing on arresting him, you are busy filing cases for someone who you haven't apprehended. How does this make sense to you at official EFCC? It's a big question. Arrest him first. I mean, it's just logical, you know. Arrest him, and then let me read the final comment. So we have existing agencies that only do their job against civilians but not against public officers. This is really sad. I mean, if you take a look at it, if this was just a civilian doing his or her thing, then you see so much effort, so much level of degree of seriousness they use in getting this person. But now he's a political figure. I mean, he's a politician, former governor of Kogi State. Everybody should be held accountable. I'm saying this because it's true. Everybody should be held accountable. Everybody should be able to account to whatever it is they have done. Especially if you were a governor of a state, for crying out loud. I mean, you should be able to account for what you did with the funds of the state. It's not yours. It is that of the state. Well, don't forget, you can also be a part of this conversation by commenting on this page. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for commenting, because I can see you commenting. So thank you very much. Don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. I mean, Facebook, Instagram, what's it called now? TikTok. We are there. Well, and that's a wrap for today's edition of Internet Watch. We've had the mix of stories from light-hearted pickup lines. You're welcome, by the way, to serious legal issues. Remember, we'll be back with more trending topics and updates from the online world. But before we go, here is today's word of wisdom. Come close, come close, come close. Truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it, let it loose, and it will defend itself. In everything you do, always seek the truth, and it will stand the test of time. My name is Joshua Ritogun. Thanks for tuning in, and as always, stay informed and stay connected.
You're still on Signature Morning, on Signature Television this morning. All right, and I got to know that there is today we talked about World Tourism Day. So there is a little tour to South Africa. I'm talking about the MTN Media Innovation Program. So Charles, what is this all about?
Yeah, so every year since the last 3 years, MTN organizes this program. It's called the Media Innovation Program.
Okay.
It's just basically giving media professionals the opportunity to enhance their skill in whatever craft that they're in.
Okay.
You know, whether it's radio, TV, or newspaper and digital, as the case may be. This year, I think they had a content creator. So it's just an opportunity that MTN has built to create an enabling environment for people to basically have access to some knowledge from industry experts to improve their skill in media, distribution, entrepreneurship. There's several courses and models that we have gone through that enhances our skill in the thought of broadcasting. So that's what exactly the media innovation is.
So what's the experience like?
It has been really reinvigorating. It's been eye-opening. It made me see more to media than just what broadcasting. I mean, you could broadcast because you just like broadcasting, but of course it is about impact. If you're doing broadcasting without the thought of an impactful life to another person who is basically watching or maybe following up, then that probably you are wasting your time. So it opened my eyes to the entrepreneurship life as part of this media thing. It also opened my eye to innovation. At the end of the cohort, you are actually asked to develop a business.
Okay. Is it business and media?
Yes, that's relating to media. So you would develop a business, how to run it, and basically how to go about creating a media business for yourself and of course for the cohorts. It's more like a packaged project for every single media innovation. I mean, if you go through that process and you don't know how to do certain things, especially in media, if you're not enhanced, I really don't know where you can get enhancements.
So where exactly did you have this experience? Where in South Africa?
Okay, so it's a 6-week, 6-month course, 1 week every month for 6 months. One of the weeks in the 6 months would be a tour to South Africa, which we have gone and come back. And it all happened in Johannesburg. We visited the University of Wits, we visited University of Johannesburg, and we also were able to meet with prominent people, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Morolong. We also met with the former President of South Africa. I'm talking about Mr. Thabo Mbeki, and it was really interesting having to speak with him as relates to governance in Africa. He spoke about Pan-Africanism. I mean, he's been in the forefront of unity in Africa and Pan-Africanism, and so there's a whole lot that basically
like you said, there's a whole lot, and we've just been taking the snippet. So let's take a look at the main program, the full package. All right, we will be bringing you the full package. Stay around and take a watch.
South Africa, the gold land, the motherland, the country that everyone wants to be at. Fantastic place. The landscape, it's unbelievable. That's why most Africans love to visit South Africa, including Nigerians. But did you know that young South Africans have this particular perception about Nigerians living in South Africa? You want to know what the perceptions are? Let's find out.
when we listen to these podcasts about girls who share their experiences with Nigerian men, it's very scary. And I have been very wary of Nigerian men. I'm scared of Nigerian men. I don't know why. Because you would hear stories such as like, no, they come here, they sleep with you to get your luck, they feed on your luck, you never be anything in life. They have snakes apparently. So, and I'm someone who's scared of snakes, so I can't risk that. So I think my perspective on Nigerian guys is mostly based on what people had to say. I've never had a one-on-one encounter with a Nigerian person, either a girl or a boy.
So I would say that people that you see on the street and the people that you come to live together with and learn from are two different people. Like there is to life, the good and bad. And we just happen to have the bad apples from Nigeria tainting the good image that the people of Nigeria have established for themselves.
There are people that South Africans blame for everything that's going wrong. There's unemployment, they will say Nigerians are taking jobs. There's drugs, they will say Nigerians are selling drugs. There's crime, they will blame it on Nigerians. When something is done by a Nigerian, it's reported widely, because even a South African can be caught abroad selling drugs. Our media won't report it like that.
I think they are the most talkative people. They talk a lot, to be honest. You will try to get one idea across your mind, then the next thing they talk about something else. So I feel like they are so talkative and they are so smart. One thing about our Nigerian brothers is that they are very smart and and also business-minded people as well.
The crime that are committed by by Nigerian people in our country, they're always through South African people, because these people they know the streets of our country. So it's unfortunate that I have to go against everyone and say we have to deal with our people first, because every crime through that is done by Nigeria, done by people from African countries and like outside our continent as well. They are true South African people.
Quite an interesting perspective from the young South Africans giving their opinions about Nigerians living in their country. But a section of the professionals have something a little different. They put some context to it.
And there are things that fuel, what I call unfair xenophobia and hatred, where people think that the whole crime in South Africa is only committed by Zimbabweans. Drugs are only peddled by Nigerians, and cash heists are done by Mozambicans. There are South Africans who are also part of those criminal networks. But these are things that contribute to, the straining of relationships. These are things that continue to say there'll always be this tense relationship between the two countries. But I think what the two governments need to really look at and urgently address is from the societal point of view, not the diplomatic one, but the intercultural and intersocietal of how the two nations can relate with one another. They are two of Africa's biggest superpowers, but let's not lie to each other. There are underlying issues, and those need to be spoken about, and that can only be led from a civil society level.
I find them very admirable, hardworking, very dedicated, disciplined people, which are sentiments that I also echo, perceptions I also echo. But I think when it comes to the ground and local communities, there's perceptions about them being involved in selling drugs and all those social ills that are associated with society. So I think it depends on where you find a particular Nigeria, in which community in South Africa you find them and what you find them doing for a living. One of the things that fuels negative perceptions around them is that social media tends to focus on one angle of Nigerians. Yes, we know in all contexts, there's good people, there's bad people that are involved in different things. But you'd find that because social media is all about promoting things that create conversations and are popular, we find that most of the time the negative side of Nigerians are the ones, the viewpoints that are present in the media that get people talking and that people talk.
You know, most South Africans, you know, don't have any negative feelings against Nigerians. Obviously, there is a tug of war between these superpowers because Nigeria and South Africa are two big countries in Africa, and obviously because of that, you tend to see that there's a lot of friction that often happens, sometimes political, geopolitical positioning, but it doesn't mean that the ordinary South African has got any negative feelings. Yes, cases can be raised around maybe the issue of Chidima, where people were talking about so many other things online, but generally the ordinary person is of the understanding that we are all Africans, we deserve to live in the same continent.
Members of the MTN Media Innovation Program while in South Africa expressed concerns about the strained relationship between the two nations.
We're here at the South African Institute for International Affairs.
So the narration in Nigeria is that South Africans hate Nigerians, and the narration in South Africa is that Nigerians are mostly criminals fighting for their already scarce resources, but this is not entirely true.
The lectures we got today was not inspiring, was depressing for me because Africa has a myriad of challenges and problems. Fighting each other shouldn't be one of those problems.
The xenophobic attacks on Nigerians. And from our conversation, I found out that it could be that there are some people benefiting from this, right? And it doesn't really speak well because it's sort of selfish.
But what I saw today is that South Africans are sort of giving up hope that nothing can be done.
Nigerian who has lived most of his life in South Africa, he tells me the hate doesn't really exist, it's just a perception.
And the xenophobic tensions in South Africa and between South Africa and Nigeria are really just boiling down to perceptions. It's strictly a perception issue, and perceptions are driven and drawn by narratives. And these narratives need to be corrected, they need to be fact-checked, and they also need to be very much, authenticated.
Even the South African statistics don't show that most crimes committed in South Africa are done by Nigerians.
The successes attained by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, during the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. During this period, the Directorate secured convictions on 506 accused. Of these convictions, 262 accused persons, inclusive of 12 juristic persons, were sentenced, while the balance of 244 which include 15 juristic persons, are to be sentenced on the dates after this quarter under review. One of the 262 sentenced natural persons, 173 are South Africans, while 77 are foreign nationals. The top sentenced foreign nationals are 27 Zimbabweans, Lesotho with 14 convicts, Mozambique with 10 convicts. The rest are divided among the other countries. Most of these convictions and sentences were secured in the Northwest Province with 51.
During a discussion with Stephen Grust of the South African Institute of International Affairs, he tried to trace the history of the two countries' diplomatic role as far back as 1995.
So I know I'm not doing this in a historical order, but if you think back to 1995, when Sani Abacha was the president of Nigeria, and there was the big case of the Ogoni activists, including Ken Saro-Wiwa. Mandela believed that he had been given assurances that they would not be executed. He went to the Commonwealth Summit in Auckland in New Zealand, and while he was there, Abacha put Saro-Wiwa and 8 others to death. And Mandela was devastated, very angry, and moved in 1995 for Nigeria's suspension from the Commonwealth. That didn't go down well. And in fact, he had to backtrack, and South Africa learned a lesson that they should not be too far out of step with what Africa is doing, and it's not good to embarrass another African country in public. And I think that's had an effect. Maybe good because it's increased intra-African solidarity and Pan-Africanism, but I think it's also made South Africa very wary of criticizing other countries.
He also mentioned that it has taken South Africa a long time to even acknowledge the problem.
It's taken a long time for the South African government to recognize and accept that xenophobia is a problem. I mean, I work on the African peer review mechanism, and it was the 15th anniversary of the establishment of the mechanism, and President Thabo Mbeki was at the event, and I asked a very pertinent question. I said, when the peer review mechanism examined South Africa in 2007, it identified latent xenophobia and said this is a phenomenon that must be nipped in the bud and must be taken seriously. Mr. President, do you wish that if you went back all those years, you would have taken it a little bit more seriously? And he said, I'm not going to answer your question. And then he proceeded to answer my question for an hour. But he said, you know, a lot of it is just criminals taking advantage of this, and it's not really a problem. And the Zambian ambassador stood up and said, Mr. President, with respect, and you know when somebody says, with respect, what's coming next? He said, you know, my nationals are really suffering here. There have been people killed. There have been businesses destroyed. There have been homes destroyed. So I think it's taken a long time for the government to actually acknowledge it's a problem.
Former President Thabo Mbeki of South Africa thinks the conversation on Pan-Africanism has completely lost steam.
And so when you raise this matter about the movement of Africans among themselves, you are talking to people who no longer have that very strong sense of a Pan-African common belonging. It's a problem. We discussed this question in this country about the rules and regulations this country has with regard to other people, Africans in the first instance. It's a battle to convince the people who actually practically handle this thing every day to say, but you need a system which encourages interaction among the Africans, not to exclude people, but to include. So it's related, I'm saying, to the politically what has happened on the continent is a regression from the kind of Pan-Africanist commitment that you had with other earlier leaders. You know, the part of the problem that I see is a decline in commitment to a Pan-Africanism, that sense of a strong Pan-Africanism among our political leadership is this kind of receding.
Members of MT and MIP have some action plans.
You know, so if we keep feeding this narrative, if we keep keying into people's perception of both countries, we are not going to solve this problem. So how do we solve the problem? Let's amplify the good things about both countries. Let's amplify the best of both worlds.
And one of the things that stood out for me is the fact that we need to push out more positive stories of international relations, right? I mean, a lot of things are happening which are on the negative side, but there are positive stories that can be pushed out.
So I really believe that if we work together, if we look at the positive sides of both countries, it's really going to help us. And we stop wasting time on things that separate us. Rather, we'll build ourselves and we become a better country together.
But I also went away with the fact that the role of the media in bridging this gap cannot be understated. So for us as the media in Nigeria, I have been challenged to make sure I partner other African journalists to tell the right narratives about Africa for Africa to the globe.
The chairman of MTN Group, Sebisi Jonas, echoed how the world has so much changed over time, reiterating what exactly people are more concerned about right now.
So people are increasingly looking at politicians differently now. The world is moving in a more pragmatic space where it is about how the economy gets strong, how do we ensure inclusivity, how do we ensure the youth have jobs, and how do we ensure that there's greater trade, etc. So it's becoming more focused on practical stuff as opposed to ideological stuff. I mean, and any politician that comes back to you and say, I'm ideological, you must know they are lying.
Now we know where that skewed narrative comes from. Social media, an isolated case blown out of proportion, and a particular section of the society, that's the political class, trying to use closed borders as a means to push narratives that are so wrong. Well, so when next you hear these narratives, show them this video at least, and maybe put it in context. There's unity in diversity, as a matter of fact, and it's about time to rebuild Africa, not to destroy. Thanks for watching.
Wow, this is an awesome thing. I'm telling you, this is beautiful. Experience is just something else. Like I can see although I didn't get to see outside of South Africa, but I think the people there are pretty good.
There's another one coming up. It's going to be, maybe you're going to see the hotel room
Okay.
where we stayed, and the hotel where we stayed, and of course the ambience. There's so many videos and so many pictures that we took. That was quite fantastic. So there's so many sides to that. I've also seen people reacting to the video that I have posted on my personal handle, saying that it wasn't a true reflection of what really is going on in South Africa, that there are people who are down the streets that needed to speak to me regarding that. And like I mentioned, look, there are isolated matters. These matters can be isolated. You cannot say you are able to apprehend somebody down the street and he is a South African person, and then it's all over the place. The South African media industry broadcasts everything that it was a Nigerian who did the stealing, and then there's no other stealing going on every other places that are not South Africans. And even the statistics that I have show that most of the crime that happened in South Africa, according to this year's statistics given by the Hawks chairman, said it's South African, 75% of it. Then the others are other African countries and nationals, not Nigerians. So that narrative is mostly skewed. So some things can happen and it will be blown out of proportion. And because it is Nigeria, they want to pin it on Nigeria, and then the thing goes viral. Then it becomes that, oh, it's Nigerians that are doing it. So
okay,
there's
talking
that
about that
consciousness there.
Yeah, talking about that this morning, we have Chigachi Eke. Good morning, Mr. Chigachi.
Good morning, please.
How are you doing this morning?
Great, it's all right.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
We've had the report that you were in South Africa.
Yes, I was in South Africa for 8 years, and I schooled there also. I did my postgraduate studies at the University of the Witwatersrand.
Wow.
Between 2003 and 2005.
Okay, so
then between in 2009, I was the National Secretary for ENUGU in South Africa. Okay. So I was involved in the public life of and economic life of Nigerians in South Africa.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. What is having this background, in South Africa already? I guess you have the relationship, the relationship between Nigerians and South Africans. So, what is this tension, between Nigerians and Nigerians residing in South Africa and South Africans themselves?
Yeah, there must always be crises and tensions when relations are poorly managed. In the first place, to understand what I mean, look at during the days of struggle against apartheid, Nigeria was in the forefront in the liberation of South Africa. Then when Nelson Mandela died, Nigerian leaders were given the back seats at his funeral. And the question is why? It's because of poor management of the Nigerian-South African relations. Nigerian government failed to be proactive when South Africans started complaining that Nigerians were committing crime in their country. We only started shouting when South Africans took action. In other words, nobody did anything at the point of aggression we only started like the typical, so to say, fire brigade approach when South Africans now reacted. To go straight to the point, the problem, we don't have a healthy at the official level or even at the unofficial level. We don't have a healthy relationship with South African government or with South Africans. And the reason is squarely that Nigerians are committing horrible crimes in South Africa. Nigerians are into big-time illicit drug that kills South African children. Nobody complains or hears the lamentation of South African parents when their children die of drugs sold them by Nigerians. We only start complaining when we hear that South Africans are killing Nigerians. Look at what is happening in our own country today. In the 1980, 90, and early 2000, Nigeria was a drug transit country. Nobody was selling drugs to Nigerian children.
Yeah.
But today,
Mr. Chikachi,
we are a drug-consuming country. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you. I mean, you said Nigerians are committing heinous crimes in South Africa.
Yes.
But according to latest statistics, the crimes that are committed in South Africa are South Africans themselves. That's according to state published records.
You have to be a bit audible, please.
Okay, according to the latest record,
yeah,
it shows that South Africans are the most committing the most crimes in South Africa. The rest are in the scale of the crimes, the people who have been convicted.
Okay.
The numbers are not showing that Nigerians are the ones committing those heinous crimes. So it is not to the scale that you are talking about it. Yes, there could be 1 or 2, 3 isolated cases, but there are other people who commit these crimes. And according to the numbers, more than 70% of the crimes committed in South Africa are actually South Africans.
Okay.
So how do you react to that?
Can I make a response?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, you must know that crime has got patterns. When you talk of homicide, it is purely a South African issue. Killing of manslaughter, murder, and all the rest of them. Nigerians don't do that. And why we don't do that in South Africa is because South Africa is a country that licenses citizens to carry firearms. We are bad shooters. I lived among South Africans. I transacted. The building I lived in South Africa wasn't my own. So I know our thinking. But when you talk of drugs and you talk of scamming, 419, you are talking of Nigerians. I'm a Nigerian man, Igbo man. And we are talking of how to solve a problem. And so if you want to know the truth, you must be able to open your mind and face the truth. Because self-appraisal without self-criticism, so to say, is self-deception.
Okay, Mr. Chikachi.
Hold on, I'm coming. Okay. I'm coming, ma. All right, you go ahead.
Oh, okay, I wanted to ask, is there any statistics that support this thing you're talking about right now?
No, there is no statistics as such which I can cite.
So how do you measure the accuracy?
Hold on. But if you were to Google Igbo lives in South Africa, I repeat, quotes, Igbo lives in South Africa. I authored that report, and the president of Ohaneze Igbo, Chief Badwin Obasi, appointed a committee, and I was the secretary of that committee in 2009 election that brought Comrade Jacob Zuma to power. After the 2008 xenophobic attack, we said, why didn't South Africans hello? Are we together?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm trying to tell you that I had something in lieu of a data, statistics. So the committee had to tour the 9 provinces of South Africa, and there was no place where we did not candidly accept that we were committing crime in South Africa. So we now wrote that report. If you Google it, you will see it. It's on the internet. Igbo lives in South Africa. And we met ANC that, look, we are going to help. We will stop Nigerians from committing crime. Give us a big parcel of land to build a Nigerian market or Igbo market in South Africa as a way of luring these boys from illegitimate business to legitimate business. And the ANC told us, if our people have not gotten land, the liberation struggle was all about redeeming our land from whites. If we give Nigerians land in South Africa, they will kill us.
Okay.
And that was what stopped us. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we know what is going on in South Africa. The data might not be there, but we know what is going on.
All right, Mr. Chiga Chieke. Because of time, what is the next step? What is the next step from here?
Yes, the next step towards mending the Nigeria-South African relation is that, one, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu should stop posting political appointees as ambassadors to foreign lands. Let him post career diplomats. By training and experience, career diplomats can detect friction and neutralize it even before you notice it. That's point number one. Stop appointing political appointees as our ambassadors. Appoint career diplomats. That is point number one. Point number two, if Nigerian government can go to South Africa, there are 9 provinces. They don't have states. What they have is provinces there. And in the major city in each capital of the province, even if it is 7 buildings, as the Chinese are doing, buy these 7 buildings, renovate them into lock-up shops. Ground floor and first floor will be for trading, and then subsequent ones above will be for residential and school.
All right.
You must take Nigerians. There is look, this thing called private property is rigidly enforced in South Africa. You can't even hawk in the street or display away from front of somebody's house. He will arrest you. So if you can buy these buildings and turn them into lock-up stores like Chinese people are doing, they call it China City.
Okay,
Then let Nigerians go
because
there
of time, we
and
have
trade.
to go.
The real reason why these boys are into crime is because of lack of ways and means.
Right.
Lack of ways and means. That's just the truth. They are willing to do legitimate business.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chiga Chieke. I hope those reforms will be put in place to, curb whatever tension that is happening between Nigerians and South Africans. Thank you very much for your input this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's all we can take because of time. Let's go ahead to join our Abuja studio for another interesting episode. You don't want to go anywhere. I am Belinda Mwabodo.
And I'm Charles Pius. Good morning.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Headline: Beavers unreliable, says ANSEC. 2 killed in masquerade attacks in ENUGU. Abia government improves health care. Details in a moment. The Commissioner in charge of Information and Logistics, ANSEC, Anthony Nailue, said that the Commission will not use a bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, for the local government elections coming up on September 28 in Anambra State. Nailue made this known at a sensitization program organized by the International Peace and Civil Responsibility Center, IPCRC, on Thursday in Awka. Speaking at the program, which was organized for accredited election observers and media personnel, Nailue said the Commission would deploy manual accreditation, adding that it was more reliable. The Commission also assured early arrival of election materials, saying the era of delayed arrival of material was over in the state. Further stated that non-sensitive materials were already on the way to the local government councils, and 5,720 ad hoc staff have been trained to conduct the elections across the state's polling units. He also stated that elections will not be held in Newi South, Orumba South, and Idemili South. Voters from those areas will be voting at the council headquarters. Further urged the electorate to come out en masse and vote, promising that their vote will count. The coordinator of IPCRC, Mr. Chris Azo, urged politicians and electorate to be vigilant and shun vote buying, violence, gender discrimination, and overvoting. The High Court sitting in ENUGU on Thursday adjourned the $5 billion suit by the ENUGU Electricity Distribution Company, EEDC, against the Southeast Electricity Consumers Association, SECA, to November 27th. EEDC had dragged SECA to court for allegedly interfering in its activities in the Southeast by inciting electricity consumers against payment of outrageous and estimated billing system and other anti-people activities of the company in the region. The defendants in the case were the leaders of SECA and the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC. When the matter was called up for hearing, the counsel to EEDC, Okudiliabo, pleaded with the court for more time to respond to some papers served on his client by the defendants. Counsel to the defendants, Ejike Zenwa San, who said that he was ready for the case, considered to the plea for adjournment to allow the plaintiff file his reply. After listening to both sides, the presiding judge, Justice M.G. Umar, adjourned the case to November 27 for hearing. Addressing newsmen on why his client chose to sue SECA, Abu said that the EEDC wanted the court to determine whether any other organization had the right to perform regulatory functions outside NEC. Also speaking to newsmen, the chairman of SECA, Reverend Okechukwu Obioha, said that the EEDC took the group to court for enlightening other electricity consumers on their rights and obligations concerning electricity supply. About 11 persons comprising men, women, and children have died of fresh cholera outbreak in Indibo Kote village, Ezai Yimago, in Izi local government area of Ebonyi. The State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Moses Ekuma, confirmed this in a statement made available to newsmen on Thursday in Abakaliki, said the outbreak reported on September 23 had claimed the life of a nursing mother living behind a 9-month-old baby. Commissioner said that about 20 other affected persons were responding to treatment in a hospital. He commended Governor Francis Winfrey for approving funds for the procurement of medical commodities to tackle the outbreak. Ekuma listed treatment centers in the area to include Iziogo Health Center, Sudan Mission, Honoring Him, and Indubokete Village, and advised the people to take precautionary measures to prevent the spread of the disease. The wife of the Abia State Governor, Mrs. Priscilla Oti, has urged residents of the state to take advantage of the free medical outreaches organized by the state government to improve their health care needs. Statement by media aide ENUGU Justice on Thursday stated that OT spoke at the flag-off of a three-day medical outreach organized by the State Ministry of Health at the SDG Multipurpose Hospital, Etichuolo, in Ogunabo, local government area of the state. She emphasized that providing access to quality health. The government of Enugu State has invited the traditional rulers and the President Generals of the communities in Nsukka, where Oriopa masqueraders attacks resulted in the death